Good morning, PAX East. What's up? Woo! My name is Jaxler, and I'm going to be showing you all Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. This is a really sick game that came out by Crystal Dynamics in 1999, same people who did Tomb Raider. This game is turbo underrated, and this is a very funny speedrun. I will just put it that way. So first, I'll just go ahead and let my commentators introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Shovelclaws. I don't run this game. I'm here to make sure Jaxler behaves himself. Thank you, Sweet Peebs on Blue Sky, for giving me that mission. I'm just here to banter. I don't know. This run is really cool. I have seen it before. And we also are having our couch crashed. I guess my lap crashed now by our third commentator, Gibby, if you want to introduce yourself. Awesome, thanks. So I'm really excited.
Yeah. So we're doing an all bosses unrestricted run, so I'll explain kind of what that means, but I think we're good to just get started. So we'll start from a new save, so time will start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo! All right.
All right, welcome to Soul Reaver, everybody. So we are playing on the PC version of the game. A lot of people don't know that there is a PC version because it got delisted from Steam and GOG. But there's a couple of differences with the PC port that make it a lot faster for speedrunning. For one, the loads are going to be way faster. But there's a couple of little things along the way that allow us to break this game really hard. So this is an all bosses run, specifically an all bosses unrestricted run. So any and all glitches are on the table for us. And we need to take care of all the game's bosses. So there are 4 vampire brothers that you're intended to defeat over the course of the game. You can skip all of them in any percent run. But not only is that like really hard, but it's really inconsistent and scary, and I'm not good at it. So I play all bosses instead. So we need to take care of the 4 vampire brothers, Duma, Zephon, Melchiah, and Rahab, in any order that we wish before we take on the last Kain fight. And so we are not going to do those fights in order. I will just spoil that for you right now. This game is very, very broken. You're also going to notice we're just sitting in the cutscene here, and if you've played the remaster that came out not too long ago, you might be like, hey, why aren't we skipping any of the cutscenes?
Hey, Jaxler, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Why aren't you skipping the cutscene?
Well, it's a great question. So we're playing on the original release of the game, not the remaster that came out in December. And in the remaster, they added skippable cutscenes as like a really big quality of life feature. We don't have access to that on this version of the game. And you might think, oh, well, that just makes this worse for speedrunning. And I will... Short answer, no. Long answer, a lot of the skips that we're going to be doing and a lot of the cool strats in this run are built around skipping cutscenes. So it'll be a little cutscene dense in the beginning, but once we get moving, it'll start to get really busted really, really fast.
Yeah, this run ramps really hard. It's really sick in the end game.
Yeah. So starting off, you're going to see me jumping everywhere. Being midair is going to be faster than our standard walking animation, at least for the time being. And then we're also going to get a warp gate here. We're kind of going through the motions here a little bit with these tutorial sections, but we really want this warp gate for later because every time you save and quit, it will respawn you back in the bottom of the underworld, essentially. And we can use that warp gate to fast travel later, and that will save us a ton of time in backtracking. And so another thing as well that's interesting about the PC port that makes it a bit different from console is that this game actually lost some analog support making its way onto the PC. So the camera for this game can't be controlled like in like full 360 degrees by like the mouse, for example. You have 2 distinct camera buttons that you use to turn the camera left and right, and then if you hold both, that allows you to like zoom in and do like a quasi first person perspective.
Can I say a hot take?
Yeah.
I think that's low-key better than...
Really?
Analog. I love it. As someone who ran Sonic Adventure for a long time, which has the same thing, it's so good.
Yeah. I think it kind of depends, though, because this game is built around the fact that you don't really ever need to pan your camera up, so it really kind of gets away with it. So a little mini strat that I do right there is I make sure I stand on top of the soul fountain right there so that the particles don't even have a chance to spawn, and we're going to do our first major glitch of the run, which is a double crouch jump. So you're only supposed to have 1 jump in this game, but I just did 2. So the way that works is I mentioned those 2 separate camera buttons, so you can't do that zoom in if you are in a crouched state. So what I'm doing is I'm holding down crouch, both of those camera buttons, and then pulling up the glyph select menu. This forces me to uncrouch, and if I do it with the right timing, it allows me to walk around in that first person mode. And while doing this, if I then let go of the camera buttons, it'll break me out of whatever animation that I'm doing. And so that includes the jump animation. So we're going to be using that a lot to get double jumps where we're not supposed to, and break some segments. And there's little sprinklings of this glitch. It's called the breakout glitch. I think I mentioned that name. It's used all over the run, and it's kind of like the foundational brick for a lot of the glitch tech going on in this game. So the Elder God here is kind of just getting us introduced to the mechanics of the game. The big thing that makes this really cool casually is that you can phase between like the spectral realm and the material world in order to like solve puzzles.
You're just saying words at this point.
I am definitely. But there's like all these cool puzzles with that, and so we're getting kind of introduced to that here. All you really need to know is that whenever we're in the physical world, which actually kind of like looks normal and grayish and stuff.
I applied the yellow filter to everything.
Exactly.
That's how you can tell.
And so whenever we're in the physical world, our health slowly trickles down because we're like kind of like vampire spawn, sort of kind of. It's complicated. There's lore to it.
We'll talk about it later during the cutscenes, probably.
Yeah, probably. So we're going to see another instance of the breakout glitch coming up here. The breakout glitch pretty much allows you to, like I said, cancel any animation in the game. And one of the most common we do it with is door opening animations. When you use the breakout glitch with a door opening animation, it gives you freedom of movement during that door opening cutscene, which allows you to, it looks really funny. It just lets you like walk through the door and not have to wait for the animation to end. So I get the breakout right there and I just walk into the cutscene. All right, so during this cutscene, I'm going to break down what's going to happen because it's in this room because it's all going to go by very fast.
I hope you're all scared.
Yeah. So I'm going to start this room after this cutscene by jumping over a cutscene trigger. This not only skips a cutscene, but also prevents those two enemies we're looking at there from aggroing. I'm then going to position a block in place and then use the breakout glitch from there to do a really funny quick kill on these guys. So there's our double crouch jump, and then I'm going to glide to make sure I get over the trigger. And then I'm going to do specifically the block pickup animation. I'm essentially delaying a tutorial cutscene for picking up this block and like learning how to push it around. And then I'm going to trigger the cutscene intentionally by letting go of the breakout glitch. This is what's happening here is we got two cutscenes playing at the same time. One for pushing blocks around and the other for collecting souls from enemies. And because the two are overlapping, that gives me movement during the second one. So I can actually go ahead and push this block into place while I'm waiting for that other cutscene to end there. So we also get to insta-kill the enemies by dropping the block on them, which is very funny. All right. So this is one of the most broken glitches in the game. This is going to take me a little bit to set up probably because I believe it's frame perfect. Oh, I got it first try, nice.
Easy, just that easy.
So now I am walking around with the glyph select menu open and time is frozen now. This is called the time stop glitch. It is maybe one of the most famous glitches in the Soul Reaver series, period. It shows up in Soul Reaver 2 as well with some different properties. But what it's gonna allow me to do here is if I crouch about here, it's gonna let me jump through that wall. And so,
easy.
Yeah, easy. So that's called a time stop teleport. So whenever you're in time stop, there's a couple of really important properties. The big one is that cutscenes don't play. And doing that sequence right there skipped us like a 2-minute long cutscene. It's actually ridiculous. The other thing is that certain flags won't update. So when you're standing next to a block like that, it updates what some of your buttons do. Like for example, if you're standing next to a button, your move to like, instead of attacking will be like pressing interact will pick up the block and move it, right? And so when you're in time stop, it kind of stores the fact that you're standing next to a cube. And so as a result, if you attempt to do one of those pickup animations when the cube is deloaded, it'll just warp you out of bounds, and I can use that to like get past the door while still in the time stop state. So we skipped about a 2-minute long cutscene and just picked up another warp gate for later. I'm gonna do a harder variant of a cutscene skip here. This looks good, nice. So we do a double jump mid-air. So there's like I wanna say there's like a sort of bracket-shaped cutscene trigger on the other edge of that bridge. And we just skipped it entirely by jumping around it. You can also just high jump over it. It's really easy. Like, I don't like calling speedrun strats easy because I think that's kind of lame, but that strat is actually just really easy.
Are you calling me lame?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's fair.
Here's a not easy strat, though. I'm going to do a double crouch jump with the breakout glitch again here. In order to try to skip this fight, we got to go enough height. Nice, we landed it. And then we got to go back and then back in here. So one of the interesting things with the game, the way this game is set up, is there's a bunch of loading planes. And you can even kind of see in the background there with those like seams and the textures, where once you cross over a certain threshold, it will load in the next area. And if we don't do that properly, we'll essentially find ourselves in an unloaded part of the map, which we can't do anything with. So right there, we're gonna see another use of the breakout glitch to just get through that door faster. And with any of these like metal rung doors, for whatever reason, when you do the breakout glitch, you can just phase through it immediately. It's really strange. And then I'm gonna
it from the physical state, easy.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh,
somehow
that was
say
scary.
that. Got a weird angled ledge grab there, but you actually don't have much of a room to set up the breakout glitch there because enemies can actually damage you out of that state and cancel it. And that you basically have like 2 or 3 tries before that enemy catches up to you. That's also why I kind of altered my movement a little bit to get him to like dash to the side so I'd have a little bit of a bigger window to go for it. So we're gonna phase into the spectral realm. This is gonna do 2 things for us. This is gonna allow us to get up here and go out of bounds to skip a door, but certain cutscenes also just don't play in the spectral realm. So it's letting us skip another pretty long cutscene here. And then I'm gonna jump over another cutscene here, just like that. So again, it doesn't look like I'm doing all that much, but there's like a lot of little things I have to keep in mind. Again, this game doesn't have like analog movement inputs. So there's a bunch of like really weird diagonals that you have to do to try to control Raziel. Here we go, do a double crouch
Wait, I
jump
thought this was
into the
Kain.
window. No, very common missing. Is this Zelda? No.
Oh my god, don't hit me with that. Remember like 7 minutes ago when we said this run ramps really hard?
It's
and
about
you're
to
already
ramp
doing
even
all
harder.
of this, like,
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, and this is like the less broken part of the game.
Yeah.
We're on our way to pick up the upgrade that makes this game extremely Oh, I phased it into the spectral realm. Whoops. Quick fix.
Yummers.
Yummers.
Needed a little treat.
Now we're gonna open this door and we're in kind of Melchiah's domain right now, and there's a really big like set of puzzles here, but if you double crouch jump, you just don't need the block that you're intended to get up here, so you just skip like minutes worth of puzzles. It's really funny. And then I'm gonna do kind of it's not a swag strat because it saves time, but we're gonna do double breakout right here, into another one right here. I don't know why I hesitated so bad. And then I'm gonna do a double crouch jump to get out of bounds, and we're gonna go into this hallway here. And so normally this is the force glyph like area that you can only access after defeating Melchiah because you need to be the ability to phase through the metal grates. But we got here from out of bounds, and that's gonna let us get this very broken upgrade early. And so if you played this game, you might be like, wait a minute, that's like the worst glyph spell in the game, right? And you would be correct. However, there is a very interesting side effect of casting the Force Glyph spell that we can exploit to do some very, very funny things.
They failed to consider the exploit.
Exactly.
It's just that simple.
So one thing I am going to try to set up for is a frame perfect trick where I'm going to attempt to open up the pause menu on the frame I pick up the Force Glyph. This will let me save and quit and warp away. Because we're going to do that no matter what because we're stuck here. But I'm going to attempt to skip the pickup animation for this item here. But it's a bit tricky, again, because it's like frame perfect, so. A little late.
Lucky.
Yeah, so that's a 1 frame pause input. So I tried to pause buffer it there, but only like a 15-second penalty if you miss it. So not a big deal.
Frame perfect trick is hard.
Yeah,
It's out.
more at 11.
Few know, but many will find out.
Yeah. So again, worth mentioning, we are stuck here because we're supposed to have Melchiah's upgrade to enter and exit this room. So because we don't have that, we are going to save our game, quit and reload, and that's going to put us back in the bottom of the underworld here. And I mentioned earlier those warp gates coming into play. We picked up the one in Melchiah's domain, and we're just going to warp back to that so we don't have to do all of that running all the way back. And that's going to be really nice because, like I said, that pickup that we got, very, very broken, and we're about to see why in just a moment. I don't want to spoil it quite yet.
I'm excited for everyone's reaction. I better hear some gasps. In the crowd
Some
behind us.
guffaws even.
Don't call them that.
All right, so what we're gonna do is we're going to set up breakout, and now we're gonna go flying. Yeah, so welcome to Spirit Airlines Flight 1234 with service to Boston. Oh, and I fell into the water.
Oh my god, it's over. Everyone laughed
really
at the joke though, so it was worth it.
So while I'm running
The plane has crashed.
I mean, it is Spirit Airlines after all.
Okay. -1 sponsor.
Yep. Oh no, we lost the sponsor that's going bankrupt. Anyway, so let me try to break down how that works. So we're animation cancel. Ow. Let me get over. I need soul food right now. I need souls in my belly, please. There we go. I need to take less damage too. This is like one of the most annoying areas to like have to like go back and heal up for. I need to be in the material realm here, but if you fall into water, no can do. Okay, so how does this work? So what I'm doing is I'm using the breakout glitch to animation cancel the force glyph spell, and then that kind of makes the game really want to cast the spell, but it can't because I interrupted it. So the next time I take a step forward and reopen the glyph menu, it will start playing the spell cast animation again. And so, yeah, so we're very out of bounds now. Ooh, I don't like this. Okay, saved.
How are you seeing anything? It is pitch black.
It is pitch black. Don't worry about it. Landed, good. I can't actually believe I saved that. That was
ridiculous.
That was really sketch. And we are in the first boss already. So, okay, now let me try to explain the flight glitch. So you're animation canceling the force glyph spell, which stores like the game wanting to cast that spell. You then take a step forward and glyph menu, close glyph menu. That activates a super speed glitch. This also works on the remaster, by the way, where all of your animations are sped up. And that will have some consequences that we'll exploit later as well. But essentially, if you do that and do a very like precise like jump hover glide input, it plays the glide animation backwards, meaning instead of sending you downward, it sends you upward, which is very funny and lets us fly really fast. So we essentially use that to get out of bounds and then fly around all the puzzles that are normally in Melchiah's domain. If you've never played this game before, I'm gonna upset some fans of this game, but it's almost kind of like a Zelda game structure, where you have like these labyrinths of like puzzles that you need to solve, and then you fight a boss, and that boss gives you a new Metroidvania style upgrade that lets you go to new areas and do new puzzles. And so we skipped all of that. Melchiah is normally the first boss, but we skipped all of that nonsense, and we've got Melchiah coming up here, who is kind of a rude boss. So like I said, we need to take care of all 4 of the vampire brothers in order to beat the game. You can skip all of them in like the any % run, but it sucks, so don't do that.
This guy looks like the natural predator to Gibby.
No! Don't scare him.
Gibby, are you scared?
What are you saying?
He's fine.
He's fine, okay. He's locked in. All right, so Melchiah here, I'm going to attempt to do a manip to try to make this as painless as possible. I'm gonna wait here just a hair. This is going to lower him to a specific spot, so hopefully he just comes right through the door. Okay, he's right where I want him to be. That's good. He likes to
shimmying over.
He likes to take his sweet time and shimmying over.
Guy, close that mouth.
Yeah, he's not the most attractive fellow. I know that for sure. I'm gonna go straight forward this way. He's gonna take his sweet time coming through the door. Oh, he's actually pretty fast that time. And I'm going to make sure I'm in a decent spot here.
A decent spot where you can't see anything. The wall is covering your entire player model.
There we go. So this is going to be the second part of the minute right there. And then once we get those 2 hits there, the fight is pretty much done. All we need to do is go to the backside of this arena here, and he should be good to go. Melchiah's AI is really annoying to manipulate. You have to be very particular with your movement, otherwise he will just go in a completely different direction than you want. So he's going to phase through the grate here, and then we are going to put him in the neutral bullet. Yep.
The neutral bullet.
Yeah, the neutral.
Put him in the slap chop.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, so that's 1 boss out of 4 taken care of. So this is going to be a pretty common theme after every boss, where it's really slow to leave the dungeon the normal way, so I'm just going to save and quit. I wasn't kidding about like the blender, by the way.
Yeah, that's...
So...
Don't make that sound, man. Oh, it gets worse. Oh.
Yeah. And goodbye. And so every time we defeat a boss, it's going to grant us that boss's soul, and that will give us a new ability. So in the case of Melchiah, this is going to give us the ability to phase through metal bars and grates and stuff, which is really helpful. It is a hard requirement to, well, okay, technically isn't a hard requirement, but for this route it is, to reach the first Kain encounter, which we want to do as soon as possible, typically. So I'm going to do a bit for, just for the sake of fun times for a marathon run, I'm going to do it loses maybe 5 seconds, but I'm going to do the Duma fight next, which is normally the last boss you do before the end game. And if you do that, causes something really funny to happen when you talk to Kain for the first time. So
Jaxler has been hyping this up for a while for me. I've never seen it before.
there's a couple people in the room who I think are in the room who have seen it before. Normally you see it in 100% because you do need to fight Duma early for that 100% route. Oop, overmashed there a little bit.
Menuing. The worst part of any platformer speedrunner's kit is their menuing.
Yeah.
It's rough out here for us.
Normally my menuing is fine, but, you know, marathon nerves and all that.
It's hard.
Right,
I'm just genuinely bad at it.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so we're going to take that Abyss Wart we picked up earlier. This is going to let us phase back in right here, and I don't typically like going for this, but it is fun to try to fly in this hallway. There we go. Is a little bit faster, but it's one of those things where sometimes if it takes you too many times to set up the flight glitch, then you just need to get moving. Yeah, so you can kind of see I'm like even just jumping around super fast. And then right here we can do something called wing smashing, where I'm pressing the glide button back and forth to build extra speed. You can go really fast with the flight glitch if you use this right. Flight glitch, please. There we go. And then I'm going to attempt to do something called fly stop. So normally you cannot fly during the time stop state because you need to be able to cast the Force Glyph spell. But if you do that like kind of like priming setup that I mentioned earlier, where the game really wants you to really wants to cast the spell, then you can get it to work properly. So there's time stop. So again, I'm basically pressing that glyph menu on the frame I'm passing between a loading zone. And this will let me fly during time stop. And this is actually a pretty recent discovery. I actually made like a whole YouTube video on it. Like,
it's very good. Go watch it.
Yeah, kind of covering like how it got discovered and why it's like actually just kind of broke this game again wide open after like 5 years. But the big reason we want this is there's like a 2-minute long cutscene that plays when you enter Dumas Fortress for the first time, and it's really slow. And plus, we can also skip a couple of rooms. If we walk back and forth between this loading zone and then close and reopen this menu, it will actually deload the blast door here, allowing us to phase right through it and skip another couple of puzzles. So now we can just go ahead and activate this to open the blast doors the normal way. And then, yeah, sometimes you can just grab the lever from just the wrong angle, wrong way, and you just snap Raziel right towards it. So that was really good. That's a really scary trick. So if you have to cancel time stop for whatever reason during that, you just have to eat the cutscene and it loses like 2 minutes. But for a lot of these time stop setups, we have like specific angles and visual cues that we can use to get a lineup going. And then for the actual Duma fight itself, we need to burn him alive. So basically the fight is gonna, yeah.
Mods?
Also, did you see that? I screwed it in from the wrong side completely. That was great. Raziel, please, thank you. And yeah, we're just gonna zoom through Dumas Fortress here. Now we have like the fight set up, so now we just need to go take on Duma. Normally this section is a little bit easier because you do it with the Soul Reaver, which prevents you from slowly losing HP in the material world. But because of joy and whimsy and the fun little thing I wanted to show off, we are making this a little harder on ourselves, but that is okay. All of this is kind of like, it's funny because we're basically doing this whole dungeon the normal way, but without any of the puzzles that you have to solve normally. And then right here, I actually set up the speed up glitch, like upstairs there, because like I mentioned, all of your animation speeds are sped up, including your falling animation. So if you set up the speed glitch, you can just fall like a rock, and it actually is just a lot faster there. Okay, so we're gonna set up another flight as we make our way to Dumas' throne room. And I'm going to do a breakout glitch on the door so I can do a double crouch jump over a cutscene trigger that normally plays when you enter the room. And one of the fascinating things with that is it's a one-sided cutscene trigger. So it plays on the way in, but not on the way out. I have no idea why. Usually cutscene triggers are like, you know, double-sided or like the shape of a cube or something, but no, it's a one-way wall.
What?
Yeah.
This game is so interesting. The more I learn about it, the more I am amazed that it just works. Game dev really is beautiful, you know?
Yeah. All right, so this is actually probably the most difficult boss fight of the boss fights we're going to be doing, because the others can be either cheesed or made, or pretty easy if you do them quick. But this is probably the hardest. So Duma has like a lot of attacks that he wants. So he wants to, your goal is to lure him back to the flamethrower and burn him alive, right? But actually doing that and manipulating his behavior is really tricky. If he's too far away, he'll do like a slam fist attack on the ground. If he's too close, he'll start slow walking, which makes it more likely to do his slam fist attack. So I have to do very delicate, like almost like rubber banding of the boss's AI to make sure he's in just the right spot or within the right range of distances so he doesn't do anything unexpected. And that gets even worse when you're trying to cut, take him around a corner. So I'm actually
that running.
It's gonna look really dumb, but I'm
so
actually
funny.
yeah. So see how he slowed down there? So I have to slow down there so he doesn't.
Yeah.
So that happened because I actually let him get too far away from me. It's so funny too because this looks so goofy, but this is actually like really, really hard to manage here.
Yeah,
So-
no, I love speedrun segments like this that just look like the dumbest thing imaginable. Like this guy just
Yeah,
looks
see,
like a
I let him
giant
get yeah. So I let him get too far behind me, so he did the fist attack. But usually once he does the fist attack, it will be a little bit before he can do it again. And sometimes around corners as well, he likes to pause a little bit. So you kind of have to anticipate a couple of things going wrong a little bit as well.
Where are we bringing this guy to?
We're
Another blender?
bringing him back to the furnace room. So
Oh, okay. So the oven.
Yeah.
Okay, the kitchen analogies are working out, surprisingly.
Okay, we got him into the hallway without another fist slam, so that's really good. This is usually once you get him to the hallway here, that's really, really good. So again, I'm doing a couple of crouch inputs here just to force myself to stop a little bit. Okay, and he's in the room. We're in the clear. Awesome.
Huge.
Okay. So, yeah, and then he does a slam attack right there, so I jump to get out of the way, and that's the Dumont fight. Nice. Okay, that was really good. He only had one slam attack, so that's as good as I could have asked it to go right there.
Very well.
All right, so now we get to watch him get roasted alive. Or dead, because he's a vampire, so.
I could take that.
Also, that like camera angle of Raziel just like staring into the flames is so metal. It's so funny.
Images that would go hard as album covers.
So this ability that we get is called Constrict. It allows us to like run circles around either enemies or objects and like spin them right round.
Like Pokemon Ranger, holy.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
And we don't really have any use for that in this run because we're going to skip the intended use for it to reach the end of the game because we can fly. So
Right.
That's the big thing, right?
When you can fly, like, what else do you need?
Exactly. And so we're actually going to save and quit again here. So because we did fly stop on the way in, that cutscene trigger is still going to be there. And so in order to bypass it on the way back, we just need to quit and reload here. So
I need like a poster board of a glossary for this game, I feel like, and just hold it up anytime one of the words
Yeah.
come up. I love speedruns like that. It's awesome.
just live captioning with
live captioning.
So the big reason why Dumont is usually fought last is because of the way these dialogue boxes work with the Elder God after you defeat a boss. If you do Dumont later, you get one less of these, I believe. And it also prevents the thing I want to show off from happening, which also loses like 5 seconds. So
He was kind of hidden that in the cutscene, low-key.
yeah, that like you get
Thank
like
you,
a
bud.
little bit of movement. So like if you jump, you'll just like float in midair during that whole cutscene. All right, and now we are going to go back to the Abyss Warp here so we can go take on Kain here. So
We're 30 minutes in. Gibby, what do you think about this run so far? All right.
honestly, I'd have to agree.
This bit sucks.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. But Gibby doesn't, so it's okay. Okay, I got what's called a low flight there, which allows me to like wing smash a little bit closer to the sun there. So
What is wing smashing?
So
I don't
wing
think you
smash?
explained
Yeah,
that.
I don't think I did explain that. So whenever I'm doing the flight glitch, I can press the hover button, which allows you to just kind of hover without moving a direction for things like the air gusts. And doing that and then letting go will just increase the speed that you get. And so the reason that was really nice there is because I got what's called a low flight height. So depending on the timing of your flight glitch inputs. Oh, we're doing a skip, by the way. We're skipping a fight.
Yeah,
by
they could have
going out of
guessed that.
bounds. I just there's no time, right? I have to be very careful there to make sure I glide through that door because one of those loading triggers is just halfway in that door, and if you don't, this room unloads completely and you're soft locked. So you'd have to quit and reload. But which would be bad vibes. So
Terrible vibes.
so going back to like the low flight thing, having a like depending on your timing, you can either get a lot of vertical speed or like no vertical speed, and there's pros and cons to both. It's really nice in the segment to have low flight there because that allowed me to kind of avoid bonking my head on some ceilings. But we have now made our way to the first Kain fight. So got a classic line here. Wait for it.
Raziel.
Kain. So I mentioned earlier that this cutscene has a very interesting thing that happens if you fight Duma first. So you're gonna notice these two little like glowing things to the sides. Those aren't supposed to be there yet. So once we walk into this like middle circle here via the cutscene animation, you're gonna see this lady just kind of like show up behind Kain here. She's like a guidance NPC who you can come back to here for hints. We haven't met her yet. And so because we did Duma first, it activates all the stuff in this room for some reason. And so there's Raziel, he's back.
That was raw.
And so what this does is it allows us to have full control during this cutscene. So you can just like jump around and just like, you know.
Me and the homie.
You can do some really like goofy stuff with this. There's one thing in particular that...
Okay, come on, man. Show some respect. This is BM.
Nah,
Dude, someone hits me with that in Smash, I rage quit on the spot. I spike the controller, just straight up. Don't look at me like that.
do you have games on your phone?
This is what Gibby looks like. Okay, well, I don't want to explore his body like that.
Okay, don't say that. We will put that on the list of things not to say.
And banned.
And banned. Okay, so...
Lots.
All right, let me actually explain the boss fight now because we're kind of heading into... I'm running out of time to do funny things here. So,
Sad.
so both Kain fights are really easy to manip. Kain will always spawn directly opposite to whatever side you are in the arena. Also, we're just not looking at him. That's also just really funny. So
No respect.
zero respect. So what we're going to end up doing is positioning ourselves at this part of the middle part of the arena, which is going to spawn him in the back. We're going to hit him and then run backwards to the exact same spot. And if we do it with the right timing, he'll always spawn in the exact same spot every single time. So we can just loop him for 3 hits, and it makes the fight way easier. It's funny because like playing this game casually, I had a lot of trouble with this fight. But now that I know the speedrun strat, it's really easy. So punch. There he is. Poke.
Bro, you gotta adapt to that. It's so readable. Come on.
And that's a Kain fight.
Fighting game players are the worst.
Yeah, this is technically a boss that you have to do for the category, but it's like you have to do this even for any percent because this is how you get the Soul Reaver. Roll credits. But yeah. Mild flashing lights warning for a next decent chunk of this cutscene. Once we hear like the ghost lady start talking to us again, we'll be good. There's just, this is a game from 1999, so they didn't quite account for all of that. So, plus, how are you doing? How are you handling the things that are happening?
I can't stop thinking about the Spirit Airlines bit. Like, I'm gonna be real. I keep thinking about it and chuckling to myself, and that's being real vulnerable.
The really funny thing is that's actually a name for a trick in this game. So, there's 2 names. One is Spectral. The original name is called Spectral Flight, but I call it Spirit Airlines because obviously that's way funnier. You normally can't get the flight glitch in the underworld because you need to be able to cast the Force Glyph spell. But what you can do is you can force a death either by getting sent back to the Shadow Realm or by falling into water before fighting Rahab. And this will keep like your flight glitch stored similar to like the fly stop glitch that we did. And then you can fly when you're... So that lets you like... It's really useful in 100% for avoiding some backtracking that you would normally need to get the swim upgrade for. But we don't have to worry about that for this category, thankfully. But... It is very funny that we get to call a glitch in a video game Spirit Airlines. Like
that is a golden trick name, I swear. There are some trick names that don't make sense. Shout out Red Honda. Why did you name it that? But there are a lot of them that are just like, wow, this is amazing.
Oh, yeah. So we have a cutscene coming up here after this one with, there she is again. So we can turn off the flashing lights warning.
Sorry, her floating in was really funny.
Yeah. Just floats in, nothing personnel, kiddo. It's just, yeah. Yeah, that one didn't really hit. All right, we'll move on. But
I was just thinking, you winning, son?
No, child.
That one didn't hit either. We both suck at this. Hey, handshake.
Yeah. You hate to see it. Anyway, during this cutscene, I'm going to go ahead and set up what I'm going to be doing afterwards because it's a pretty difficult segment. So there's a 2-minute long cutscene, and so first of all, we're supposed to get the climb walls upgrade from Zephon in order to go to Rahab's area of the game. but we don't need to do that because we can fly. So grabbable walls are kind of obsolete to us, right?
Right.
And so we're gonna fly to get to Rahab's area early, but on the way there, we need to pass through the Seraphan tomb, and there is a 2-minute long cutscene in front of it. So I'm gonna be attempting another fly stop setup, and there's a bit more going on with it as well, because in addition to having to fly around some really tricky geometry, I also need to like fit myself through a hole in a grate in order to skip the rest of the tomb. And I need to do it quickly, because sometimes if I don't do it quickly enough, the game will crash. So that can happen. So actually probably not a horrible idea if I save before doing this, so I think I will do that.
What's the over-under on a crash on GDQ?
Very, very, very low,
Okay.
but it's on me not to crash.
If this parlay doesn't hit.
All right, here we go. So I'm gonna be mostly quiet during this segment,
Good luck.
so once we get into the cutscene with the guy who gives us telekinesis, we'll be kind of good here. All right, so then we're gonna set up fly stop, so prime the flight glitch for later, and then this is a bit tricky to line up here. Yeah, so whenever you see that screen flicker, that's the frame I need to hit. There's fly stop, there's the flight glitch. Not out of the woods yet, though. Okay, I have a bit of a low flight here, so I'm gonna have to reset my flight glitch in a little bit. Didn't quite get the grate. Through the grate. And here's hoping we don't crash. We're good. Okay, we're good.
Very well done.
That's actually, thank you. That's really, really tough. I almost got the flight through the grate there first try, which would have been crazy.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. Segments like that as a platformer runner, like as a casual viewer, you might look at that and say, "Oh, that looks like a fairly simple movement segment." I know just how hard that is from games that I have like that.
Yeah,
like
well,
that is ridiculous.
And the flight glitch is also pretty difficult to control optimally
Yeah.
because again, you have 8 directional movement.
Yeah.
So you don't have full analog to work with, and because you're going so fast, you have to take bigger, wider arcs in order to move around. And also, like, Raziel just kind of moves around in arcs generally anyway, so
Yeah.
like if you watch me play this on like the keyboard itself, like I'm doing all these tiny little like WSAD inputs.
It's nuts. I've noticed it during this run. It is like take the precision of like a MOBA and throw it in a platformer. Why not?
Let's see if we get the quick kill. Oh, we got him. Nice. So if he hits you, you pretty much just die.
Yeah.
So I do a specific setup there to try to manipulate him from not swinging at me, but if he does, I kind of like dodge it to the side if my spacing is correct, but he didn't even hit me, so that's perfect. Minor little flash of light here. And we're good, okay. So this is telekinesis. This is one of my favorite upgrades in like any video game ever. We can do a telekinetic force projectile and just hit things from range. With the Soul Reaver, it does even more damage, and it can kind of just level enemies on its own, but it also lets us remotely push blocks. So that's kind of like a hard requirement thing that we need in order to get to Rahab's place anyway.
If I have time and may, I love the like neon aesthetics of all the power-ups. They look so good. I've been thinking about it. It looks like if you've ever watched those like water TikToks where they like throw edible glitter in it. It's kind of like that.
I have no idea what you're talking
cool.
about.
That's great. For all my Zoomers out there, you can relate. I'm sorry, I'm so young.
No, you're good. So there's a puzzle in that room where the platforms shift around depending on whether you're in the physical or spectral realm, which is really cool. Unfortunately, I can fly. But for this next bit here, I can't fly because I need to get through this grate. And if I attempted to phase back into the material realm, I would get immediately like destroyed by like 2 enemies that are put in like the worst spot possible. So we're just gonna skip the puzzle instead by double crouch jumping over it, and then we're gonna swap back into the physical realm here, going for a flight glitch here. And then we're gonna actually see the first fly stop setup I found actually that was useful for speedruns, which is for skipping the Drowned Abbey intro cutscene. So we actually have a pretty low flight here, so we should be able to just duck right through.
Oh, so clean. You're watching an innovator at work right now.
Yeah. And the nice thing is walking through doors won't cancel your flight glitch. So we can use that to open that door, which is a required step here. And then I'm going to reprime the flight glitch so I can have it for when I activate time stop. And then I'm trying to do it on this seam right here. Oh, a little too far.
There we go.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Nice.
We're in there. Nice.
All right.
So if you fall into the water there at all, you soft lock.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So that would have been very, very bad. So that skips about, I want to say, a 45-second long cutscene introducing you to the Drowned Abbey. And we're also right by the boss door. So again, this is a pretty open area just because like the game doesn't expect you to jump more than once, let alone
fly around.
So we can basically skip the entire Drowned Abbey by doing this segment here.
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and phase into the Spectral Realm because, again, we're not immune to water yet. So it's much faster to go into the Spectral Realm if we know we need to go underwater. And then I'm going to do a double crouch jump to try to skip all of these platforms here.
Nice.
And we got the 5 jump. Nice. Okay.
Let's go.
So now we're in the Rahab fight. So we are already at our fourth boss now, right? No,
30 minutes
third.
in.
No, third boss. Zephon will take a little bit to get to.
Yep.
The way this fight works is that Rahab is weak to light. So there's going to be a bunch of stained glass windows in here that I need to pop with the projectile. And I want to try to get as many of them as I can before I inevitably get hit by Rahab, because you have a little bit better frame data on your projectile when you have the Soul Reaver versus not. Because with the Soul Reaver, you just kind of, rifle shoot it from the hip. But you kind of do like the Eye of Agamotto, like when you shoot it like the normal way. So
Is this what the
somebody
shape of
got that
water
joke.
was like?
What?
Is this what the shape of water was like? I never watched that movie.
Okay, let's not go there. It's gonna. Well, I don't know how the Shape of Water ends, but I assume that movie doesn't end well. This won't end well for Rahab.
Well, you know, spoilers. But
Yeah. Spoilers for a movie that I have not watched and am probably lying to
From
you
like
about.
5 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Once I actually get into the fight, I'm gonna be quiet for like just a second, but also look at his face.
Oh. See, this is a 1999 game.
Oh
Like,
yeah, through and through.
Just peak of enemy design.
Yeah, I guess to kind of give
It was
you
a
all
different
kind
time.
of like what the deal is with the lore here. So Raziel used to be like one of the vampire brothers as well, but he grew wings and Kain thought that was cringe. So he ripped his wings off and threw him into the hell dimension where the gamers go. And
Right.
Raziel is obviously very upset.
Welcome
So-
to PAX East and the Hell Dimension.
Yeah.
All right,
Good.
Gibby, you take this fight. This bit sucks.
Yeah, so you got to be careful there because if you let go, I'm letting go of the camera here so I can like start turning a bit earlier, but I'm letting it go a little bit too early. And okay, so I'm gonna. I took that a little too slow, unfortunately, but because he didn't knock me off, who cares?
Yeah.
And there we go. That's the fight. That was a little slow, but that's okay. It happens. Yeah. So you don't have to clap. That fight wasn't very good.
No, you're my goat. I have to clap.
I appreciate it though.
You're welcome.
All right, so we're going to do another save and quit again after this just because it takes forever. Actually, the only boss that we don't do a save and quit for, I think, not including Kain 1, is Zephon, actually, because there's a warp gate right outside this boss arena.
See, do you not see it, chat? The whole like edible glitter thing. Like, does that not like? Okay. I'm not hearing a single word in the audience either. No one is getting this joke, dude. This
I
sucks.
see no people nodding.
There's not enough movement.
Yeah, so now we get the ability to swim, which if we ever fall in water again for some reason will be nice, but otherwise not really that big of a deal.
You even have like the water pool to throw it into. Like, come on, this is perfect. I'll let it go.
All right, so we're actually not going to take a warp gate here because the path to Zephon is split off from like kind of where we started the game when we were going on our way to that cube that we broke the game with. We go to the left instead, and we needed a bunch of things up until this point. We need the Soul Reaver to gain access to it. We also needed Melchiah's upgrade to phase through some walls, and then Dumon just kind of showed up. But we just took him out anyways. But we're going to be doing some regular old movement through here. So we're just going to be jumping and a couple of double crouch jumps here to fill in. Again, you can't cast spells in the Spectral Realm. So I actually attempted to route in Spirit Airlines in this section because it would save about 30 seconds in movement here if you could just fly instead of the normal grounded movement. But there's just not really a feasible way to set it up, unfortunately. So Nice. Something I try to do as well with just general movement is avoid ledge grabs whenever possible. It's about like I want to say 3/4 of a second per ledge grab. So anytime you can skip one, it's a pretty nice bonus. So I'm doing some specific crouch jump spacings in order to avoid that. And so this is kind of where we were earlier. Normally you'd head off to the right to, you know, continue. But we're going to go this way to head towards Zephon. I need more height here.
I love small movement optimizations like that because, like, I feel like in the brain of me and you, that's like very natural to think about is like, oh, the 1 second we save from a ledge grab.
Yeah.
But like, I've encountered, in my experience at least, when I started speedrunning, like small stuff like that went over my head so easy until I started getting the muscle memory for it. It is a big part of why I like platformer speedruns so much.
Yeah.
It's so good.
All right, so that's the big wall that we needed to face through. There might be like one more, but actually no, there's not one more. But we get to do some. This is probably the hardest movement section in the game because it's all flight all the time, and it's some really tricky corridors to get through. It really rewards like having a good understanding of how to set up a slow flight versus a fast flight in terms of vertical. So that segment right there, not too bad. This next cave segment into needing a lot of vertical height at the end is pretty tricky. So I'm just going to probably just let it speak for itself a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like it's also really tough with wing smashing, like increasing your speed like that, because you got to control your vert so, like, accurately. But then you start spiraling out of control.
And then if you hit a wall, certain wall collisions, it can also just cancel your flight. It doesn't necessarily cancel your super speed if you react, but... And then, okay, we got a good vertical here. So there's normally a puzzle. There's a bunch of puzzles in this area where you're supposed to create air currents to get and fly up to the next area. But guess what? We don't need air currents when I can break my animation speed and make it negative. So
aerodynamics, no.
Okay, that should be enough height. So that lets us get up to here, skipping a really long and annoying puzzle with some, like, ringing some bells. That's, like, really slow. So we're just going to go ahead and kill those NPCs. Well, they're not NPCs. They do want to hurt us. They're just not very good at their job because we're like a demigod.
Yeah, that does help, being a demigod. Like this camera...
Oh, I clipped out of bounds. Oh, that was weird. Or maybe it looks like that. I don't know.
It just does that. It's... Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver only does that when it's really stressed.
And also, like, okay, I got, like, the really funny version of that cutscene just because you, like, come in from up top, so he just kind of falls and, like, struts his way into the cutscene. This is probably the hardest flight that I have to do in the run coming up. I need to get up that tube, and it's very, very narrow of an opening. I also need to avoid these enemies. Yeah. Slow flight, but I got in there. So you want to try to get a fast flight there because it lets you just go a little faster, but I need to reset my flight.
What is this hallway texture?
Cobwebs. Spider webs.
I was gonna say, we're in the, like, spider's nest. I'm scared.
And because I don't have Soul Reaver with me, I'm actually probably going to go ahead and dematerialize so I can get some HP back and refill.
This is a cool enemy design.
Yeah.
I rock with this heavy.
Yeah.
It is terrifying.
He's got his little claws where he's like that. And the funny thing as well here too is because we went in with super speed, you can just see Raziel going like doo, 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 doo. Sometimes, like, when I'm watching a cutscene, I'll just get bored and I'll just, like, find myself just doing this. But the way this fight works is that he's got these claws hanging from the ceiling that we need to destroy in order for him to generate eggs. We light those eggs on fire and then throw the fiery eggs back at him to deal damage.
The most boss fight sentence of all time.
Yeah, it's the most Zelda boss fight thing you can think of for a game like this. But it takes 2 hits with the normal projectile and 1 hit with the Soul Reaver projectile. So for comfort's sake, I'm just going to swap back to the Spectral Realm for a sec. It doesn't lose that much time.
This boss shows up in a Zelda game and they make creepy bosses about it. Don't, no, I saw you move and I was like, damn it.
He's gonna do the dance again. Instinct.
White people pull up to the function and hit the...
Yeah, we're talking over a lot of it as well, but this game has really great like dialogue, writing, and like the voice acting in this game is so good.
Yeah, as someone who doesn't know anything about Legacy of Kain at all, I know this series is really popular.
Yeah.
So like, it doesn't surprise me that the cutscenes are as good as they are, especially for like a 1999 game.
Yeah.
Where cutscenes were huge. It was good.
Oh, he's gonna try to hit me. Don't do it. Can you give me the spell, please?
Dude, this is straight up Dante.
Give me the goods. Thank you for your juices. There we go.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, you see how I already like. Yeah, they're all the
Easy.
claws are just gone already. Yoink.
See, I just need. Now I'm just thinking about Billy Hatcher, the way that Kain picked up that egg.
Yeah.
Or yes, Raziel. No, I did the thing again. Damn it. Feel free to boo me if you want.
Chat, laugh at this easier.
No, chat. I've been betrayed.
All right, and now we got our final hit here.
Look, as long as chat hit a bunch of LOL full caps in the chat when we were joking earlier, I'm happy. I will watch the VOD. So I'll find out.
Yeah, don't make too much fun of Claus. It will cry. But
You can't make me cry. Chat can. And it will be sad cries. Donate to SGDQ to make me feel
SGDQ
better.
is just around the corner,
Oh my
y'all.
god, it's so soon.
This game actually got in on backup, so cross your fingers. It might actually make the main schedule. That would be really dope.
That would be dope.
But yeah, I've had so much fun running this game, and just like the movement is like, even if you don't run it yourself, it's so fun to mess around with the movement. And oh, I didn't even mention this. So the big reason I play on OG, the flight glitch does not work on the remaster, unfortunately.
Really?
I think it's a consequence of them just making some small adjustments to the way movement works, just because they were porting a
modern game engine stuff.
Yeah,
it's hard.
Well, the remaster is actually on the original engine.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah,
wow,
it's just
that's
updated
wild.
with graphics, and they changed some
okay.
things too. So
that's
yeah,
cool.
it was made by the same people who did like the Tomb Raider reboots.
Oh,
so they're
okay.
really they took.
They know their stuff.
They know their stuff. Oh yeah,
for sure.
All right, so like I said, we're not going to actually save and quit this time. I am going to go ahead and breakout glitch through here though. And then we're going to grab this warp gate, and we are going to head back to the Abyss warp so we can make our way to the final section of the game, because we have taken care of all four of the, well, they're not optional casually, but for me, they're optional bosses.
For speedrunners, yeah.
And this is the most annoying Abyss warp in the game, because this is the only one in this run where you have to go left instead of right. And it messed me up so much when I was learning this route.
It's so real. This is a great question to ask 51 minutes into the run.
What's up?
And we talked about it some earlier. The lore of this game is so weird.
It's so
to
weird,
me.
but it's so rich too. Like there's so much lore to this game. It's actually ridiculous.
This game this series has like a comic series, right?
Yeah, it does.
That's ridiculous. That's just wild.
All right, so right there, I actually stopped my flight as kind of a reaction there, because I'm actually gonna see if I can get some more speed. Yeah. So one of the nice things about the higher flight speed, I should have just continued going up, but okay. So this is normally a puzzle that you need constrict for, but no need when you can fly over the wall. Yeah, a lot of the levels are just kind of shaped like buckets, and if you can get out over the top of the bucket, you're good. Okay, this is the part where I really need to safety save for, and I will ask for a little bit of quiet time. This time stop setup can crash my game. Oh, I didn't mean to do it like that. Okay, well, we're gonna take the walk of shame. I made a practice save. I made a safety save, so we're good, I guess.
If only I could stop you.
Yeah, that's a really funny oopsie. But we get to do some more flight movement. I'm stalling for time, you know?
Right. Speaking of time, when did you pick this game up?
I want to say November is when I started speedrunning this game, which was really convenient because the remaster came out in December that same year. So please do go check out the remaster, by the way. It's incredibly faithful. Like, literally, it's built on this game.
It has, like, the retro graphics, too, as an option, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can switch, like, between the two at will. Like, it's crazy.
So if you like the look of this game, which I am a huge fan of this, like, aesthetic, I love low poly stuff like this, like the remaster is a really great way to experience it.
Yeah, and you get Soul Reaver 1 and 2. Like,
Yeah,
that's the other
it's-
crazy.
it's a duo
you get
combo.
both.
Which is ridiculous. Also, you started running this in November. It's like 6-7 months later now. And what's your PB again? Isn't it?
It's a high 59. So
That's what I thought. You set the first ever like sub hour in this category.
I did, yeah.
In like 6 months, which I think is a testament to how skilled you are as a speedrunner.
Well, thank you.
It is kind of ridiculous. Jaxler is one of those people. Me and Jaxler have actually talked about this. We have a list of people that when they pick up a speed game, we suddenly get very scared of what they're going to do that speed game, and Jaxler is on this list. It's really funny. But yeah, it's really ridiculous, especially with a game as hard as this, because like movement in games like this, like as someone who's played games with ridiculously busted and glitchy movement fundamentals, like it's ridiculous.
all right, I'm gonna go for the time stop now.
Good luck.
Got it. Okay, so we passed the crash. That's good. So we're gonna see something really cool here called telestabbing. So similar to that block push thing we did earlier, if I close and reopen the menu, that forces the game into remembering the last enemy I was next to. So if I try to do the jab, like stab attack to try to like finish off an enemy, it will warp me somewhere else.
Just teleporting now.
And
okay.
so this one I'm gonna do with a pause buffer. Wow, I actually got that first try. Okay, so, okay, I got the weird camera thing though, so I'm gonna... I can't believe I say that. So my
That's
camera got flipped around.
wild.
Yeah, so that pause input is frame perfect. It actually displaces where that, thank you. It actually displaces where that
There we
telestab
go.
normally puts you, yeah. Yeah, if anything looks crazy, just like feel free to clap, because
Yeah,
this
yeah.
game is just messed up.
And carry that advice with you through the rest of the day while
Yeah.
you're watching. Applause is always appreciated. As someone who's done a run like on stage, hearing applause is the best feeling ever. It's
Yeah.
an instant dopamine hit.
So we're gonna do a bunch of these telestabs here to basically skip past these doors so that we don't have to do any of the puzzles. We're gonna do a double one here, and I'm making sure that I'm jumping before initiating all these, because if I don't jump, I just start falling. And that's really bad. Oh, and I jumped past the guy I wanted to say hello to, so we're gonna say hello. And this is going to sort of change where our telestab would take us to. So in this case, it's going to take us over here to this corner, which is going to allow us to skip the platforming in this room, and with a pretty tricky... So I can't do any, like, tech involving the breakout glitch because just the glyph select menu is broken right now, so I had to do a really finicky little jump right there. Say hello to this guy. He's a little more shy. And then we have one more telestab here, and you're also going to remember as well that I set up fly stop again before I started this entire movement chain. And that was really important because once we get down to here, so we're gonna drop down here, there's a door that it normally is locked until you do another puzzle, and we just bypassed it just like that.
Nice.
So we essentially just skipped all of the puzzles in like the Ganon's Tower, lack of better term for this game. Am I losing height? I am losing height, so that's a... I want a fast... like a fast vertical here so I can wing smash a couple times. Motion
Dude,
sickness
that
warning,
straight
by
up
the way.
looked like a Windows screensaver. That was awesome.
Yeah, this is probably some of the most like tricky movement in the game because there's all these pillars that you can get stuck on.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna just kind of lock in here for a sec, just because this is really tricky. But yeah, like I said, a little bit of a motion sickness warning, so my apologies, but I think it's worth it.
This just looks...
Okay, I lost super speed,
Unbelievable.
unfortunately, but that's fine. So a big reason why having time stop there is so important is that there is a cutscene next to every one of those Windows screensavers, for lack of a better term. All right, we got to the final boss. Okay.
Thank God.
If you mess
my
up
God.
any of that, by the way, you have to start the whole sequence over.
Oh, really?
Yes. Well, not necessarily. The backups are just awful, so you
Yeah,
might
right.
as well.
Of course. Can I ask a dumb question?
Yeah, go for it.
Throughout this run, you haven't used many telestabs. What's the reason behind that? You used like 4 in that sequence alone.
Yeah.
And 1 in
So
the rest
the
of the
big
run.
reason is it's a lot easier and faster to go up and over like a wall that doesn't exist than it is to phase through it with a telestab, right?
So this just has a bunch of walls that you can't really...
Yeah, this segment is like fully encased.
Okay.
Right, so that's why we need like telestabs and stuff. There's a couple of other spots in like 100% where they're really helpful. There is a pretty infamous heart piece upgrade in the Silence Cathedral, where you have to push a bunch of blocks and it's in its like glass cage. And so we actually use a telestab there to teleport into the cage.
Okay.
Which is really nice because it's surrounded by walls on all sides. And there's a couple of other, like, so for example, but actually before Fly Stop got discovered, instead of doing like flight in order to get to the telekinesis upgrade, we actually did a telestab in order to get in there.
See, this is all cool and good to know.
Exactly.
I was curious.
Yeah.
Like, telestabbing seems like it'd be really strong. But,
it is, but
flight is stronger.
Flight is stronger.
The tier list is S and then A, unfortunately.
Exactly. Yeah, and now we're in the final boss cutscene, aka the Soul Reaver 2 intro cutscene. And this fight, similar to the first Kain encounter, is really easy. Well, not really easy. It's harder because the platform is a little more annoying. But now we're kind of coming to terms with everything that Raziel up until this point has been kind of on a journey of like trying to figure out what happened to him. What's my deal? Why am I like this? And so this is kind of like him confronting Kain, telling him he's like a jerk for all the stuff he has put him through, like because he literally threw him into hell.
Yeah.
And then has been manipulating him the entire time too, because time travel, seeing into the future, all that jazz. And so now they have to fight because this is anime. And
of course.
Yeah, you know how it goes.
1999. Everything ends in a bloodbath.
Oh yeah.
Just good storytelling.
It's just peak storytelling.
I know.
How could you? Yeah. This is also just one of the best V8 cutscenes as well. If I was able to help myself from yapping, I would shut up for a little bit. But
That's okay.
yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say make a stupid joke, typing in Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver full movie into YouTube after this run to watch a look.
It would just be the run, or like a glitchless run. But yeah, so this fight is going to go similar to Kain 1, where I need to stay still in specific spots to force him to spawn in a predetermined part of the map. And that way I can just run up to him and smack him over the head with the Soul Reaver. And I do that 3 times, and then time will be on final hit. So we got a little bit of time left here, so I just want to go ahead and get my shoutouts done now. I want to give a shout out to, first of all, Gibby and Shovel Claus for commentating for me today.
Thank you.
Always a blast. I also just want
so
to,
much.
I want to shout out the Soul Reaver speedrunning community. I want to shout out Victus, Dromboncino, Demented Salad. I'm gonna miss some names here, but like anyone who's ever touched this game from a speedrunning standpoint, OG or remaster, thank you so much for all the work you've put into this game. I also just want to shout out the broad Legacy of Kain community. There's like a huge Discord that where all the speedrunners are in that is also just like a giant community hub for like the series, and there are so many awesome people in there, like artists, cosplayers, just lore discussers, if you will.
Yeah.
And that's a really cool server, so feel free to take a look at that server. It shouldn't be too hard to find. If you can't find it, just DM me. But there's our first hit right there. We've got 2 more hits, so yep, we just walk up to him and just smack him in the face. There's going to be these like sort of purple bits of geometry that I can use to skip a couple of ledge grabs here and there. The third hit is really the only one that can be kind of dicey. Boom. And then time is coming up soon. Time will be on final hit, so.
Also, I just want to say we're at 1 hour and 2 minutes right now. This is a
this is gonna be like a low 102. That's really good.
That is that's
for having to
for
make
marathon.
for having to make the trip back to
Ganon's Tower.
All right, get ready on time. Time.
Very well done, Jackson.
All right. That's a 102.06 with.
Yeah.
That would have been like a 1 flat, maybe sub-hour without that mistake. That's actually crazy to think about. That was really, really great.
Yeah, no, that was amazing. That was such a good run.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, shout outs to the Soul Reaver community. If you want to see more speedruns of this game or other weird games that are a bit more off the beaten path, that's kind of my specialty. You can find me at twitch.tv/Jaxler1. I either stream speedruns or me looking at weird games that don't have leaderboard pages yet that might be cool speedruns in the future. So yeah, feel free to go check me out there. I also want to shout out the crowd for showing up at 10:30. Thank you all so much.
It has been packed.
Means so much to me. Thank you so much. And also shout outs to you, Claus. Where can people find you?
You can find me as Shovel Claus everywhere. I don't know. Jaxler is a really good friend of mine. and definitely deserves more eyes on whatever he gets up to, because every run he does, like, I'm always low-key thinking, Jaxler, I want to pick up this game. Like, with no matter the game. So if you really enjoy, like, platformer speedruns like I do, Jaxler's your man.
Yeah.
So definitely big shout-out, and thank you for having me on your
Of course,
This was a blast.
I guess one thing I'll say as well to end this off, if you're interested in like where to start with speedrunning any of these games, the remastered runs for both 1 and 2 are really, really short runs. So Remaster 1 is like, I think under 10 minutes, and Remaster 2 is under 14. Both are pretty easy to pick up, and they have really great tutorials on YouTube. So you can go to speedrun.com/LOK, I think. And that should take you to like the series leaderboard page. So feel free to go there and sort of pick whichever game looks most interesting to you.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, anyone can speedrun. Go do it.
Go do it. It's so fun.
If I
It's
can
the
learn how to
best.
do this, you can learn how to do it too.
Yeah.
And always feel free to reach out to me if you need any help. But that'll be it for me. Siren is coming up next. That's a really cool run. I'll actually be on couch for that.
A great runner too.
Yeah. So make sure you all stick around
It'll
for
be a
that.
blast.
But yeah, have a good day, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Have a nice PAX East. Bye.
Hi, everybody. My name is Casual Speedrun, and I'm here to bring you Siren Any %. Now, if you haven't seen Siren before, that's okay. We'll be explaining everything as we go. Time's gonna start on new game. Let me make sure all our settings are good. Okay. All right. Time starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, so first things first, Siren. Siren was created by Keiichiro Toyama, who was the original creator of Silent Hill. In his own words, Siren was what he wished to create with Silent Hill, but was not capable of doing so, both for marketability purposes, right? Silent Hill is more marketable for the international audience, and also the capabilities of the PlayStation just could not handle a game like Siren. That was more PlayStation 2 territory. I actually feel like the game is kind of advanced for PlayStation 2, at least in terms of just like the face quality and like the cinematics I really like. Sometimes you get like Minecraft textures in other areas, but that's okay. Okay, so you'll see we actually have to press the triangle menu, the triangle button rather, to open up an action menu that enables us to do things like unlock the car door, start the engine, stuff like that. Opening doors, you don't have to do that, but unlocking or locking a door, you would have to. And that's the first level. Just the tutorial teaching you how to run, how to evade enemies, how to use the triangle interaction menu, stuff like that. We do not wish to save our game. Okay, now moving into the proper tutorial where we will be taught how to do the probably the most unique feature of Siren, which is called sight jacking, okay? Which means that you're able to see through the eyes of friendly NPCs, enemies in the level, and you get all kinds of advantages from doing so. In the speedrun, we're barely gonna use that at all. This is Hisako. She's teaching us how to play the game. We've already played the game, so we're just going to kind of actually use the sight jack, but what we're doing that for in the speedrun is to cut off some text that would otherwise appear at the bottom of the screen, which would pause everything. That pauses her from moving, you from moving, the rain stops falling, everything. So we really, really want to avoid that text from coming up on screen. And if you're in the sight jack, you actually cannot have text appear on screen at all. We're gonna do it one more time right here. There. Start running towards us. This is just aim text. It's like saying objective, follow Hisako and leave the area. Want to make sure we're right behind her when she turns around.
She looks terrifying in that shot.
I know.
That's why they're panting. They're so nervous.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do another sight check right here. Cancel the text, and we'll follow her. We've tried many, many things to skip this or to like, kind of push her along. Unfortunately, nothing has worked so far, so we are kind of like bound to just follow her through this. Okay, we're gonna get another text that we have to skip coming up right here that's gonna teach us how to like crouch and sneak around, basically. Again, we already know how to play the game, so we're good. There. But we will actually be crouching down. There is a gamer over here who would otherwise see us and ruin everything. We're keeping the flashlight on, which is not very stealthy. That's because we actually get a different dialogue line if we keep the flashlight on and it's just faster. We also play the game in Japanese. This level is faster because of Japanese, but pretty much nothing else is different. I also just prefer triangle to circle. Triangle to circle is a lot easier than triangle to X. Okay, flashlight off. Another side jack. There we go.
That crouch walk is like the most boring round of muscle march I've ever seen.
Muscle march. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so she's telling us that she needs a hand being pulled up here. So we're going to side jack one more time so we don't have to look at more text. Pull her up. And another one right here. Now. And this one's kind of interesting. If you try to walk out of the level early, it'll say, and leave Hisako behind, question mark. But if you just get in front of her, let her push you out and enter the side track, because it can't show you the text, the game's just like, all right, fair enough. And it hits the trigger and lets you through. Okay. This level, there's not really a whole lot to it. We do have a weapon for the first time, but we will not be using it. We actually get a firearm. We have a pistol. All player pistols, in any percent anyway, will have 6 rounds. We won't be using that, though. We're just going to turn our flashlight off. Okay. As soon as he sees us, we're going to give a second and then call our companion behind us, Yoriko. Take a shot to the face. It's all good. You will have basically a single pixel of health left if you take a shot from a rifle or a pistol. The pistol actually does a little bit more damage, but it's enough that we can just barely survive that and get through. If you get shot and then anything else happens, someone comes up and grabs you, or I don't know, a fly flies into you really aggressively or something like that, that'll be enough to do it.
Mosquito bite.
Yeah. So you want to be really careful. There's a lot of levels in the speedrun that basically require us to tank a shot. So from then on, you have to be really, really careful.
Do you have any difference in your movement when you're low health?
No, but sometimes what'll happen is it will coincide with low stamina, which is really bad because then you're more likely to just get hit again.
Right.
So there's nothing really to this level, it's just running simulator. So I'll explain the plot a little bit. This village, Hanyuda Village, is basically plunged into the depths of the underworld as a result of an ancient curse placed upon it when an alien god, stick with me here, when an alien god fell off of a comet, landed in the village, and the starving villagers, what are they to do but assume it's a piece of sushi fish and go to town eating it?
Oh.
Honestly, same.
Real. I'm allergic to that, but everyone else can have it. It's fine.
We can have a little sushi as a treat. Yeah, that's basically what's happening here. Hisako, the helpful lady who was teaching us how to play the game in the second level, she's actually just trying to manipulate all of the living characters, all the playable characters, into position in order to complete this ritual and summon the alien god and return him to his former glory in his full corporeal form. And in order to do that, they need the sacrifice of Miyako, who is right here behind us, okay? Miyako is a very unique companion in that she is actually, she's completely blind. She cannot see anything at all. She is using the sight jack mechanic at all times through your eyes. And so as a result, we have to be very careful with our movement, not to go too far away from her or too fast, because she will actually just, sometimes she'll announce it at least. She'll crouch down and say, turn around and look at me, or the equivalent in Japanese, right? Sometimes she won't say anything, and that's the worst possible one, because you'll think, oh, I'm nailing it. And then you turn around and Miyako is not even behind you.
She's 500 miles behind, yeah.
My favorite one actually is when you don't hear or see anything, but then the camera will switch to her being incapacitated by the enemies, and you lose.
You lose.
Over.
Yeah.
That's my favorite one. That's not going to happen today, though. We're going to be extra careful.
So is this the young girl character you were telling me about?
No, Miyako is the sacrifice. The one, okay, spoiler alert for those of you who have not played Siren, the one character who is able to leave the depths of the underworld and return to the real world is Harumi. Harumi, the little girl, okay? She is the only one who gets to make it back. Everyone else either perishes in the underworld or is trapped there forever. Kyoya, our hero here, will actually be trapped forever, although he will be immune from turning into a Shibito, which is the name of the enemies in the game, which are just basically living undead. They're not really like zombies. They get back up, actually, after you down them, 99 times out of 100. There are a few guys who won't because of special circumstances. But mostly, they will actually just get back up. Come on, Miyako. Okay, we're going to skip fighting the guy and the lady here. This would normally be the first combat of the run. But we were fast enough with Miyako, so we're able to just skip them completely. Hello, Miyako. Okay.
She just wants attention, yeah.
She does. She actually
she
needs
is
to be the center of attention.
She is the
sometimes.
sacrifice, so that's kind of her thing.
Fair enough, honestly. You know what? I'd probably be acting up too. Okay, she's actually running like a champ right now. This is awesome. Okay, now we have our first fight. Ooh, missed with the quick attack. That's okay. So you see there's a power attack and a quick attack. And the advantages of each are pretty obvious, right? She actually just stopped in place right there. Come on. There we go. Okay, and that's that. I'm not joking. That is legitimately one of like the hardest levels to perfect and to actually get really good at in the speedrun, even though it's really early on. And if you play it safe, it's not hard at all. There's no like hard skips or anything like that. It's mostly just, you know, you have to like keep her in mind and like listen to her very carefully at all times. Okay, now we're playing as Rifle Grandpa, named so for obvious reasons. We're gonna wait 4 seconds there just to take a deep breath and, you know, take in how far we've made it on this great journey of life. And also because there's a sniper watching the mouth of this tunnel, and if we started running right off the bat, he would actually just shoot us, and we don't want that. Also, we're gonna time it so that when we jump down, this guy is gonna yell instead of hitting us. Oh, just kidding. I must have been like a pixel off to the right or something like that, but anyway, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. We're going to get this guy to shoot at us. I'm gonna shoot the pursuer. Shout cancel. Okay. Take off running here. Hopefully I don't get shot again. Oh, unlucky. That's okay.
He's so dramatic.
I know. You saw the reporter earlier,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
The reporter lady.
She was really extra. Like, all right, tearing her down a little bit.
Hopefully we don't get to see that, but the face is pretty funny.
This isn't a high school play. That's fine.
It's worth noting as well, like, casual speedrun is making it look really easy. This runs really hard. Like, some of these manips and strats that you have to do are just really rough. And, like, you make one little mistake and you just explode.
Yeah. Siren, I would say, I run, like, I think I'm coming up on 50 games on speedrun.com. And Siren definitely is the hardest. If you're just talking about, like, standard difficulty, I'd say Siren has to be the hardest. Okay, there we go. Now he yelled. That's what he's supposed to do. Good boy. All right. We're going to get this guy to shoot at us real quick.
Good boy.
Good. There we go. I'll shoot this guy, but keep the other one alive. And the reason for that is that we will get a fast door open animation. Oh, seriously? That's unlucky. So I think what happened was I went down the tunnel a little bit too early. This guy hadn't looked away yet. Give this another try right here. 2. Okay. I'll hesitate a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, the casual way would just be way too slow, so we don't really have a choice. We'd have to like go down one of the other tunnels, fight another sniper. We'd have to go get a tool so that we can actually unlock and then push a cart to go kill this sniper down here. So we're not going to do all of that. That just takes way, way, way too long.
Yeah, the casual way, not the casual speedruns way. That's
exactly.
Those are two different things.
Okay. There we go. Okay, this guy might be weird. No, he's turned around. Okay, good.
Actually didn't hit you that time with the first, because usually you tank the shot there, right? So
usually no, actually.
Oh.
It's just that every once in a while you'll get hit by either one of them, but for them both to hit is pretty unlucky.
I see.
All right, we got the fast door open animation there because the guy is still chasing us. All right, and now we're through this level. Basically, the way this game works is if you get a weapon, like casually speaking, if you get a weapon in a game or in a level, especially if you get a firearm, you already know that level is going to be really rough because otherwise it would not give you a firearm if you didn't really, really need it. Most levels, you actually have no weapon at all. Okay, we're finally done with Rifle Grandpa. We will come back and play his level one more time later on, and I'll kind of explain how that works when we get to it. But yeah, some characters will actually get a Mission 2 requirement. So they will have to go back to the same place at the same time, same level, but it's Mission 2. So a completely different set of requirements. Sometimes there's even different circumstances on the level, like a new enemy will have appeared, stuff like that. Okay, here we're going to bait 4 shots. Every enemy rifle has 5 rounds in it. That's 1. So we're gonna bait 4. Oh, but casual, where's the 5th one gonna go? Okay, hear me out. We're gonna let him shoot us. And the reason we do that is because we don't want Tomoko here in the red jumpsuit to get shot, and so we're gonna, he may or may not hit us. It doesn't really matter whether he hits us or not. There we go. Head on up through here, kind of run directly towards, and then stutter step around him. That pretty much guarantees that Tomoko will actually follow you, whereas otherwise she'll kind of do an Ashley Graham thing where she'll like freak out and not want, you know, like she just does not want to progress if you don't do that stutter step there. Okay. Oh no, we got separated. Yeah, I'm not going back for her.
Good luck.
See ya. She's wearing a tracksuit at least. Like,
She can run.
yeah, hit that pavement. Okay. Continue to next loop. So all of these characters in this game, you'll see this this link navigator, okay, which is basically the layout of all the levels, all the characters, and all of the different times, okay? A lot of the different levels will be happening at the same time. And that'll come into play later on when we revisit the professor's level where we had the rifle or the pistol but did not use it. I'll point that out when we get there. So we're not going to do anything that we would normally do casually in this level. We're going to completely ignore that flashlight sitting on the ground. We're going to completely ignore the weapon in our car, ignore the car completely. We're not getting the gas can. We're going to just yell. That causes that lady to also take a couple steps and then yell. And that causes this lady, Lady Shovelington. Where is she? She took off. And we were a little too slow because we got body blocked, which is fine. But we had to yell there for her. That causes her to yell. And then this gamer, Senor Glockman, we're just going to shout push past him. And the way that works is when you open up the triangle menu and select shout, it actually increases your hitbox a little bit, just a tiny, tiny bit as you like raise your arm. We're gonna retry checkpoint here, checkpoint abuse. The game just assumes that you could not make it this far without your weapon and flashlight. Kind of fair assumption, TBH. We're gonna smack this guy real quick and just get on out of here.
Nice.
Yeah, that line can be some trouble right there.
I was giving you some trouble in
sniper.
practice as well.
Yeah. It's kind of rough because that guy, it's always a one-shot. Like, if he hits you once, you will always die instead of being able to tank the one. For some reason, his rifle just has extra powder or something.
Just built different.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He just gets the crit. Okay, so we're going to shout push again so I can kind of explain how that works. First, we're going to bait 5 shots. Risa here cannot get shot, which she's one of the only playable characters who cannot tank a shot. One more. Okay. Now we're going to wedge ourselves between the gamer here and the wall, and then you can kind of see her like raise her arm just a little bit, and he's like getting just very slightly pushed out of the way. That's how we do that. He's planted there so that you literally like normally would never be able to get by him. You have to do this thing where you find some kite twine, you tie it to a rack full of dishes, and then you tie the other end to the ventilator. You go find the circuit breaker and flip it on, and then like eventually the twine runs out and it pulls the dish rack and it breaks the dishes, and he goes, "Oh wow, what a noise!" And then he runs into the kitchen, and yeah, that just takes way too long.
Like a Rube Goldberg machine, yeah.
Yeah. Siren. All right. We are back here for mission 2. This is the first mission 2 of the game. Pretty simple. We're actually just looking for the veil that Hisako left behind, who was the lady who was very helpful teaching us how to sight jack earlier on, and we're at the end of the level. Really easy. We just step up on this can, and that's definitely required. It's a good luck generator. It's an RNG minute.
Emotional time save.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're coming back to that same area, but it's a later time, right? 2 hours later, we're going to be playing as that doctor's twin, Kain Makino, who we were all, or rather, the other way around. We're playing as the priest's twin, the doctor. Okay, and he's also got Risa with her, who we were playing as earlier. They are both from a set of twins, right? The doctor and Kain Makino, the priest, are twins, and Risa and Mina, who we don't actually get to encounter in any percent. She's one of them. She's one of the gamers. We don't get to encounter her, unfortunately, in any percent, but yeah, that's her twin, and she's one of them now. So we're going to hopefully get this guy to shoot the corner. There we go. Let him keep looking at us so that he doesn't look at Risa. If a sniper aims at one of your companions, they will freeze in place and like kind of freak out, which pretty much guarantees that they're going to get shot. And we don't want that, so we need to make sure that the sniper is still looking at us. I'm going to let this cutscene play just so you guys can see. This is a lot of how this game works. She's going to go in there. I can't fit in there myself. I've had too many chili dogs in anticipation of SGDQ's starter, Sonic 2. So we're gonna just let her sneak in there and grab that thing, unlock that door, and that basically opens up the end game for us. I'm gonna come down here so this guy gets a nice, good look at me, so that he'll aim at me and not at Risa. There we go. She might still freak out in place. No, okay, yeah, she did. That's fine. But she does that same thing, that kind of animation, if she just gets aimed at. So we really, really want to avoid letting the sniper even look at her. And we're through.
So that was the doctor's twin?
That
The priest's twin.
The priest's twin.
The priest's twin, who is the doctor, yes. And the doctor is actually jealous of the priest. That's a whole other thing with the lore.
This is just like my soaps.
Yeah. It really does read like a soap opera if you're just like reading a synopsis. It's crazy.
I should have more like inherent talent to understand the plot in that sense, but apparently not.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up if you don't understand the plot of Siren. You can 100% this game and half the plot might still like just be completely lost.
I beat this
I'm not
game.
kidding.
I have no idea what happened, but
Yeah. No, seriously though, I mean like you totally can, because a lot of it is like you really have to read between the lines to understand. You have to read all of like the 100 archive items. Okay, the sniper actually saw me here, so I'm gonna wait a second. I went a little bit too early. I'm just gonna shoot him for safety, actually, so that we don't have any problems. There we go. If you've never played this game, the rifle mechanics are not exactly the easiest thing. I mean, I love this game. I will die on the Siren Hill, but I'll give the haters that one. The rifle controls are absolutely just completely jank, and I have no idea why they did it that way.
wrong game, but all right, bud. I'll give it to you.
Oh yeah, it's Silent Hill. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. He's facing the side. Now we're gonna let him aim and shoot at us again. There he goes. Okay, sight check here just for timing. Now you'll kind of see that red cross shift off to the right. There it goes. That's him looking at the wall. Yeah, the way the rifle controls work is that it's like centered in position X, let's say. You have to drag the analog stick away from it, but unlike most shooter games, it doesn't just stay there. It like snaps back to the position where you initially aimed. So it's really hard, actually.
That's weird,
If you're not centered on the enemy already, it's really hard to hit anything, especially in real time under pressure, especially in a speedrun where we're not exactly in like ideal position. Okay, that guy swung at us and missed. That's fine. I'm just gonna go off to the right here to be safe. Usually you can actually run straight down this corridor here. I bonked. Usually you can just run straight down that and it's fine, but just gonna go be a little extra safe here.
I love how you can bonk by like just barely touching a wall at walking speed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Tony, you can bonk on like if you run down here like in the 100% run, you run down into that little area down there. Oh, nice bonk. But you can actually bonk on thin air on that staircase, and there's another one. I'll try to get the other one too. I'll try to get it in Curiosity Day 201. I'll try to get that bonk because it's really funny. You literally just bonk on nothing. It's thin air.
You ran into like some undead fart or something and just were taken aback.
So you may have noticed I stopped in place earlier to cough, or well, he coughed, right? And the reason for that is stamina management, okay? Every character has their own like animation and or sound that they make when they're regenning the stamina. They also have their own limits of stamina. Not all are created equal, right? Some have more stamina than others, like Kyoya, the character we played at the beginning. He has, I think, the most stamina, or he's like way up there at least. And then you've got like Rifle Grandpa doesn't have as much stamina. The little girl Harumi has like really not a lot.
I'm a lot like Rifle Grandpa. I don't have much.
Same. Okay, so now because we unlocked this gate, we're coming through here as Naoko, introducing Naoko the reporter. Now this guy, because he grabbed, we're going to have to stop for stamina in a different spot. They're both marked with 3s on this tunnel, the 2 spots where we would stop. So because he did grab us, we can go a little bit longer. If he didn't, we would stop right here. But because he did grab us, we're gonna stop for stamina right here and swing at the ground like that. Okay, I'm gonna go left side around this guy because I had a problem going right earlier. So we wait until that guy yells, and then we could just go right past him. Normally, if that guy was like right up in our faces or hadn't yelled and looked away, we would not be able to. Oh, thanks. We would not be able to open up that bag because it would literally just say there's no time for that right now, or the equivalent in Japanese, but that's what it says in English is there's no time for that right now. which is obviously a problem because then we would need to like run back out of here, you know, do a backup, and then be able to come back down the tunnel. Okay, now we're gonna activate the Siren. Oh, he said it, that's the name of the game. But seriously, we're gonna activate the Siren because in the tunnel up there where Rifle Grandpa started his level, okay, we wanna get grabbed here so as to not let this guy yell and alert the sniper coming out of that tunnel. But yes, there's a sniper coming out of here. We already missed him. That's good. That's exactly what you want. That's why we want that guy down there to grab us. Because otherwise, even if he takes a swing, Sir Shovelington, MD, back there, if he actually doesn't swing or doesn't yell, or even if he swings, he might still, or doesn't grab, he might still yell, and the yell alerts the sniper who will like stop in place instantly, which means you've got to either wait for him to go away or just retry the level. Okay, and now we're done with that loop. So all these characters are kind of interconnected through a series of butterfly effects, right? Some of them are a little more obvious than others, like I showed off earlier how Risa went into that building and literally like moved that object. The object itself is important, but so is being able to get into that house. That unlocks the end game for us. It unlocked the ability to unlock the final level is basically what's happening. Okay, so we've got Yoriko again, best girl. She's best girl because when she's being aimed at by a sniper, she often will just actually keep running instead of like freak out and stand in place. She's the only one. Okay, we got the magic bullet on this guy, which is good. We sight jack the brain Chipito. So you'll notice that these guys are not normal. There's actually a flying guy right up there who just saw me. These guys are not normal. They have transformed, okay? This is the first night, and on the first night, most of these creatures begin to transform. Okay, we have exactly the right amount of ammo to finish this level because we got the magic bullet from the guy at the very beginning. I'm gonna throw 3. That's all we got, and hopefully, there she goes. Okay. Yoriko, best girl, is going into the cave. She's gonna pick up an item that also unlocks the end game. That's literally like half of what this run is just proactively doing all that stuff ahead of time instead of, you know, coming back and doing it later, which is usually how a casual playthrough would go. I'm gonna wait here just so we can get the cutscene, because otherwise if you shoot this lady once and then get the cutscene, she'll actually like turn on the super blaster rocket jets and you might actually miss your shot because she's too fast. We had 1 extra because we got the magic bullet. In any percent, you have that extra. In true and in 100%, you actually need a bullet to unlock that this shrine right here to shoot the lock off. So it's okay if we don't get the magic bullet, if we just get a 2-shot kill on the first guy in any percent, but in the other categories, you actually have to get the magic bullet. Or otherwise, you're gonna have to go down into the police car, grab the extra ammo. It's a whole thing. Okay, the professor there, Tamon Takeuchi, is kind of acutely aware of what's going on, whereas everyone is just kind of trying to survive. He's actually like, he's a folklorist, right? Every good Japanese horror game needs a folklorist, and he's the folklorist. And so he's kind of acutely aware of what's happening in this village. He actually grew up here, is the lore of the game. And he was, if I'm not mistaken, he was actually the Harumi of the last iteration of the ritual in this village. Okay, so we kind of walk into that branch a little bit weird and push our camera up so that we can aim at that guy and shoot him. That sniper up there, that's to pay him back for, you know, shooting us at the beginning of this level and at the beginning of the run earlier on. But also because we need to shoot him in order to climb up here. And we're climbing up here because if you get up here within, I think it's like 3 minutes or something like that, you get this cutscene here where you can hear the in-school announcement from the distance and see the lights of the school off in the distance, and that unlocks the level in the school. Which is also happening concurrently with that level and Kyoya's second level, the tutorial level where we learned how to sight jack. Okay, if you're actually slow enough on that level, you'll also hear the in-school announcement. Okay, we're now playing as the teacher, Reiko Takato. Come on, say hi, Harumi. There she goes, she sniffled. Okay. We're gonna just leave her there because in any percent, we don't need to take her with us. We can just leave. In true and in 100%, we actually need to bring her, like sneak her into this classroom. That's a really, really difficult strat. But for any percent, we're all good to just run straight through. Okay, Senor Glockman hit us, so we're gonna pause here, do a 180. She has the fastest 180 in the game, actually. Just an interesting note. Because he hit us, we're gonna checkpoint abuse here.
It's so funny how all the characters have like different frame data, like by a lot.
Yeah. And they got different nicknames. Every enemy who can kill your run gets a nickname.
I mean, you have to have something to assign blame to.
True. I can't just say Gun Shibito B.
Yeah.
Signor Glockman. It's Signor with the G spelling in honor of our Italian runners in the community. Okay, we're in the gymnasium now, so Signor Glockman did not follow us in. We actually want him to shoot us in the head back there.
Okay.
Because if he does that, he'll take another shot as he did, and he almost always won't follow you in. So most likely he's not in here. Signor Glockman, is that you? No, okay. Kick the basketball for good luck because we've got a major RNG event coming up, 1 of 2 in the run, okay? Harumi, the little girl, she teleported to us when we went into the teacher's lounge back there and did the checkpoint abuse. But she is going to teleport again. She already has. She's either in the toilet or in the library. Now is the time where everybody calls out, are you on team toilet or are you on team library?
I mean, there's only one team, it's toilet.
Yeah, you have to be toilet team. Like,
Toilet team?
it's too good of a meme.
Let's go toilet.
Maybe she'll, hey.
Okay, we're gonna fight the hall monitor here. I think, yeah. Oh no, she is in there. Okay, good. I'm glad that I checked again. So we can see the green cross in there. Let's go toilet. She's in here.
Yeah.
Oh, but she's stair champing into the wall. She's in timeout. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna run back over here.
I thought this was Siren, not the Blair Witch Project. Like,
Okay, there we go.
She looks like she's like very much trying to understand what toilet paper is. She's like staring at it intently.
Maybe she's new to Japan. She's trying to figure out the squatty potty.
Now that's what that room's called, is the squatty potty. I hope you know that.
All right, Senor Glockman is away in the classroom, so we're free to just leave the level. That's the best RNG outcome. There are actually 3. It's not just toilet and library. It's more like who is in the toilet. The best outcome is Harumi. The second best outcome is the hall monitor. The Shibito is in the toilet. And you'll actually see this on Speedrun.com. It'll literally say toilet 1, toilet 2. That's right. We're going to come back later and get another toilet RNG roll.
Yes.
The worst outcome is nobody's in the toilet, which means you have to run upstairs to get Harumi, and you have to fight the hall monitor because he's not in the toilet. So that's the worst thing. I'm gonna stutter step real quick right here so that this guy doesn't shout early enough that this guy would be affected by it. This guy may or may not shoot us. Okay, good. The sniper's gonna see us right now, which enables us to get a fast door open animation. The only way that we would be able to defeat this guy. If you get the slow door open animation, you can never make it here in time. You also have to run kind of a weird line to get to him. If you run straight towards him, he's just gonna draw and fire instantly. He's like super quick draw McGraw for some reason. He just aims and fires faster than almost all of the other enemies in the game. There's a sniper in that same area in the end game levels who also quick fires for some reason, but they're unrelated. That guy, fun fact, that the police officer there is actually the one who was chasing you at the very beginning of the game. If you investigate the lore and you read all the archive items, you actually discover that he won a sake drinking contest. And that, yeah, enough said. Okay, we're gonna just be real quiet here. And then we're gonna stomp as loud as we can. Okay, and the reason that we do that is because that gamer in the hallway back there will have heard us but not seen us, and that's really good because, watch, when we come out of here, he'll still be looking around for us, but his vision's not very good. There he goes, he's trying his best. Now when we go back downstairs, he will kind of have snapped out of him and been like, oh, must have been the wind, and he'll continue his patrol, whereas if we hadn't affected him, if we had just let him be and not stomped, he'd be right in our faces when we came back downstairs, and that's just no good. So it's just faster. Oh, I didn't get the bonk on the stairwell. That stairwell right back there is the one where you can literally, if you run just ever so specifically, you can actually bonk on thin air for some reason.
Yeah.
Not sure what's up with that actually. Yeah, because there's no texture there. I think it's like it's meaning the thing that's on top, which is like the floor of the second floor. I'm not sure how we could possibly bonk on that, but
Maybe just like a weird collision thing.
Siren. Anyway, this guy says surprise and breaks a hole in the floor, and that's how we're gonna escape. Me and Miyako. Okay.
Now Biako's the one who's blind.
That's right.
Does she just use other people's eyes as like a mirror to be like, oh, do I look pretty today?
Oh, yeah.
Hang on, turn around real quick. Look at me.
All right, this is Madame Tabori, and we are coming up on the only split that matters in the speedrun. That's what we always joke about, besides the toilet RNG, because you can just lose like 40 seconds on both of those. This is the hardest thing in the game, probably, because it's not even 100% up to you. It's basically up to her and her mood. Let's see if she's in a good mood. I got triple first try earlier. Okay, what we're doing here is actually trying to abuse the last known position mechanic in the game to convince her that we are inside of that hut so that she's way off. We're gonna set it up again. We're basically trying to convince her that we're inside of that building so that she breaks the door open, okay? She can do that. Enemies all can if it's just a generic locked door, like the door is locked from the inside, right? Something like that. If it's locked with a key, you can't do this. But we are going to set it up again. Get out of her line of sight. Come on, open it up. That was a pretty good one. Oh, come on. All right. She's moody.
She's upset with you.
That's okay. This literally saves 20 minutes, so we kind of have to do it. It skips several levels, so its sequence breaks the game is what's happening here. Normally we would have to complete mission 1 before completing mission 2. That tracks, right?
Yeah.
But we're actually just going to say no you and do mission 2 first, and not do mission 1 at all. There we go.
I don't know, man. It doesn't seem worth it to me.
So she's currently breaking the lock open for us. We're gonna push her out of the way and and there we go. It just says mission, but watch this. It sends us to a level that doesn't exist yet. It actually breaks the game so bad that we can never go back to that level we just finished ever again.
So I'm assuming in like a true ending or Honda Run, you can't actually.
Surprisingly, in True End, actually, Shinkaiuchu just found, not just, but a while ago, actually did find a way to incorporate the Tabori skip, which is what we call it, into the True End route, because you don't need to finish all levels, you just need to defeat the final boss in order to get True Ending. Okay, now we've got the auto-scroller because we just skipped like several levels, so here we are. What do we think? I'm gonna check out the dad. The dad never gets any love here. Everything in this level kind of revolves around the mother here, Mayumi. She's the mother of Tomoko, the girl in the red jumpsuit. Oh no, Tomoko! Yeah, that's right. She didn't make it past the first night. Half the characters at the end of the first night are already gone. They don't make it through the night, leaving only a few left. By the end of the game, the only survivors at the very end are Kyoya, survives and is immune from becoming a Shibito, so basically lives forever is his fate. Yoriko survives and is also, because of a blood transfusion with him, the doctor rescues her from the brink of death and gives her some of his blood. She is also invulnerable from becoming one of the gamers. And then the professor, his fate is kind of ambiguous because he has not been transfused with the blood of Miyako, which is how Kyoya became incapable of becoming a Shibito. Miyako actually cuts her hand a little bit, cuts his hand while he's sleeping, and gives him some of her blood, and that's what makes it so that he is immune to becoming a Shibito. So Kyoya survives, lives forever. Yoriko survives, lives forever, both trapped in the underworld. Professor's fate is ambiguous, could receive some of the blood as well, and also become eternal, but is also trapped forever in the underworld. Harumi, the little girl who we're playing as right now, she's the only one who makes it out. She's the only one who makes it out. Should I go for the skip here? There's a thing we can do to save like 10 to 12 seconds. It's a little bit risky. I'll go for it.
That other girl needed some art lessons. She can't draw for crap.
Oh, she saw me. No.
So basically, like, the rest of the family is like transforming into the Shibito right now. Is what's happening? Or?
Kind of, yeah. The rest of Tomoka's family is Shibito, yeah. Oh, I didn't get it, but that's okay. We were able to get away, so it doesn't really matter. The effect is almost the same. We might have like lost 1 or 2 seconds just because of that, but normally what happens is the mom, Mayumi here, the whole thing revolves around her. We need her to open the kitchen, which only she can do, and there's a key in there. We need that key to go upstairs to unlock the door, and then we can escape. But wait, there's more. Then the teacher, oh no, she's one of the gamers too, and we have to run a line around her. But the reason that we attempted that skip was because what happens is as soon as Mayumi, the mother, sits down, she'll like start laughing and like, ah, so that's literally what she does. She just like points and laughs at the TV, even though it's just static. But we interrupt that by just shouting, going away from her, and then she'll look around for a few seconds and then be like, must have been the wind, and then she'll sit back down, but then instantly get up and turn off the TV, and Tomoko does the same thing and just goes upstairs. Instead of us having to wait for the entire cycle. But because they saw us, the effect ended up essentially being the same. We lost all the time that we would have saved, but it's no big deal because, yeah, we would have had to wait anyway.
So what turns you into a Shibito? Does it like getting infected by one of the other infected, or is it like a?
Is actually the red water. So all of the water, all the running water in this place has been replaced with this red water. That is a result of the curse. So what everybody else sees in the real world when they look at this geographical location is just a bunch of like ruin. What they see is like a massive landslide. And Harumi, she doesn't remember anything when she gets out. She doesn't remember the gamers or anything she experienced, right? So she, as far as she is concerned, she just experienced a landslide. Okay, we're gonna retry checkpoint, get a little checkpoint abuse going on here because Tomoko was definitely gonna do the dive bomb attack. It's actually kind of funny when it happens, but it does lose quite a bit of time. If Tomoko follows you out, which she didn't yell, so yeah, she was definitely gonna follow us out here. She can actually jump right on top of you right there and instant tag you out. Harumi, the little girl here, cannot take damage. If you are in position to be damaged, if you're within range of an enemy to hit you, they'll just tag you out. And you just die right away. Okay, Sniffle, regen stamina. Oh no, the teacher, she's one of the gamers. Instead of running around the entire house, we're just gonna do this, park ourselves right here. This is definitely a lot tighter than it looks because she's like an inch away from being able to tag me out right now. There we go. And we're good.
So literally a bunch of the characters we played as just don't survive because they made the mistake of drinking the water because they didn't know any better.
Yeah. Yoriko, the grad student, best girl, she does drink the water, and the professor comes and scolds her, but she is able to survive just because she has the blood transfusion.
Oh, okay.
So this red water, it's not blood. It's specifically like just red water. Is it red wine?
It's the red Kool-Aid.
Oh.
You know, it's just like
Right.
called red, or does it have a flavor name? I'm not sure.
It might, I don't know.
But anyway, yeah, it's supposed to be the blood of the alien sushi god who fell from the sky, something like that.
A lot of blood.
Yeah. All right, we're back in the school, so we've got another toilet RNG event here. Hopefully we can get another toilet.
Is that guy like fixing something on the
Yeah,
wall?
so that's another interesting thing about the enemies here that differentiates them from like normal zombies. Not only do they get back up, which doesn't really factor into any percent very much because we are too fast for it to even matter most of the time. Okay. But also, they don't even realize that they're dead in most cases. Like, you'll have the farming guys still, like, cutting weeds and stuff, and, like, that lady is, like, hammering something.
Yeah.
I think what they're doing is blocking out all the windows. They don't want light to get in. And they don't want anybody who's in there to get out. So they have, like, that malice where they want to make everything else around them dead, but they don't really understand in a lot of cases that they are already dead.
Okay.
There's actually a really creepy cutscene with Tomoko who doesn't realize she's one of the gamers already. She approaches her parents in the church where they're hiding, and you think as the observer, you're like, oh, Tomoko finally found her parents, but then they look over, they go, oh, Tomoko, and then it shows that she's one of the gamers, and they freak out, and you, the player, you freak out. Everybody freaks out. Okay, so
Everyone has a bad day.
yeah. Okay, we've got another random Harumi location. Hopefully we're going to go to the toilet again. Now for mission 2, we're gonna have to climb up here. This guy might swing. There he goes. Oh, swing and a miss.
So close.
Better luck next time. All right, we're gonna fight this lady. We've got the crowbar here, which is actually, I don't know if I should say it's the best or the worst weapon in the game. It's decent in that it's just 2 power attacks to defeat most enemies. However, the range on that is like non-existent. Nice, we got a double toilet. Let's go toilet. Okay, we're gonna fight this guy. And we're ignoring the principal. He's right behind me, oh my God, okay. Okay, there he is. We're ignoring the principal because wherever we are when we defeat him, he and I both get transported right back down to the ground floor there, where he will drop the key that allows us to leave. So we basically just wait until up here to fight him, because it teleports us down. So it's a little bit risky because yeah, if you get snagged on an enemy or if they hit you first, it's basically GG. He's gonna catch up and get you. And then yeah, fighting 2 enemies at once, yeah, right. That not like 9 times out of 10, you're donezo. If you try to fight 2 enemies at once, you're just not gonna win.
So you don't even kill the enemies, you kind of just stun them. Okay.
Yeah, they're just taking a nap.
I mean, good sleep is important.
Yeah.
Yay, toilet.
Nice, Harumi. And she was actually paying attention this time, so we do not have to fight the principal. The principal wakes up fast enough This guy, the principal who we just fought, he's actually the principal of this school. He wakes up fast enough that if you have to go up to the library, you're pretty much guaranteed to have to fight him again. So it's really, really good that Harumi decided to hide in the toilet. Thank you guys all for being on Team Toilet, by the way. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the support. Okay.
So how come you're playing through like the events of a mission again? Is there like some sort of time loop thing going on, or?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
This entire village is essentially stuck in a time loop as a result of Hisako. So the helpful lady who taught us how to sight jack and everything, she started all of this. She was alive like 1,600 years ago when the sushi god fell out of the sky and they ate it. She was the only one who survived. Oh, Simon, I missed the first shot. That's fine. That just means that I've only got 3 in the cylinder, so I'll have to keep that in mind in case we get in a bad spot later. So we've got Simon and Garfunkel here. They are 2 transformed gamers. Simon took 3 shots, which is kind of stinky, but we're going to hopefully get Garfunkel to be a total gentleman here and help me off the ladder. Come on, Garfunkel. Where is he? Okay, mid. That's fine. The best one that can happen is he's like camped behind you and instantly knocks you off like as you approach the bottom, and a fast door open animation. Nice, Garfunkel. I knew you were the better of the 2. Thank you. But yeah, worst case scenario, he not only waits, he like watches and waits for you to come off the ladder and then hits you once you're off the ladder, and sometimes he can even block you into the wall where you'll either get stun locked and killed, or you'll like have to shoot. Which we're already down 3 shots, so I'd really rather not shoot if I don't have to. We're gonna stop here. Ooh, I'm gonna go for the early Squidward kill.
No.
Sorry, Squiddy.
That's
This guy's
my
gonna hit me.
comfort character, as you would say.
Is Squidward your comfort character?
I mean, he's
'Cause
relatable.
yeah, he's relatable.
That's right. Like as a kid, I feel like you don't really relate. You might not relate to Squidward as much. It's much more SpongeBob, right? But then as an adult, you know, you go through life, you experience things, and you're like, yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
Life is starting out at SpongeBob and slowly becoming Squidward. Yeah.
I don't know about even starting.
I guess that's what's happening to all the gamers as they start out.
they
You know,
started as SpongeBob.
as SpongeBob, and the sushi god is making them into Squidward.
Yeah.
Mr. Krabs turned them into Squidward.
It's like the emote that goes from like clueless to aware.
Just like,
Oh no, Garfunkel is parked right in the doorway, and I only fired 2. I still have 1 in the cylinder, so I can shoot. Actually, I think this will be fine. Oh, I don't even need to. He's good.
how come this one's Simon and the other one's Garfunkel? Oh, nice bonk.
Bonk.
Hello, Bonkness, my old friend.
Dude, I like her hair. I've just been staring at her
It's
hair.
big, isn't it?
It's huge.
Yeah, she's stylish.
Is this also like a tank control sort of horror game as well? So that probably explains the bonking to some degree. Probably
Yeah.
hard to control.
I actually prefer, especially because I'm using a DualShock 4 controller on a PS3. If I were playing on PS2 with a PS2 controller, I would probably be using analog stick. But just because I'm using a DualShock 4 controller, not a 3, the 3 is like the worst for this game. But because I'm using this, I actually prefer using D-pad because it's tank controls, yeah.
I assume you have like an adapter or something like that to be able to play, because you're playing on PS3, right?
I'm actually using, I actually found out a way to connect it via Bluetooth so we don't have disconnect problems, which was happening before.
Oh.
I was like plagued with disconnect issues for the longest time, and then I realized that I can just connect it via, like on this version of the PS3, I guess I couldn't get it on my fat PS3. I'm not sure if it was that specific one or if that's just a thing with the fat PS3, but I couldn't Bluetooth connect a non-PS3 controller, a non-DualShock 3. Oh, he teleported backwards, and now he's just going to watch me. I think this is worst case scenario. Okay, no, he didn't block me in at least. It was almost worst case Garfunkel.
So in that case, is Simon the better one?
In this one, yeah. I'd say this time Simon won out. I'm just going to shut that door. I don't feel like dealing with Simon and Garfunkel again when we come back. Because, again, we're going to be going after Squidward. I only went after him in Mission 1 because the opportunity presented itself. But this time, you basically have to defeat Squidward because we're going to be going into the library and fetching a very important book. And that's why we grabbed that bag earlier on when we were playing as her in the mine shafts. Swing at the ground for stamina. Yell, thank you. I'm going to go after Squidward now. Oh, he talked for a second there.
What did Squidward do to you?
Squidward is the brain of this level. Okay, so the brain controls all of the other Shibito. So if you defeat the brain, several seconds later, all the rest of the Shibito will also be defeated. There he goes. That's a lovely noise.
Is there like a hive mind?
Yes.
Okay.
To some degree, actually, yeah, a lot of the brains in this game can actually almost like command an attack. If they witness you, if they see you, they'll, in some cases, actually pull the other enemies to come towards you, even if they did not see you themselves. So we went in and grabbed that book. That's actually a book of folklore of ancient Hanyuda history. She gets the idea to submerge herself in the red water because she thinks that it'll make her young and pretty forever.
You know,
I don't think that's how that works.
there's a lot of fairy tales about how chasing vanity tends to end poorly for you.
This is why teachers make you show your math.
She came to a conclusion. It was just extremely wrong.
So we're gonna try to avoid the bonk monster here. And no Simon and Garfunkel to worry about because I shut the door. Grab the key. I hear the banana guy.
The banana guy?
Yeah.
Who's
for,
the banana guy?
for those of you who are at PAX, you know who I'm talking about. Yesterday there was a gamer dressed in a banana with Thor's hammer. There were two of them, I think.
I want him to
And they're
fight
like
the
maracas.
Duolingo owl.
Oh, I saw that too. Oh, well, okay.
I saw someone in like full Doug Dimmadome cosplay with like the hat that like reached into the heavens, and that like sent me to the moon. That was so funny.
Doug Dimmadome, owner of the
Dimsdale
Dimsdale.
Dimmadome.
Yep.
We're just running through all the cartoons.
Yeah, this game's actually just like Nickelodeon. It's gonna be Nick at Night because it's a little bit more mature rated. But so where's the George Lopez segment in this?
That's actually coming up on this level right here. So George is the quick draw sniper. I guess we can name him George, sure.
Okay, he can be George.
He hasn't been named yet.
Does he have a huge head?
Yes?
Then yeah, he's George.
Okay. We're gonna wait for this guy to yell. Actually, I don't think I got the shot from the sniper. I'm gonna retry checkpoint real here. We need the sniper to see us and take a shot at us. Otherwise, this whole thing is like messed up.
Yeah, what happened to like the old dude with like the big gun? Did he like transform or?
Yeah. You actually fight him in true end 100%. You go through some levels where you actually have to fight him. They're really hard.
Okay.
4 grams.
His rifle has 8 as well. No, he actually saw me. I'm probably dead here, so I'm gonna retry checkpoint again. What we want is for him to take a shot and then reload, which is normally what is gonna happen here. And we time the reload by observing the shout of this guy behind us. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna give it an extra second here for safety. Okay, we're through. Open up the door. So that's obviously not intended, like, that's not how you're supposed to do this level at all. So it ends up being pretty tight. Okay, we're gonna
So many of these strats just feel like they're just so close to being able to work, sort of thing.
Yeah. Siren is definitely really bad about like I guess one way to put it is like, the cause and effect are not an even ratio.
Yeah.
Like the punishment does not fit the crime. Like I was like, literally a pixel too far to the left, and your run's dead now because of that. And it's not even like there's that like really that many like frame perfect tricks or whatever, or pixel perfect anything. It's just a matter of like movement or timing. And if any of those things are even just a little bit off,
I don't know if you mentioned this during
thing.
the run too, or it was just during practice, but even sight jacking an enemy or two can affect their behavior.
Yeah.
Which is pretty evil.
Yeah, we still don't really know why, but only a few of the enemies in the game, like the Shibito brain that we fought earlier on in the run, some of them can be affected for some reason. If you sight jack them, it'll actually change their behavior. Like if we did not sight jack that lady, she would have took off running.
Interesting.
Not sure what causes it. Yeah, we still have no idea.
Is there
why that
something like in
happens.
lore that's like you're being sight jacked or something?
Maybe.
That'd be
I
kinda
thought I was
interesting.
_1 Siren fan, but maybe there is.
Sorry, yeah, I
and
did
don't even know.
a little bit of research.
Okay. I'm just waiting for Yoriko to climb the ladder here. Okay, we're good. There she is. Okay. We're through. Now we're on the second to last level, so time is actually coming up in just a couple minutes. Our last stage select. Go on down here.
This is like a giant Excel spreadsheet. I don't know if I hate it or love it.
Okay, so now not only are we going to infiltrate the nest, which is what the mission was earlier, we're now going to infiltrate the nest in a way that creates an entryway for Harumi, the little girl, to enter the nest and therefore find a way to escape from the underworld as well. A nest for what? For the giant sushi god, of course, Daddy Sushi, as you may know him. He is going to be residing here. I'm gonna actually have her wait now so that she doesn't get caught in the crossfire. Quick power. Defeat this guy, back up a little bit. We're gonna bait 5 shots. This guy is such a trickster. Like, he will all the time pretend he doesn't see you and then get you to step out a little bit more, and he's like, yeah, now I've got you.
Does he like 360 no-scope you?
I've not seen that one yet, but
Just tricks on
you never know.
at that point.
Okay, we're gonna hopefully get the sneak attack on this lady. Yep. Oh, I guess she must have seen me at like the last second, and she's yelling.
I mean, I would be too if I got smacked with a crowbar. You
Yes,
know? Like,
repeatedly.
I think that's a justified reaction, even if you're a Shibito.
So that building back there that we were just in, and the tool we just grabbed, that was the tool that Risa earlier in the cutscene I showed moved to unlock that door so that we could actually enter it. Ladies on their left, the lunch lady here. Okay,
And that's what she gets for serving subpar lunch.
yeah. My meatloaf and mash was cold!
Yeah, exactly.
All right, gonna wait for Yoriko here. Hopefully she's not stuck. All right, there she comes. Best girl. I will not have any Yoriko slander.
I mean, she's all right.
She is a little bit annoying sometimes. Like her
Truth
voice
comes out.
lines. She's like designed to be annoying. The first thing the professor says to her, he's like looking around because he's like suspicious. He's like, wait, something's not right here in his like opening cutscene that's like introducing him as a character. And she's just like going off. She says like 1,000 words before he even opens his mouth. And then he finally is just like, I told you to wait in the car.
That's rude.
That's
Yeah.
pretty rude.
I mean, to be fair, she actually might have been spared all of this and stayed in the real world if she had. But then again, her presence here changes everything, and it could be that it only works out for the in the player's favor because she's here. Like in this case, for instance, she has that item that we grabbed earlier on in the run, and she's able to break it open. She literally says in the cutscene, "Give me that. I saw this in a comic book once." Actually, in Japanese, she says in a manga, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're now on the last level, so time's coming up in just a couple minutes here. Pretty risky little strat right off the bat. We're gonna start running right away. This guy will hear us, and we can hopefully back up just enough that he'll like get stuck on that corner. There we go, and yell so that we can get by him. That was definitely tagging range, so if he wasn't yelling, he would have just tagged us out. Okay, and we're through. Harumi has the least stamina of any character. She's also not very fast, so a lot of enemies will actually just catch you in a straight line race. We're gonna walk here because she's out of stamina. Okay, there we go. Actually, she got the stamina regen right away. Nice. Ooh, nice bonk.
She like threw herself into that bonk.
I know.
It's really funny.
Again, dramatic.
The bonking in this game is so weird. Like sometimes you'll like stop and then like stop for a whole second and then like run one step forward and that'll bonk you and it's like, really, come on now. Okay, there we go. We should get a stamina regen probably on the other side of this.
That was the Skeletor. Can we name that one Skeletor?
Skeletor. Yeah.
Okay, there we go, stamina. All right. And with this, we're not even gonna stop for stamina the next time because it's actually slower.
Oh, that's the red water.
That is the red water. Bye, red water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we kind of have to gloss over the plot a little bit because, like, for anyone who's played Siren, you'll understand it's a lot. Anyway, time is coming up here. Harumi is going to exit from the underworld and go back to the real world. She's the only one, and time's coming up now in 3, 2, 1, and that's time.
GG. That was like a
GG's.
56-30, so.
Okay.
Nice.
Good, I'm glad I still was able to finish underestimate. Even though we died a couple times as Rifle Grandpa, it was an all right run. We got double toilet, so I was pretty lucky.
I really wanted the reporter lady to die so everyone could see her dramatic death.
Okay, I'll act it out.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Now, all of you know that Siren has... I don't want to see the IGT. You know what I do want to see? We want to see the epic anime outro cutscene real quick.
I mean, I would expect nothing else at this point.
So normally you've got it like the intro is the one that's the hype, and then the outro is like nice and calm piano. They didn't really get the memo, so This is what you get when you beat Siren. He's armed to the teeth. He's ready to game out. And he's also very maj. And basically, this is just, he's stuck in the underworld forever, but now he's got the mentality of like, no, you're stuck with me. And he goes around.
With you, you're stuck with me. Yeah.
And if you do the true end, you have to activate the 4 lantern markers, which enables the power of Kiruden, which is the everlasting flame that can actually permanently delete the Shibito from existence, or rather delete their souls from being able to recuperate the body and reanimate and come back. So he's essentially like freeing them. And that's what this cutscene is signifying. And this is it. This is the credits of Siren. I'd just like to say thank you guys. Thank you GDQ for having me. CMM Jaxler.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you guys for coming up, and I appreciate you. And Gibby, of course.
And Gibby.
He's here.
But yeah. This has been Siren. We will also be running Siren at SGDQ. That'll be the unrestricted category with the funny like crouch zoom movement. So be sure not to miss that. What do you think? Do we have time to check out the Shrine Fortune real quick? Take like 20 seconds. Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
So this is a fun little thing. I'm going to open up my own chat right here so that I can get the command. This is a fun little thing I like to do at the end of the run. It'll basically just read out what is the fortune of your run. It generates just once. You pick it up and that's it. So let's see what we got. Pick up the Shrine Fortune. And number 45, let's see what that is. Ooh, it's bad. Unfortunate.
It's bad because that lady didn't get to die. Yeah.
But you know what? I'm going to read out the very good one for you guys because you've all been a very good audience. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, give yourselves a hand. Thank you so much for being here.
The warm rays of the spring sun are the gods smiling down on you. That which you desire shall be yours. He whom you await shall appear in time. That which was lost shall be found. Accept your journey without fuss. To profit from trade, be sure to sell. Be confident in scholarly pursuits. Victory is achieved in feuds and quarrels. Haste is waste in affairs of the heart. Illness will heal slowly but surely. Marriage will be blessed with a child.
Wait,
And that's all.
he who I desired.
Yes. Oh, there he goes. All right. And that's all. Thank you guys again. I've been Casual Speedrun. Shout out to the Siren community. Shout out to GDQ. Shout out to the awesome gamers up here on stage with me. We've got Remnant 2 coming up next with Shredding Ruin. So I'm very excited to watch that. Stay tuned, guys. Again, I've been Casual Speedrun, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye forever.
We good?
We're good.
All right, we're good. Hey, I'm Shredding Ruin. I'm here to showcase the New Game Plus glitchless run. This is a seeded run that took us, what, 3.5, 4 hours?
About
of
3.5 hours of rolling to get to.
just pure rolling. Re-rolling the campaign to get this specific seed. But, yeah, well, we're going to be doing a lot of rolling. Lots of Limp Bizkit references if we can. And what else should we go over? I don't know, man.
If you don't know the game, Remnant 2 is a Souls-like with co-op and a lot of firearms. It's a procedurally generated campaign, so every time you jump in the campaign, the worlds you're going to see are constant, but the iterations and presentations and dungeons are going to be different. So we had to go for an ideal run on this one. Matt is running a very glass cannon build, and we're on Apocalypse, which is the highest difficulty in the game as well, so everything's very dangerous.
Yeah, to get hit is to die. They are synonymous.
Yeah, basically. Time starts when I hit accept on travel, and time will end when we beat Annihilation and it says quest completed. But here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's do this thing. So as previously mentioned, there's going to be a lot of rolling. So the way this kind of works is there's a lot of open worldy stuff, and we're looking for specific doors that will lead to the bosses we're trying to get through the campaign. So largely we're going to be ignoring most of the enemies and trying to get to the bosses as quick as possible, kill them as quick as possible, and move along as quick as possible because we're speedrunning. So also, as for before mentioned, we're running a very glass cannon build, so getting hit stings a lot, and the idea is to do as much damage to the bosses as quickly as possible, and that's just the fate we have to accept.
Yeah. Typically, people run this game for Apocalypse with like really heavy tank builds, look to take as much damage as possible and just run through it while taking everything to the face. This approach, very different.
Yeah, and for people not familiar with the game, there's a lot of like build options in this game. You have a bunch of different main weapons, melee weapons, secondary weapons, armor, different talents you can use, abilities you can use. There's a ton of stuff that you get to really play with your own flavor. So it's a very like expressive game in that way, and totally a blast to play with friends.
Absolutely.
So this is the rolling we were talking about. Just trying to get to these boss doors as quickly as possible.
So on the mini-map in the top right corner, there's that square with the exclamation point over it. That denotes that we're progressing through the campaign, not just exploring side areas.
And we're in the Earthen Coliseum, coming up to the first boss, which I believe is called Stone Warden.
It's a DLC boss.
DLC boss. Yeah, some of this we will, actually a bunch of this will be playing through some of the DLC bosses just because they're a bit quicker.
And for those familiar with the Souls games, those little crystals are your bonfire equivalent.
And we go through the fog door, and here's our boss. So he's using an ability called
Wormhole.
It's very nice for a couple of reasons. You get to do a teleport, which is really good for helping you avoid some of the attacks. It also gives you like a 300% damage bonus boost after you use it. So we're going to be using that to really up our damage. The other ability we're using is called Hunter's Focus, I believe, which gives us like weak spot and critical hit damage. The main weapon he's using here is called the Rail. I always get confused. There's another weapon we'll use in this run called the Monolith, and for some reason it just turned out they both start with mono, and I think it was just to trip me up, actually.
Probably.
So we're getting real happy when we see those big red numbers. Nice, well done. First try, every time, not even a problem. So the big red numbers denote that we've hit a weak spot and also critically hit, so that's just huge poggers when it happens.
Yeah, this is a more small numbers kind of game, so seeing something 5 figures is anomalous.
We're back to rolling. Trying to get to the next boss door here.
Yeah, he has an item, the ring, that you do a slide, and then it'll speed up your rolling.
Yeah, that's the other thing our equipment is kind of set up for, is just moving as fast as possible through these levels, because as you can see, that's a lot of the time that we're going to end up spending.
So movement's quality of life.
Yeah, movement's really important. I mean, one of the bad guys in this game is all the walls you might clip into and just kind of hang yourself up for a little bit. And so for the structure of the campaign, there's 3 main worlds that we end up going to that are procedurally generated. This first one's called Yesha. It's kind of like an island, more like a jungle world that's been like corrupted by the Root, which is kind of the bad guy in this game. I'm told there's a story in this game. I don't know much about it.
It's somewhere there.
We've played the first, we've played the second.
The important part is that it's fun.
Yeah.
But so in every of these 3 worlds, there'll be kind of like a mid-boss, which is that Stone Warden we just defeated, and then a world boss, which we'll be coming up to soon here. In this case, we'll be fighting a dude called the Corruptor.
Okay.
You fight those 2 bosses, you move on to the next world. And all the bosses and side areas in these games have different loot that you end up getting, different sidearms, main weapons, melee weapons, you name it. So there's a ton to explore and go find, and there's stuff hidden in nooks and crannies, and there's a ton of interesting stuff in this game.
All right, here's the Corruptor.
Here's the Corruptor. He's a big old dude with a Guardian dude. We're gonna try to ignore the Guardian dude while not getting hit by the Guardian dude. He's got hands. He likes to throw them.
Oh, I
Aiming for
missed
that
it.
weak spot below him. Unfortunate shot there. The real tough thing with this weapon is that it's a charge weapon. So to really maximize the damage, you have to charge it to a certain threshold and let it go in time, because if you don't let it go in time, it will create a black hole and kill you. So not only are the bad guys trying to kill you, we are trying very hard not to do it ourselves.
So we've got a little stone golem we need to stay away from, as well as giant mouth lasers coming out of that Corruptor.
Oh, saw that.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes he plays tag, and that's
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
But once you die on the boss fight, sometimes there's a little positional advantage that's given to you. So now we got a clean reset and hopefully a cleaner shot.
Yeah, later in the run, we'll be taking some calculated deaths to try and just get the bosses into a better position to begin with.
Remnant comes with an item called Liquid Escape, sarcastically, which kills the player.
Yeah, which comes in handy sometimes when you don't want to backtrack a lot. So keeping an eye out here, trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, this boss is like kind of timed because we have to wait for him to kind of open his weak spot before we can get the big damages.
Oh, I thought he already jumped.
That's all right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's real hard because you're trying to wait for the right time, wait to see if he's firing the laser. Plus, you've got this golem trying to track you down. It's a
no
tough
stress.
fight.
No stress.
So popping the Hunter's Focus there to get our damage up. Little wormhole action for even more. Trying to thread the needle on that.
And then avoid the mouth laser.
Great
That's what we're
shot.
talking
Yeah,
about. There we
that's
go.
what we're trying to do.
I don't even think we got one of those in practice.
No, we
Yeah,
didn't.
that was
That was,
clean.
yeah.
I always took too long on that one. We just do a liquid death to quickly die and get back to the stone.
It's like a transportation potion if you think about it.
Yeah.
Horrifying method.
All right, so now we're approaching a level called the Labyrinth. So this level is not procedurally generated and is actually the same every time you play through the campaign, which is a little bit nice because we know exactly where our feet are going to be and where everything's going to be.
So if you played Remnant from the Ashes or Chronos before the Ashes, the Labyrinth will be familiar territory to you as well.
Yeah, it's kind of the linking together of a bunch of multiverses that exist that the Root has used to go and infect a bunch of worlds, and we're trying to end it. There's someone named Clementine. There's someone named Ford. So we are trying to get to not a boss here, but kind of like a enemy wave style thing.
Yep.
One of 2 times, I think.
Yeah, we're collecting a portal key to open a portal to said boss of the area, which for anybody that's played the game before can be a little traumatizing.
Everybody loves Cube Boss.
Everybody loves Cube Boss, though.
Cube Boss is a little rough.
So we'll be mixing up our loadout a little bit here to get away from kind of the single target damage to a turret and kind of like a lightning strike ability that will hopefully help us clear out the ads as quickly as possible and keep us safe while trying to do some of the work ourselves. We can't let the abilities do all the work. I love these little cube guys, by the way. They do get in our way, but they're real cute.
Yeah.
Something about their blockheads just really does something for me.
All right, so this portal switches locations, and we just have to wait for our goal to show up.
Do some squats.
Do some squats. You
Yeah,
gotta keep
squats
the
help
legs-
with all the rolling.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you don't stay limber, You might throw out a hamstring or something. Kill your time.
Yeah. I mean, I walked into a fire hydrant on the way over here. I thought I was going to kill myself.
Those fire hydrants, man, they sneak up on you.
Yeah, they came out of nowhere. All right.
I am going to touch up on the crystal just to get my second charge of my ability real quick.
Yeah, so touching up on the stone gives you all your ammo back, your health, all your consumable stuff, including resetting the cooldown timers on your abilities.
Yep. The 10 over in the bottom left corner of the screen is his flask equivalent for those that have played Dark Souls. It's his healing item. It's called a Dragon Heart in this game, and there's several variants. The one he's on now provides passive health regeneration.
Yeah, most of the healing stuff doesn't help us much on account of the if we get hit, all of our HP goes away. So we're kind of using other things. Just letting the turret do a lot of the work here, letting the lightning do a lot of the work,
Staying out of the way of the turret.
Yeah, keeping our head on a pivot so as to not be snuck up on while we wait for this sphere to reconstruct itself and open the door we're trying to get through. Doing a good job here.
Let some bees go to do some work for us.
You really got to use everything you got.
And that's a beautiful thing about a game like this is there's no solved run of any kind. It's what is the runner comfortable with? What can they do fast? Bees tearing that apart.
Everything's going according to plan, staying safe.
Fresh turret. Thank you, turret.
I love the turret in this game.
Oh, there he
It's
is.
cool because you can put the turret down and you can also pick it up and it gets like a bunch of other bonuses and cool stuff.
Nice shot.
Thank you. I was scared on that one.
I mean, the little cute guys just want to hug you. Look at them. They're
Big
so
cute
adorable.
guy,
Big cute
unfortunately.
guy. Yeah, he does want to hurt you.
Oh,
Unfortunate.
I wasn't expecting that.
That's all right. We run it back.
Yep, we run it back.
Doctor, what would you say is your favorite archetype in the game?
Handler and Invader equally, because that combo right there got me through 2 hardcore runs.
It's hard to not like Handler because he comes with the best boy.
It's a dog. The dog's name is Dog, and Dog will pick you up off the ground when you get knocked.
Yeah, Dog
it's
will
a
give you
lovely
attack
system.
bonuses. Dog's got your back.
Yeah. What about you?
I mean, I like all the abilities in the game, so Invoker is definitely a big one for me, which gives you like a bunch of extra ability power and mana regen and stuff.
The extra skill charge is also very helpful.
Yeah. There's just like so many ways to play the game. It's a lot of fun. I've never speedrun it, so kudos to Shredding for just absolutely knuckling down and learning the ins and outs here. Making it rain, making it lightning, little turret.
Those enemies have an AoE slam attack, and that can be a big problem.
Just buying some time real quick.
Yep.
To get some of my stuff back.
Yeah, trying to play it safe here just because the sequence is kind of long.
Yeah.
All right, that's an elite dead.
I think that's the last one.
Yeah, let's see if our doors finish unconstructing, reconstructing, doing its thing.
Yeah, we got it.
All right.
Yeah, sequence complete.
Now if I can just get up the stairs.
The real boss of this game is those spaces next to the
I'm
staircases.
telling you.
And now we're gonna do cube boss with specific cube boss loadout.
Yeah, so the cube boss is a little different than most of the other bosses who, you know, we kind of want to just shoot in the weak spot and be done with. But the cube boss is many, and the cube boss has a lot of weak points that we have to hit.
Yes.
So we're trying to...
You're fighting the environment itself in this fight, really.
Yeah, cube boss is fun because cube boss is trying to squish you and throw things at you and use the quad laser to shoot you. So there's a lot going on for just a cube, or a series of cubes, I suppose. Man, I remember coming to this boss for the first time and just being like, what is happening?
Yeah, this was confusing, but wow, was it cool.
So here's cube boss. Cube's coming for us.
Those little white
But
pips
Cube,
with the weak points.
Cube has a little safe spot for us. So just to try to like minimize variability, we're just gonna kind of hang out in this corner. A lot of these cubes that are like rolling around are on like a sequence, so they kind of make the same moves every time. So staying in the same spot makes it just a little more predictable.
Yeah.
And we're trying to use our abilities to hit. There's actually cubes you won't even see us hit because they're off on the
Yep.
other side of the arena here.
Matt has a weapon mod on his primary right now that uses an AoE sandstorm attack and tracks target. So it's following a cube around and knocking out all the weak points on it at once. And like that one in front of us, once a cube is had all its weak points wiped out, it loses the purple light and we know to move on.
Yeah, without the loadout we're using, this fight gets real scrambly, trying to navigate the arena and keep track of where in the sequence the cubes are and their moves and keeping yourself going. But it is a lot of fun, hectic,
Yep.
fun.
I have a particular cube in the back corner of this map that I consider my absolute nemesis.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
And there we go.
All right, first try.
Let me change the loadouts real quick.
All right, now we're headed back to another one of the procedurally generated worlds. We're off to Narud.
Yeah,
We are off to Naruto.
Off to Narud.
So we are going from the jungle to a desolate planet.
Desolate
Space.
space.
Black holes, space,
Yeah, yeah.
Cool thing
ghosts,
about, yeah,
aliens.
it's a cool thing about the storytelling in this game is that it brings you to all kinds of places and in different environments.
Oh, yes, that is exactly what I meant to do.
Hey,
I lost my train of thought for a second there.
it's all good. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the labyrinth holds all of the different portals to the different worlds. So we are navigating back through a little bit to find the door to Narud.
We give that door a little ball of light. It's appeased. It opens.
And then we hope. Wow, that was close.
No,
hope
I
you don't-
died.
Oh, you did?
But I think I got it.
Oh, wow.
First time. First time.
First time. GDP first.
Yeah, all the enemies just follow you to that door and try to tag you on your way through. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. The game knows what happened.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Uh-oh.
We might be hung up. Look at that. You're super alive.
All right.
Super alive.
Yep. That is.
This
Lassam?
is...
We were both wrong.
Oh, we ended up in Lassam, not Narud.
I thought it was the root section.
Not that the run order matters at this
Yeah, not
point.
that the order matters.
Oh, yeah.
But, so we're in Lassam. This is not space. This is medieval, fairies, dark.
Almost like Industrial Revolution, Victorian kind of. It's generally a depressing place.
We're going to spend as little time here as possible.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone's trying to kill us.
And I don't know why. I'm sure there's a lore reason why they hate us on sight, but
Yeah.
we'll
I
just
mean, we
keep
came
moving.
out of a rock,
Yeah, that's fair.
whatever that's.
I guess I wouldn't trust me either. All right, we're in Cotton's Kiln, approaching Gwendol. She's kind of a pain in the butt of a boss. She likes to hide and not really show you where her head is, while
Kind of
also throwing fire bombs at you.
Kind of a pain in the butt of a map too, because the enemies are covered in flammable tar and like to ignite themselves and run at you.
Yeah.
Any shots taken at the enemies will ignite them as well. And as you can see on the mini map, it is not exactly easy terrain to navigate.
Nope, it is not. And it's different, actually.
Really.
Yeah. This is weird.
Thank goodness the rest of the DLC template is.
I know, right?
There we go. There's the checkpoint
Is this...
and the mid boss.
All right.
All right, Gwendol.
Let's go, Gwendol. So Gwendol's going to hide out in this little center section here and throw fire bombs at us. And there's oil on the ground that'll get ignited while her friends try to run us down, so...
And she's wearing some kind of metal bucket on her head.
Do you not?
Oh, okay. I thought I got that. Oops. My beat, coach.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot my metal bucket.
Yeah.
Take care of those snipers first. If I can.
You got it.
Oh, I got in the fire by accident.
Good shot.
That's one shot.
Woohoo! Her helmet's off. Cool.
Oh, wow.
I might be able to do this.
Ooh. Nice. Very good.
Yeah, you need to basically get a headshot on her, like twice, in order to actually deal the weak spot.
Yeah, and the heads are kind of small in this game. It's not easy, despite how he's making it look. Actually, most of the shots in this game aren't very easy.
Actually, most of this game isn't very easy.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
To put it into scale, you're going to see a time at the end of this run. And the first time we saw Matt run the game on Apocalypse, just the last boss was probably 2.5 hours.
Oh, yeah, it was a trip for sure.
So this was a situation of practice and get good.
Gonna heal up real quick. Reload.
Double the passive health regen.
Yep.
Don't mind those guys.
Yeah, you can outrun a shotgun, evidently.
Yeah, sure can.
You're on a boat. You're off a boat.
Grab this, do this.
Checkpoint accomplished.
Yeah, there's also like fairy angels here, not just the locals. They seem to be having a good time with the locals.
Yep.
Yeah, they love each other very much.
All right.
All right, should be just about at the door, I believe. A little bit ways to go.
Oh, it's the bridge.
Over the bridge.
Oh, they're all here, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yep.
hi. Goodbye.
Yep. Drop down, please.
And we're on our merry way.
Yep.
places to go, fairy kings to dispose of.
Yep, pretty much.
All right, 2 hairy platforming down.
Oh, didn't mean to do that. Meant to do this. We're almost at the one true king.
Yeah, I think this is the longest rolling section. This DLC map, for some reason, they just made gigantic, which isn't a bad thing.
No, by no means, but
And despite it being big, doing this DLC is still faster just because the boss you end up fighting, in the DLC, you always get the same boss. In the non-DLC maps, you get one of 2 bosses.
neither are a good idea for this.
Yeah, they just take too long. One of them has like a long invulnerability window that we don't want to deal with. So we just choose this. It's a little more rolling, but the boss is much more quick and predictable. Bye. Good rolling, good rolling.
Thank you, thank you. So basically, we're going to go up to the one true king and be like, all right, calm down, big boy. Whatever it is, it don't matter. And then he gets really angry. I wonder why.
He thinks it does matter, but it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, none of this matters. Video game.
Oh,
That's
hey.
a razor.
And there he is on his big old throne.
Calm down, big boy. Yeah.
We tell him to calm down, and he does not like that.
Nope. And then we fight him.
All right, so here he is. He has an interesting weapon where he has a bunch of his friends chained to a hammer. I don't know if they like wanted to be along for the ride or what their deal is, but we're gonna try to shoot one of his friends off the hammer because it causes him to go through a sequence where it's very easy to shoot him, like so. And we're gonna get big red numbers, which is what we like to see. Ooh, didn't get the
Crit
second shot
numbers.
off.
Get that going.
Get a friend.
Just going to roll this out. Probably going to get a phase. Yep. All right.
Dang, yeah. Unfortunately, he does have an invulnerability phase here. You can get those shots off before, but it's just so
It's
tight.
a very tight window.
It's so tight to try and hit him in the weak spot. So we'll just deal with his friends for now.
Yep.
Gun he's using right now, Enigma, is very good for ad and projectile clearing.
Yeah,
As
we
you
don't
can
use
see.
it a lot in this run, but it is one of the better weapons in the game for sure.
He just needs a little bit of love. There we go.
He's been loved. All right, first try every time.
I should give this back to the keeper.
It says we're dead, but we just teleported. It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's fine.
The important thing is he died first.
Yeah. Now we go back to the labyrinth and go to the root.
Narut. Now we're actually going to Narut. For the people who were excited earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. In this desolate space world, floating beneath a black hole, there is a frog. The frog is in jail. He wants us to do something, so we're going to do it as fast as possible and then make the frog angry.
Yeah, the crazy thing is we do what he asked, and then he still, well, he wants to like assimilate us. Which
Yeah, he
is-
wants to
It's
eat
kind
us.
of a nice offer, but we like have other business going on, so we have to decline it, and he just doesn't like that.
Yeah. Sometimes it be like that.
My space frogs are always like that.
That's one thing you can always count on space frogs for.
Now, I've always thought this world was a bit Dune inspired. Did that ever
Yes.
occur to you?
Oh, yeah.
It isn't just me. Good to know. It's like Dune plus space ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Squats, staying limber, keep the circulation going.
Actually makes the door open faster, believe it or not. Don't
Does it?
believe it.
Oh, I've been had.
Now, bring me the second.
All right, bye-bye.
There we go.
Elevators, everyone's favorite video game element.
The good stuff.
This is a game you really got to watch the elevators too, because once in a while you need to jump off into a secret.
True, yeah. There's a lot of hidden stuff in the elevator shafts.
Yep, secrets within secrets.
And there's often a lot of dudes waiting for you around the elevators, so.
All right, so this is the open tile set of Nerud. We are.
There's a nice poisonous fog that makes sure we don't lose our way.
Yep. Poisonous fog, as in we full-on throw up.
Yeah, vomiting is an actual condition.
Your character will stop and let go of their lunch.
But none of that for us. That would take up time, and we're not about that.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Hatchery.
off to the hatchery. So this boss is a little bit interesting because.
Yeah.
So this boss is a slug inside of a host.
Lobster.
A slug lobster inside of a host. And we want to shoot through the host to hit the slug lobster and kill it in one shot. Because if we don't kill it in one shot, the game glitches out and
Yeah.
the lobster disappears. And the lobster is the bad guy. And if we can't shoot the bad guy, then we're out of luck. So we'll have to use a teleportation potion if that happens, or just let the boss kill us and give it another shot. And like mentioned earlier, the shot is very tight. It's not easy. So this may take a few tries, or first try every time. Either way, we'll be happy.
We'll see. The tile set actually changed on me again for this one.
Interesting. Yeah, so we did have a file set for a seeded run for this so that the tile sets would stay the same, but, you know, things happen sometimes.
Yep.
What's a couple extra dodge rolls between?
I know, right?
That is a
Scenic
pile
route.
of slug lobsters. Oh my.
So okay, this was the right way.
Yep, I see it on the mini.
Yeah, I see it now too. Thank you.
Yeah, so it seemed to have kept his like bosses, his item placement, what the worlds actually were, and quite possibly the order of them. But some of the finer details have been scrambled a little bit. But
We're
We
here.
found it.
All right, let's see if I can do this first try.
Let's get them.
all right, so there's a blue slug lobster.
We are going to make a little space, try to time this teleport,
Amp the
and
damage.
line up the shot. Nope, not quite.
Yep.
So we'll use a teleportation potion.
Do it
give
again.
him another shot.
We the aim point is the lobster, where the lobster's head would be if we could see it.
Yeah, I don't actually know how you do this. I try to
Yeah,
like imagine
correct.
speed running this and taking this shot. I'm just like, dude, I would have no idea where to aim. But that's why you're in the hot seat, and I'm just sitting here talking.
Absolutely.
Fair enough.
Lobster's up front of the bus.
Nice
And we're good.
job. Second
There we
try is
go.
really good on that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You scrapped with the wrong bitch.
Make sure no stragglers are coming. my
That
boy.
has happened.
I think they're mourning the loss of their friend, which, you know, sucks for them, good for us.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
But we'll leave them to it. Take the elevator.
All right. This is another one of those definite preference runs. The other boss we could have handled for the midsection we refer to as Meatball. It's a little bit more of an involved fight and can end pretty suddenly. And the world boss of Nerud, alternatively, would be something called Shahala. And for anybody that's played the game before, they probably shuddered when they heard me say its name.
Yeah, it's an intense fight.
Okay, that's the wrong way. I knew that.
That's our end goal.
Yeah, that's our end goal.
So now we're looking for the thing the frog in the prison wants.
Got to satisfy him first.
Yeah, I have to make him happy before we make him mad.
Soul Sparks? I think they're called Soul Sparks.
Yeah.
I remembered something.
Nice.
I don't remember what he wants them for. I'm sure it's to be omniscient or something.
See, in my head canon, he just wants to eat us the whole time, and that's like the equivalent of mustard.
Oh, yeah, I guess it might be like spice or something.
Checks out.
You know?
So I was looking for this pyramid place here, and there are two different ones. The one with a giant hole in front of it, ironically, is the wrong one.
Thank God those didn't get switched places.
Yeah, the doors on this map are really annoying too. They just take forever.
Yeah, it's got to cycle the airlocks.
Yeah, but it's plenty of time to keep yourself limber and make sure those hammies are ready for more rolling.
Yep. And there's the
There they
item.
are. We'll
Soul
use a little
Sparks.
teleportation potion. You are teleported.
That simple. It saves us so much time.
Yeah, instead of having to roll back all the way through the tile set. And this brings us closer to the actual boss arena here.
Yep. And there is Talrath's house.
All right, let's do this.
I didn't realize the apocalypse was going to have so much rolling around.
I know, right?
Wait for another airlock. And then we'll be approaching his chamber here. He's going to want to talk to us. I'm sure we say something really endearing to him.
Bring them to me at all that remain. Yet I didn't
So every boss in this game also has like an alternative way to either defeat them or interact with them. I think for the alternate for this, you can actually choose to get assimilated with him.
Yep.
In which case you kind of fight his metaphysical version.
It is awful.
Yeah, we just like him in his normal corporeal version.
In this version, he
Wow,
has a
that
mount-
was
yeah,
fast. I thought
very
we had more
clean,
time
man.
to talk, but we didn't
No.
because it's just over.
Yeah, what I was going to say was in this version, he has a mouth, and his mouth is very squishy.
Yeah, he likes to just open it at us, and then we shoot him in it. Usually it takes a couple cycles, but he got the one good shot on the beginning.
Yeah, that
the
was
body
beautiful.
shot was just enough to finish it off, so
All right.
cruising right along.
Yep, now we're on to Root Earth.
Now,
Yeah.
since we've done something in triplicate, and this is a video game, we're ready to progress.
And true. So now we're off to Root Earth, which is what is left of Earth at this point. This also is not procedural. This is always the same in the campaign. So we'll be fighting a wave of monsters to start. Well, we'll be rolling up to them first.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's 3 bosses we'll be fighting on this, the last of which will be the final boss of the run.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I'm all right, though.
And just a reminder that we're skipping all sorts of fun stuff and nooks and crannies to go explore. It's all in here.
There is so much as far as
Yeah, I think that might be
secrets
like
and-
the funnest part of the game is just like trying to figure out where they hid everything and doing all the events and just trying to collect most of, if not everything. I mean,
This is a game that appeals to both the people that like a challenge and the people that like a looter shooter as well.
yeah, for sure.
I'm in for the co-op myself. This is
Yeah, I like barely
far
ever
enough.
play this game alone. I
Yeah.
just love this game in co-op. A lot of the abilities have to do with like healing your friends and buffing each other. So again, we're just kind of using the turret and the Kayula's blessing, whatever it's called, the wave ability to just kind of clear stuff out while staying
Those
safe.
lightning strikes are a beautiful thing.
They
Yes,
are.
they
The
are.
rain adds a nice ambiance.
It does.
There's the bees doing their thing.
And it'll be kind of like a, there's actually like a small version of a boss we'll be fighting later.
He
Oh,
is?
there he is. So this is kind of like the prelude to the boss fight
Boom.
later. Easy wave, no problem. And now we're off to the first boss of Root Earth, which is Cancer.
This is
Yes.
Cancer.
We'll be going to kill Cancer real quick on our way by.
Switching loadouts again and making sure we got full charges on abilities.
Yep. I was in combat, so I have to do that.
That's an excellent quality of life feature. Being able to
Yeah, big shout out to the
customize your
devs for
character.
adding loadouts to the game after release. You used to have to go through and change every piece of equipment to what you wanted. And if you had a different build you like, you'd have to do it all manually. Now they
85
give you-
talent points to respend every single
Oh
time.
yeah, forget about the talent points. So they made it nice and quick and easy with the loadout system, and it's a real nice quality of life.
Especially considering you have, what, 11 archetypes or something like that now.
There's
and
just so much stuff
you get
in this
two of
game.
them at a time. A ring menu that's longer than a CVS receipt.
That's true. I'm gonna intentionally die here just so I can get the reset.
Right
Yep.
on.
So that's Cancer. We'll see him again in a second. We'll let him think that he won.
Yeah. All right, there we go.
And just waiting for our window here to use our abilities, get that damage boost, and take a shot. Collect ourselves and try again. Nice roll.
That was a scary roll.
Twofer.
Just doing it again. Okay.
Oh, unfortunate roll there. That's
Yep.
all right.
That was my bad.
That's all right. Get a clean start here.
On blood. Thank you.
Nice. Use for the wormhole to dodge there.
That's why that ability is so good.
I love wormhole.
Let's do another jump.
Yeah, unfortunately, he like spawns all the stuff that tries to block our shots too, because it already isn't hard enough to hit people's weak spots in this game. You have to put a bunch of stuff in the way too.
There we go.
Big,
And he's
bigger.
red is when
There
you
we
got him.
go.
Big red number, very good. And
All
he's
right.
toast.
Done.
Cancer's cleared.
Did it.
Nice job, Shredding.
Thank you.
Holy hell.
Now we switch back to the ad loadout.
Yeah, we got one more little
Yeah.
minion wave to go through. And then we kind of got back-to-back bosses.
Yep.
A lot more rolling, checking out the scenery while we go. Very bleak, very dire,
Very rude.
but kind of beautiful in its own way.
I feel like the color orange and red.
I do.
Excuse me, big sir.
I kind of like these tall boys too.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
fun. I like how if you just don't touch them, they leave you alone.
Yeah, it is funny like playing. So there is like an experience system in this game where you get talent points and stuff as you level up. So there is a lot of value when you're playing the game to killing these things. So if you are playing casually, I wouldn't recommend just rolling past everybody. But yeah, it's funny how like that section in particular with the long boys is kind of like an epic fight. But it turns out you can just roll past it. It's not one of the scripted things like this.
Yeah, this is he's locked in a room, except
They're locked in here with him.
exactly.
So a lot of little guys to start. There'll be a couple elite enemies that show up later that look like, I don't know, flowers with flower
Yeah.
heads.
That's what I was
they're
gonna go with.
They're a little trickier to deal with. A lot more HP,
Faster.
faster, projectiles, the works.
There's one. I'm just gonna run from him real quick. He's done.
Perfect.
We heard the noise. That means an elite has retired.
Yep.
I believe there's another one coming, right?
Yeah, I just gotta wait for him to spawn.
Once in a while, the game gets hung up when you do something too fast.
There he is.
Now we're just positioning for the door because the lightning and turrets may do the work.
Well, we might have to do something here. Speed, help them along.
Yeah. Perfect.
First try again. We're cruising.
Yeah, we are.
All right, back to the boss killer loadout.
Yep. Should probably eat some ember.
So now we're also coming up to probably one of the most loathsome bosses in the game.
Absolutely. Some people
Venom.
regard it, Venom, as being harder than the actual final boss. And, yeah, he's
He's
up
a
there.
big jerk.
Yeah, he's a big jerk.
No other way to put it.
This one's another one we're taking a reset on because the distance between the boss and the
He does
player
that.
is pretty close.
Just use our teleportation potion for us. It's fine.
Yeah. All right.
Get our damage boosts all queued up.
Oop.
Missed it.
It's all right. You hit that
got
one.
that second
Nice,
one, though.
nice.
I'm surprised he hasn't done,
Sky lasers.
yeah, Skynades yet.
Oh, nice roll. Nice roll.
Thank you. That was a little scary.
Good hit.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Yeah. These sky lasers are big damage.
At least they're telegraphed.
Very telegraphed at that.
Just waiting for my mod to respawn.
Cool, cool.
Get a little bit of damage in there while we're waiting.
Thought I could catch
That was
the
cheeky.
window.
That was cheeky. I saw
Yeah,
the vision.
I like it.
Thank you. Let's go this way instead.
Yeah, I like that idea.
All right, where is he?
Nice
Venom
job.
And we're on to the big boy.
Yep.
So now we're approaching Annihilation, which is probably my favorite boss in the game. He's actually one of my favorite bosses in like any video game, to be honest.
It was a lovely fight the first time.
Yeah, real cool fight. He's got 2 phases. The first phase, he'll be a big dragon dude, and the second phase, he's...
Fixed location.
Yeah, I don't even know what to call him. But one of the cool parts about the fight is in the second phase, he'll flash you back to the first phase, and you kind of flashes you between the phases, and you got to remember where the boss was and what they were up to.
Yeah, good point. They may not see that.
Yeah, if everything goes right, we won't be seeing that, but I promise it's cool.
Also, the music in Annihilation is some of the best I've heard in a long while. I actually have it on my Spotify playlist.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Just sometimes you need it.
All right.
All right, so now he'll be approaching us from the sky in a fixed location, which gives us a better opening here.
Oh, we got the one shot
First
today.
try every time, and we're on to phase 2. Great shot there.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen,
All right.
get ready on time.
Woo! That was, I think that might be the best one I've ever seen you do.
Annihilation,
That
yeah.
was, you got so much stuff first trying this run. That was incredible.
No, right? There is a special third phase, but we just drink our teleportation potion, and we win just like that. And time.
Wow, what a run. That was
Excellent,
That was
man.
Thank you.
impressive.
So basically what happens in the story is Clementine sacrifices herself with the cube thingy, resets the entire world, and the Keeper just...
Then you go New Game Plus like nothing ever happened. That's what we did at least.
This didn't happen during the run, but I want to show this off real quick. It only take like 10
Oh, it's
seconds.
black hole.
Black hole, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you didn't
Actually,
times.
Yep.
somehow.
So this is what happens when you don't use, 1, don't use the mod, and 2, overcharge it.
Which he was avoiding the whole time by
Yeah,
actually...
he was juggling that the whole time.
Perfect time charging the gun. So really impressive, honestly. The timing on the shots, the aim of the shots, just unbelievable.
Yep.
Excellent.
You have, I think, about exactly 2.5 seconds of it fully charged with the mod every time. And it's just trying to find that balance of more time, more damage, or more time, and then I die.
All
But
right.
yeah. I want to shout out my raid team on World of Warcraft, Team Phoenix, if you guys are watching. Caca! I also want to shout out these two, Dr. Guerra and Gordlord, for being there with me.
Absolutely.
All the way. I want to thank my parents. And yeah, thanks, GDQ. It's been really fun.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
My pronouns are they, them.
My name is Atitri. I use they, he. And this is Rikki and Vikki, a puzzle platformer in the vein of Bubble Bobble, originally made as a limited run on Atari 7800 cartridges, and now available on Steam since, I think, 2017 or 2018.
2018.
Yeah, so like we said, this is kind of like Bubble Bobble. The category we're showing today is a co-op run of the game because, like that game, you cannot finish the game entirely if you are playing solo. So we look forward to showing you the whole thing. For further explanation, we'll actually just go ahead and get the timer started in 3, 2, 1, go. And the reason that we start the timer early on is because we have just about 2 minutes to get something set up before the run starts proper.
And we're going to be berated for mashing through the opening cutscene, because of course we are. So what we're going to be doing in this first level is we're actually going to be game overing. We are so bad at the video game that we need to game over. right now, right here.
Yep, being a puzzle game, the game does give you a mechanism to, if you're soft locked, if you don't know the solution to a puzzle, you can hold this button, it will run your timer down and reset the stage. You can take another run at it. What we're going to be doing is we're taking down our lives on purpose. We're going to be game overing twice, and at the end of each game, end of each credit, we are trying to line ourselves up in a very specific position, because the closer you are to where the game wants to put you when you game over, the faster you get through this game over scene. And as you may see our arms and shoulders moving, we are actually mashing out to try to make this cutscene go faster. Yes, there is mashing in a puzzle game. Go figure.
It's true. So when I say we're bad at the game, I mean like this game is actually hard. It is not safe to... You can do a full run with lives. We have done that before. But this game can go very wrong very easily. And dying when you're in lives mode and game overing will bring you back to the beginning of the world that you had game overed in, which loses tons and tons and tons of time. So our estimate actually accounts for using what we're about to unlock now, which is direct deposit. We're going to be meeting a denizen of Miseryland.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the story at all yet.
We have not yet. We're about to meet a denizen of Miseryland. This is Dut. He's round, he's rotund, he's delightful. And he's actually going to be offering us a deal. So because we game over twice, he's going to offer, in exchange for our arcade points, he'll give us infinite lives. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And that's just for marathon safety and to make sure that we don't lose a ton of time from game overing in a world. So, the story of this game, or rather the way this game works, is we have keys in every stage that we have to collect. The number varies from stage to stage. This was 4, the next level is 3, and so on and so forth. And when we collect all the keys on a screen, we'll be able to progress to the next level of the cavern that we're in. Now, there are a number of caverns throughout this game. They all have 10 levels. This is Rock Cavern. It's the first cavern. Nice, get your feet wet quite literally.
You're right. We hadn't talked about it, but the main mechanic in this, outside of learning your basic platforming, is the water. And water, of course, pushes against you at roughly the same rate at which you move. If you were looking at Rikki, which is me playing the green fox, typically using the left side of stages. But if you are moving against the flow of water while you are standing in it, you will be held perfectly straight. So there are some cases where we do that to line up jumps, and the rest of the time we just have to navigate that to make sure we're still platforming accurately. And we're also just did successfully at the end there. The first time didn't work, but that's okay. The overall conclusion to the level accounts for that happening. They were trying to do what's called a coyote jump. If you are familiar with platformers, the likes of Celeste, you will know what a coyote jump is. If you watched a lot of Saturday morning cartoons, you will probably also intuitively know what a coyote jump is. It's the idea that you have 1 to 2 seconds, or really in this game it's more like a half a second, after you leave a platform before you actually start falling. So you can make a valid jump after walking off the edge of these box-shaped objects that we use for a myriad of purposes across this run, and we will be doing that more and more often as the run goes on. We've also just shown another advanced mechanic, the idea of a box hop, which is when I place that box up against the side of the screen, Amber jumped down onto it, or Vikki rather. And then as Vikki jumped off of it, they also grabbed the box, which is allowed them to jump and grab the box in the same motion. So the box came up with them as they jumped up away from it.
All right, so we're moving into our first boss. This is Drillbat. There's 10 levels in every cavern. The 10th is the boss. And they have all the same kind of formula. They all have 3 HP, and they will be in a period of invulnerability while they do their attack pattern. Like so, and they will, in their attack pattern at some point, generate a box for us to use. And when we generate this box, we can pick it up and use it to defeat the boss. So there is going to be a flashing lights warning at the end of every boss fight for those who are photosensitive. The screen will do a full screen flash. We'll get a little flashbang. What am I doing? Why did that work?
That was, yeah, that has genuinely never happened before.
Yeah, you ever try to do commentary while playing a relatively difficult puzzle platformer?
Yes, once. Okay, so for better or worse, that was Drillbat and that was Rock Cavern.
Yeah, so between every cavern, we're going to be introduced to a score countdown where Dut takes all our points, and Dut will also be explaining the mechanics of the next cavern. Now, this is very important to pay attention to if you have never played this game before, because it gives you a hint as to what to do to progress throughout the next cavern. We already know how to go through all these stages, so we're just going to mash through these cutscenes to make the text go faster. saves a little bit of time. But we're going to be going into Sand Cavern. And this, whenever we haven't played in a long time, because we are both very busy people, so coordinating co-op runs can be quite difficult. Sand Cavern's my de-rust Achilles heel, and you'll see why immediately. So when I take a box off of the button here, the whole stage goes dark, and we have to use visual cues around the stage that stay lit, like the hieroglyphs in the background, our foxes, our boxes, the walls, everything, or not the walls, but like the keys, stuff like that, to be able to tell what we're doing and where we are in the stage. So as you can see, the walls completely disappear, and we have to know exactly where we're going and use some of the hieroglyphs to be able to line up our boxes. And Tree, if you don't mind explaining the beetles that we're being introduced to now.
Yeah, absolutely. They are the first kind of character that can interact with boxes outside of the foxes. And we'll see a little bit more of what they can do in the future levels. But as you saw, I had to hand a box over to that beetle to get it down screen wrap around the bottom of the screen back to the top for Vikki to be able to use. Now we get a chance to talk about how they work, how they detect boxes, because Vikki is trying to keep a very tight cycle here. They have to immediately place the box on front of that face, get it to the opposite wall. Because we were about a half a cycle behind, unfortunately, the projectile from the face in the wall came out later than was expected. So I think you were running on your timing, and that put you in the path of the bullet. But yeah, let's give it another shot here.
I'm going to have to do the backup.
Yeah, you'll take the backup strat. So the beetles themselves, the intent is, what they do is, if a box is in front of them when they move into it, they will grab it, they will turn around, and they'll throw it the direction they came from. What we are trying to do here is we're basically manipulating them so that it lands on top of them, saving extra time in the cycle, and making it so that they send the box the way we want them to, just as quickly as possible. I have to remember to throw mine over, because the hieroglyph shows the ability to go through in case Rikki ever needed to throw, which thankfully in our strats we don't.
Yeah.
We gotta hurry a little bit here.
And then one thing that we haven't mentioned is that the boxes actually will hang onto the walls and ceilings for about 4 in-game seconds, if you look at the timer at the top of the UI in this game, before they drop. And the previous level, we had to time that very carefully to make sure that we got the box to drop exactly on the beetle in the way that we wanted to.
Yeah, whenever you're using it as anything other than a stepping stone on the ground, you're on a timer.
I don't know why I always mix up this stage with 2 stages ago, and I head right when I can't go right.
Yeah, there are times when that'll give you a little bit extra breathing time, like here, where we're just waiting for the box to come down from the beetles through to us so we can grab the silver key together, so we can grab the silver key together, so we can grab the silver key together.
I'm 1 step ahead.
Yes,
hold on.
yes, you are.
The joys of running co-op games.
So that's actually something we figured out much later on, which is to say that if you stick it to the ceiling in a corner, it technically also counts as being stuck to the wall. So we can finish that last section, and I reiterate, the last section of that level, a little faster.
So we're actually being introduced to a new mechanic here. These are the ghost kittens. They only appear in Sand Cavern, and they appear in total darkness. They'll follow, if we're in the right positions, the same patterns, and they are definitely dependent on Rikki and Vikki's position in the level, how they move.
Yeah, kind of like the Pac-Man ghosts. They're seeking you out in like a relative orbit to you.
Yes.
So if we're in the same place every time, we're going to get the same results from them.
I'm going to grab that key, jump over the ghost kitten. We're going to head over here. I'm going to... Whoop. Now throw it at me. There we go. Grab gold. And then I'm going to wait up here for a moment and try to get this jump off. Perfect.
Good.
There we go.
I was there with your plan B just in case.
Yep, exactly. Always know your backups in speedruns. All right, so some more ghost kittens here. I'm going to grab this box, and we're going to dispel the ghost kittens with boxes. You can dispel them either through throwing boxes through them or through turning on the lights in the stage. And we're going to
take a quick wait.
Take out the ghost kittens.
There we go. Before they respawn.
Perfect.
All right, on into boss number 2, Lady Anubis.
So Lady Anubis works in a very particular way. We actually have to play with light and shadow here. So in phase 1, she will become vulnerable when the room is dark, and the inverse is true here in this phase. I actually have to grab this box here. I'm going to block those axes there, light up the room so that she becomes vulnerable. I almost said invincible. That's not right. And then we're going to do the inverse here, where we have to turn off the lights to make her vulnerable again. So Rikki's just going to grab that box there off that button, and then she appears right up there every time.
Yeah, Vikki does the lion's share of this battle, and if that makes you feel bad, don't worry, we'll repay the favor later on. The next boss is pretty much all mine.
It's true.
So that was Cavern 2. We're flying pretty well here. There's what, 5 total caverns?
I believe so, if you don't want to count the extra cavern.
Right. So we're only, what, 10 minutes into our estimate. There's a reason for that. The next couple of caverns involve a lot more cycle preparation, waiting on things. So we're going to do a little bit more mashing here while Dut tells us about how we'll be creating new pathways through levels. And that's very much a theme of Flame Cavern here.
Yep, Flame Cavern. Shoutouts to Final Flame. All right, so the reason why we have to
that was interesting. Here, I'll just let myself up.
Yeah,
Go
just
for
let
it.
yourself up.
Thank
It's
you.
fine. Here, create your own way.
Hey.
Here. Oh!
Yeah, that's why we don't box ourselves onto the bridge. That's one thing we have noticed and done a lot of testing on. If you are out on the edge and you haven't placed something, the game will always favor taking the box out from under you. We kind of wish that it didn't, but...
And also, normally, we had actually flipped rolls in that first attempt there.
Yeah, I just didn't get my jump up in that.
I let go of the button because I thought I'd grab the box. By the way, did you know that you can actually kill your co-op partner? If they ever mess up enough and, you know, make you upset, just throw a box at them.
I mean, they almost found out during Rock Cavern.
It's true. There we go.
And another mechanic that we'll be seeing a lot more of later on, which is if you are out far enough over an overhang, which I'm apparently not, there we go, you can place a box 2 spaces out over lava or other hazardous terrain, and then if you have any momentum, you will run to that second tile. So we'll do a lot of gap clearing that way, both early and especially later on. Trustful.
There we go. Yeah, we're starting to be reaching the levels in the game where we have to start trusting each other a little bit more. I forgot my box. Can you
That's
throw that
right.
up to
Never
me?
forget your
Thank
box.
you. Never leave home without it. All right, we're going to grab that, have Rikki come down here and meet me, get on the box. I'm going to wait for that fireball to go.
Thank you.
Perfect. So another mechanic that you can do is you can actually build these boxes up. Now, if you let them go and fall naturally, they'll do the exact same thing. You'll get the same result.
Right, on that 4-second counter like we mentioned previously.
Yeah.
So the idea of being able to ladder them on your own by tossing them onto a box that is already considered solid by virtue of being on a wall or ceiling is much, much faster.
Oh, absolutely. There we go. That's another trust moment there where I have to trust that Tree knows what I'm doing and that I'm jumping from the right to the left to give them enough time to create a bridge underneath me with these gates. And we're actually, the whole theme of Flame Cavern here is creating your way forward.
Shoutouts to Picky and anyone working service jobs. We appreciate you. Picky is the level 1 employee of Miseryland. He picks up boxes and he moves them around. That is his job.
I pick them up and put them down.
Exactly.
Speaking of Picky, we actually have to utilize Picky. They're the star of this puzzle here. So I'm actually going to head down here, and Picky's going to throw this box down to me, and I'm going to create these bridges. And you might be like, well, Amber, why'd you do that? You've trapped yourself. Well, it's because we have to actually bring Picky over to here so that I can create my own way through. Picky then lets me down here, and now we have to hurry up and wait.
Yeah, unfortunately, the box can't be thrown when it's in any way engaged with a wall, so we'll do a little bit of waiting, and we finish the stage.
All right, so moving on to F7.
Time to do some firefighting.
It's true, so...
You know, one thing we haven't talked about at all is the fact that if you are running as a fox while carrying a heavy box, you gain a lot of additional momentum. And
It's
that
true.
becomes really important when you're doing stuff like firefighting, where when you place a box downwards, it arrests all your momentum and you stop. But if you're just moving with it, you could absolutely move forward into the fire and take a death that way.
It's called lighting your PB on fire, quite literally.
Something like that.
All right, so F8 here. We're actually going to... the game wants you to use Picky for this puzzle.
It's true.
That's slow. You see that box in the bottom right-hand corner? That's a lie. We don't care about that box. I don't know.
It's probably
what it
there
wants
for
us to do.
something. We've never managed to figure out how to actually use it.
All right, so bye, Picky. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, this is not a pacifist run. Well, I mean, to be fair, it wasn't a pacifist run when we started.
No, we had to.
It
kill the
is
dumb
actually
bombs.
possible to do a pacifist run of this game. And if you do a pacifist run through the end of Rock Cavern, you get to a special warp that will take you to a secret world as well as a level select.
Oh yeah, and that secret world and level select, the secret world alone will
Genuinely
teach
evil.
you. It's very evil, and it will teach you how to do things like coyote jumps and really awful things that actually is really good for the speedrun.
That's fair. You're not wrong.
Like, we became infinitely better at this game when we did the extra cavern. It was pretty impressive how better we got at the game when we understood how the mechanics worked more fully. Our first casual playthrough of this game took like 3 days.
At least.
At least. By the way, shout outs to the Sonic fans in chat and in the audience right now, because this is Hot Hog. I will see you all at the Sonic Adventure 2 Battle Tournament tomorrow, later on after this run. And we're actually going to have Rikki do this whole boss fight through manipulating...
Yeah, it's cool. You got the last one. I can take this one.
Yeah, it's true. All right, so as long as Rikki hits, in phases 1 and 2, hits Hot Hog with a box before he fully bounces off the wall and goes fully right, he will actually continue to go over to Rikki's side for some reason or another. I'm not sure why, but Vicky's going to win this fight by doing absolutely nothing. It's perfect.
Yep. So that's the marathon safe version of that, where basically after the first phase, after the first hit, we lure Hot Hog back up to the middle platform and I drop under him. It is technically possible to do that stage about 4 in-game seconds faster by staying on the bottom the entire time. It's just that after the first 3 flame jump that you saw me do, you have to do a 5 flame jump and then a 6 or 7 during the last phase, which is basically pixel perfect.
All right, so we got a taste of some hurry up and waiting moments in this game a couple of levels ago in Flame Cavern. Would you like more of that? Because welcome to Bubble Cavern. Bubble Cavern is probably the one that will test your attention span the most, as we have learned. When you've got 2 neurodivergent runners having to pay attention for long periods of time in a level, it can be very, very difficult.
I don't know if it's better or worse that we usually practice when we're in a Discord call and there are other people around.
Oh, God.
So just the idea of having that extra, like, oh, hey, somebody else is talking. Oh, listen. Oh, no, I've missed my cycle.
Yep. So this is a very cycle-heavy cavern. And,
under the opening. Very good.
And we've got box bups here. Can you explain what they do, Tree? Oh, God. I'm going to have to wait.
Yeah, no worries. So box bups go in between kind of the middle section of the level, which is Rikki and Vikki are going to be separated virtually all the time during this world. And so the box buffs will help us ferry boxes back and forth. They will take them as soon as they run across them, carry them across the middle section of the level, and spit them back out. And we're going to use that to solve a variety of puzzles. This one is not the longest single puzzle in the game, but it's the one that does not have any speed up strats, because the valuable thing is in the bottom left of your screen, which we get to by having the lower box bup toss the box down into that corner and having it wrap back around to create the platform up to the button.
Yeah, if we were to just throw all of the boxes down to the bup early, they'll just build horizontally in that bottom corner.
And then the bup will have to pick them up again before they can actually get to where they're going.
Yeah, or they'll end up on my side of the screen again, which is completely counterintuitive. Speaking of which, I finally get to do something again.
Hey, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm back and I'm better than ever. And then I throw this box down and I wait.
Yep.
All right, so Tree has heard me say with what key, Tree, enough times in this stage to not mess it up anymore. So we're actually going to be building those boxes up to grab that first red key and then throw the boxes back to the box bup to bring them over here. And the reason we're going to do that is we have to naturally let them fall to build their way up to this button to open the gates to the bottom 2 keys.
Yeah, that laddering strat that happened in Flame Cavern, this is what happens if you are in a position where you're not able to use that. You wait for the boxes to fall naturally to create the platform you're looking for.
Yes. All right, B4, we have some
time for
MLG.
a little MLG, MLG box throwing. That is Amber's speciality.
It's true. No matter what, I've not been able to get Tree to consistently.
I was going to say, there's been some days where it's worked just fine. And I think some of it comes down to the fact that because we live a few hours away from each other, we're typically playing via Parsec, where the connection is stable, but the latency gets a little funny from day to day.
Yeah.
And something about it, you just have that strategy more down than I do. You're going to drop down, we're going to toss you into the corner, and you're going to get there before the box bup does. There are so many levels where the fastest solution basically involves putting yourself into imminent danger and then just finishing the level before that danger reaches you.
So we're actually meeting the fiddler crabs. They are crabs with cool footwear, and they are very dangerous to our health if their claws or their bodies touch us, like most enemies in this game.
Shoutouts to Claus on the couch for Jaxler's Soul Reaver run earlier today.
It's true. So the way they work is that they will home in on either a fox or a box, whatever whatever they see first.
You get another cycle before we've lost any time.
All right, now we're losing time.
Okay, yeah. So the idea here is, and this is going to get more common across the rest of this,
Vikki,
world,
please.
is we're going to get a box that's going to open a platform, and we're going to have to make a jump as it closes on us. You'll see me struggle with this in about 2 levels in all likelihood. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like what I just dealt with was a taste. Normally
That's in the
it's
wrong
not.
place.
That is in the wrong place. What a coincidence! But that's in the right place, and you fixed it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Everything's okay.
Yep. I'm still in the right position. I just have to wait a little.
There we go.
It is technically possible to do both grabbing that key and placing this box in the same motion. I have done it exactly once.
All right.
Welcome
B8.
to B8. Either the coolest looking or most frustrating level in the game. And that depends on whether you're out there or right here.
It's true. So this is actually the big reason I don't play as Rikki at this time. I stick with Vikki, and it's also the reason why when we play on Parsec, I am the client, not the host. Because Rikki has to do this. We have no control over thank you, Box Bob. We have no control over these buttons at all. Oh my god, first try. That is genuinely extremely hard. Like, I would appreciate a round of applause just because Tree doesn't always get that first try. Thank you so much. Like, you have very little headroom to be able to do those jumps. You have to count 4 in-game seconds internally to be able to correctly time those jumps. It is genuinely the most difficult part of this game.
Yeah, and if you let yourself get frustrated by missing a jump, because each of those is another lever that's operated by a switch, as soon as it's off the switch again, you're going to fall down the next level and be back where you started.
Yes.
So it is extremely easy to get tilted on that last section.
I have watched it happen so many times. I have played the Rikki half of this game twice with other friends. And I would like to learn the Rikki side of the speedrun. I just haven't gotten around to it yet because we've been perfecting our current layout with what we do and like learning all the good strats and whatnot. By the way, welcome to Humbulb Squid. Verve, by the way, Tree.
Thank you.
And the reason I said the name of a dead streaming platform is because it's based on what Fox will trigger that slam attack first. In this case, it's Vikki, Rikki, Vikki, and then it'll be Rikki, Vikki, Rikki, and then, flip. So, the main mechanic of Humbulb is the fact that it's electric, and we have to cause its wires to cross to become vulnerable so that we can actually toss the box that we create at Humbulb's head, where the heart appears. So I'm actually gonna bring myself over here to the right side of the stage while Rikki does the last hand slam. So we're gonna dodge this spark, and then we have to create 2 halves of a box into one. And the reason we're on the right side of the screen every time is because it manipulates the box halves to meet exactly when and where we want to. Because one half targets Vikki, the other targets Rikki. So we're actually gonna set that off. Rikki, you go next.
Yeah, shoutouts to previous runners and world record holders Utu and Tokiji for this and a few other strats that we absolutely did not intuitively figure out on our own.
Oh god, our casual of this boss was horrendous. We were trying from opposite sides of the screen to get the box halves to meet, trying to get the wires to cross.
Yep, and if one player goes too early, then the 2 different hands of Humbulb Squid will just go off in different directions, at which point you have to figure out how to meet each other and then not get smacked by the hands.
Yeah, it's rough. Like, the casual of this is, it's certainly a time. I think we had to take a break on that boss and like, all right, we're gonna sleep on this boss and come back later.
Yeah, we strongly recommend anyone giving this game a try casually. The one thing that I would encourage you to take from the speedrun is that boss right there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, abso-hecking-lutely. And actually, if you're interested in trying this game but you don't have any friends, there's an entirely different set of levels and bosses that you cannot see by playing co-op. You don't get the true ending, but you do get an entirely different campaign that is worth
Does each Fox get a different campaign? Or
No.
is it just, okay, it's for solo.
It is just solo versus co-op. So we're in Metal Cavern.
Yeah, it's neat. It's genuinely very mechanically different bosses because everything. Place that down, please. Because everything has to be structured around. Hey, you only have one fox who can carry a box. You know, the level needs to convey boxes for you more than your other fox.
Yeah, there are entire mechanics that you don't get to see in co-op because you have 2 foxes that you
Remember
get
to
in
use the
single
shield?
player. Yep. Okay, I thought I had completely beefed it there.
You're good.
All right, we got to get back down.
But then, you know, again, your friend playing with you doesn't have to be local. This game also supports remote play together and parsec.
Yes. Okay. So we haven't explained anything about Metal Cavern, but
Nope.
let's get started here.
All right, we're gonna go backwards apparently.
Okay, good stuff.
It's fine.
I'm glad you got that jump, and that should.
This level is basically like the assembly line. We're gonna keep hard at work doing things this way. I'm gonna place this when this box is mostly down. So this level works, or this world works on switches. You want things to pass through switches and then have the switches come back down. One more jump, please. Oh,
that
very
was
slightly early. That's okay.
All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah, we'll just reset.
Yep, we're gonna reset that. This is one of the other really difficult levels to do very smoothly. Not hard to do in concept, just more difficult to get fast. That wasn't too bad. We only had one major mistake there at the end.
Yeah, and if, like an enemy, if a box is in the way of a switch as it closes, that box will be crushed. One more time, please. Sorry. Yeah, so this level is very much down to a science. I'm going to pass the box to Amber on the leftmost, rightmost for me, leftmost for them, pipe every time. They're going to grab it from there and take it to where it needs to go, left to right.
Very much assembly line mentality for me here. There we go, and then I have to wait for this box to drop down because we're actually going to build up to the switch in the center to unlock the gate in the bottom right. The reason I'm not standing right next to the gate is you see that that teal thing there? That's a death laser. It's awful. It will catch you by surprise if you aren't aware that it is a thing. We're also meeting Foxbot, who is our little friend over there with the glowy eyes on the right side of the screen. Bye, Trashbot. So Foxbot allows us to break these Foxbot-marked boxes using the controls by using the boxes on the switches to indicate and change its direction. Now, Rikki has to get a very difficult coyote jump there. There we go. There we go. And not losing a moment of time, too. Very good. Thank you for the clapping. Trying to do a coyote jump when you have a ceiling against your head is
And you're carrying a box,
experience.
which changes your momentum.
Yeah. So we're going to have Foxbot. We have to have Foxbot break this box right down here.
So you're going to go ahead and move him over.
Change direction here. Now we're going to destroy Foxbot. I'm going to now set him on his motion. So let me in.
Yep. I basically,
We're going to have to reset
one more
Foxbot.
time. Yeah.
Can you take...
Yeah, that'll work.
There we go. That'll work, yeah. Cool. Let me...
There we go. Now
There we go.
Yeah.
So we have to actually block that gate so that when Foxbot comes down...
He has somewhere to stand.
He has somewhere to stand to be able to walk, because Foxbot cannot jump. It can only walk on flat ground, and it'll just drop down to the platforms below it if there's nothing to catch it. There's an example of the death laser there. So we're going to break everything but this one right here so that I can more easily line up that box.
Yeah, you can adjust how Foxbot falls, much like you can with your own foxes, based on if you hold something across, and that's why I didn't leave that there just in case. Very good. Yeah, so based on how long you leave the controls under Rikki right now held.
You can see that turbo drifting going on there while I'm holding the box. That was weird. My jump didn't work. All right. So, M7 here. I have to kind of hurry up and wait. So we're going to grab this, and we're going to send Foxbot down. Now, I have to break the boxes here on the left so that Rikki can eventually get the key on the left. And then we're going to break those, and now I have to pass back over to Rikki, who has to then send the box through these pipes. The pipes that are able to interact with the boxes are the ones that are marked with the red arrows at either end, indicating that they...
Here, have a fresh new box.
Do work. Yeah, thank you. Now that I've placed my box on the rightmost switch for Foxbot to progress, I'm just going to stand over here and wait for Foxbot to make its way. This is one case where we can only speed up the gate
middle
switch
throws
so much. So we do have to wait for this one, and now that I've gotten my key, Rikki can jump over those spikes and grab the last key. Now, when you grab a key, even if you would fall to your death normally, you still win, so the game progresses as normal. This, we're going to play chicken with a laser.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you the kind of daredevil who, when you saw the lasers earlier, you'd be like, nah, I'd win? Well, this is the level for you. At least if you're playing Rikki.
All right.
It is my job to play chicken with this laser.
Nope.
No worries. Replace it down again.
There we go. Second try. That's really hard to coordinate. Even harder when you are when you're on a line with each other and you have some latency.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, M9. This is a test your metal here with building bridges in the air.
Yeah, extremely difficult level casually. You see that curved, the pipe that Rikki and the Foxbot are on now? Yeah, we're just going to be doing... Oh, all right, I'm going to come back around. We're going to take the reset. That's fine.
That's fine. All right, so I have to pay attention to Rikki here building the bridge in the air and not corner correcting the boxes. All right, so we're going to reset.
This is the level, if you haven't learned it before in your casual playthrough, this is where you'll learn that boxes need to be extremely head-on or they will slide above and below where you're throwing them.
Yeah, corner correction in game development is a very generous thing for the player.
There we go.
There we go. That is not easy to do. However, corner correction can also work against the player, as you've just seen demonstrated here. All right, so I'm going to grab this box so you can jump up and get that key. And then we're going to move into our boss of Metal Cavern. This was the last regular cavern that we're doing before we go into basically a boss rush. So Steel Simian, we can't directly reach Steel Simian, and we have the boxes to begin with. And we have to pay attention to where all the pipes go while dodging Steel Simian trying to punch us, while also trying to get the box to hit Steel Simian, either from below or above, as you just saw.
In our current strats, Rikki does a lot of basically kiting Steel Simian around. I move positions based on when the box reaches its final position under Steel Simian. Thank you. Thankfully, when Steel Simian does that attack, which sends out a homing bolt towards the position of both foxes at the place where they were when he pulls out the remote, he also always puts himself directly under the pipe where you can hit him.
Open.
Thank you. Sending.
Yeah, so the very first pipe takes takes a very long time to get the switch
He's
open.
Trapped.
All right, I literally can't kite him even if I wanted to. All right.
It's fine. He's going to remote shortly because he hasn't been able to attack a fox in a long while.
We just got to wait for him to... Ooh. Can we kite correctly? Yes!
I don't think I meant to do that like that, but once I was in there, I'm like, there's nothing for it. I just got to stay frosty.
That was very precarious, and I am very glad it worked in our favor, because the reason our estimate is so generous is because dying at the end of a boss like Steel Simian, which is very long to begin with, is devastating to your time.
Yeah, that's a couple minutes easy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, goodness. So we are the world record holders of this category. I haven't looked up to see what our time is. Don't tell me what the time is. We've made some mistakes along the way.
Okay, so it's yeah.
All right.
There's some seconds in there somewhere. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure there's some minutes as well. All right, so we're going to move into the last level of the game. It is very, very difficult. I don't recommend trying this at home.
It's true, especially not alone, because you can't play it
And we're
alone.
done. All right, so we're going to be moving into basically our last two bosses here. Welcome to the antagonist of the game, Misery Dragon. He created this whole underground amusement park in the center of the earth that we just went through because he kidnapped our kids. And he was like, if you want to see your disgusting kids again, then you're going to have to come into Misery Land. Now he's going to fight us with the Discomfort Dispenser. Mark II and whatever happened to Mark I, I couldn't tell you, and I'm afraid to ask at this point.
I'm going to pierce my ears over here by coming as close to the spikes as foxily possible. You to the front. Stay to the front once you've jumped. And I mention all of that because we have to get that box over the Discomfort Dispenser absolutely as quickly as possible to try to get a fast cycle, which lets us suction, which lets us avoid several additional attacks that we would otherwise have to endure before we get more bombs and box-shaped objects. So if we do everything absolutely right, you'll never see about half of this boss's attacks.
Okay.
To the front.
And I have to get those box throws really, really quickly as well.
Push.
Yes. All right, so that's 2 fast cycles in a row. That is very, very good.
Yep, and the third one doesn't need to be a fast cycle because, as we mentioned earlier, which remains true always, every boss has 3 HP. We just need to make this last couple of jumps.
All right, now all we have to do is survive. And that's easy enough, because we can dodge the claw. All right. So we're not quite done yet. We've got one more boss for you. And you can see that a tea tree is picking up their water bottle and going to take a drink because I'm fairly certain that the developer of this game has played Undertale. And you'll understand momentarily what I mean when I say they have played Undertale, if you have played Undertale. So this is a cutscene we can't mash through. And I would argue, what do you think? You think this is the easiest boss?
It's the boss where once you know how to do it, it's the most formulaic. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the easiest on the whole. That's probably Drillbat back in Rock Cavern.
Naturally.
But again, shout out to
Tokiji and
Utsu. Yeah. There is one strat in this which we absolutely needed their help to make it happen. And we'll mention it when we get there in just a minute.
Yeah, so Misery Dragon doesn't like losing, as you can tell. He's actually quite upset with us. And he's going to continue holding our kids hostage and even have them make an appearance in this fight. So our timer's going to reset to 240 seconds. And I'm going to make my way to the right side of the screen.
Big spooky things are going to happen.
So we're going to have to dodge these bone fingies. I tend to do a lot of counting in this stage, actually, or in this boss. And can you explain why, Tree?
Yeah, it's because the last attack, the one that comes after these next two here, is based on a very specific number of ground pounds.
To the left a little bit.
Okay.
So we're actually lining up directly under the timer and the letter L in level to be able to get our kids. Those were our kids, by the way.
4,
5, 6, 7, 8. I move. 9,
yeah, Amber
10,
has a preference to move on a very specific
12,
number about
13,
halfway through this
14,
slam cycle.
15.
That's when it becomes vulnerable. So that's why that counting occurs there. 6 fingers.
Okay, you're okay.
Yeah, I'm going to have to not move so early on the last one because the last one is 9 fingers. And if you're too far over, that's going to go all the way across the screen into your partner.
Yep, so as I was mentioning before I had to start counting, the kids will actually collide and create the boxes if we line up exactly here.
This extremely consistent strat is the one that we would never have figured out on our own in all likelihood.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So on the 15th slam, where he slams both hands down, that is when he becomes vulnerable and shows his true self.
Time is going to come up once we land this last hit, assuming no issues with inputs.
Correct. All right, we're going to line up here. Sam and Marie, hello. We're going to save you now.
Yeah, those are our kids after the Misery Dragon did weird things to them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and time. That, oh my God.
Congratulations on the live world record, Amber.
That is a brand new world record.
Sub 38.
Yeah, the first sub 38. That's incredible. For context for folks at home who may not be familiar with this run, when we picked up this category, the only other runners were Utsu and Tokiji, and they had I think, what was it, a 53 something?
52 and change, I think.
52 and change. We have lowered the time significantly.
Yeah, to 50, to 48, to I think 45.
To 41, to 38.
The current record on the board is low 40. We got a recorded but not yet uploaded
38.
38 and change.
Yeah, like
but and now we've got a good video for this one.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much to the PAX Speedrun stage for having us for this.
Shoutouts?
We look forward to bringing it lower. But yes, absolutely. Yeah. Shoutouts to the logo here on both of our t-shirts. This is an events group that we're both part of called Fast Paced Events.
I'm the head organizer of that. We do speedrun events and gaming events where online, where we support charities like Take This, go to the AFK room if you need a quiet place, by the way, and Global Action for Trans Equality, because trans rights are human rights. If you like more of what we do here, my name is Amber Cyprin. My pronouns are they, them. You can find me hosting here on Games Done Quick's Twitch channel every other Friday for Passion Project. as part of the GDQ hotfix. And if you like what Tea Tree does,
Yeah, as of relatively recently, I also became a GDQ hotfix showrunner. Every other Wednesday at 7 p.m., check out Out of the Box, runs like this one that you can just pick up and play. If you can watch the run, you can run it too. Shoutouts also to the likes of Preventathon, RPG Limit Break, and too many other organizations to name that I've also had the absolute honor and privilege to volunteer with and raise money for great causes over the years. Anything else?
I think that's about it. Shoutouts to my partner TGH, who's with me and will be the finale run on Sunday for The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap. And shoutouts to Final Flame, who's also part of Fast Pace Events, who will be doing the Sonic 2 8-bit run tomorrow afternoon. And thank you all of you in the audience, for being here to watch the run and hang out at the speedrun stage. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day 2 of PAX, and we'll see you here at the speedrun stage for a little bit more speedrun action.
Take care, everyone.
Hello, PAX East. All right, yeah, this is Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition, and I'm going to be doing a very fun category, Signless, Bashless, Stompless. So let's go ahead and kick that off. I think you need to go start the timer.
Oh, yeah.
All right, one sec. All right, let's go ahead in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, that's the prologue. So now that my couch is actually here, if they could go ahead and introduce themselves.
Sure. I'm C Average. I also run Ori and the Blind Forest sometimes, but not this category, so I know some things.
I'm Emerlin. I think I played this game and then gave up on it because I was too bad at it.
All right.
Okay, so what is Signless, Bashless, Stompless?
Okay, so...
that was really bad.
That's fine.
We're going to do that again. Oh, no.
So anyway, while this is going on, Signless, Bashless, Stompless. If you've played Ori before, you'll know that the very first thing you do in the game is get your little Orby friend named Sign, and you use that to like shoot stuff and things. So we're skipping that. So Signless. Bash, very notable game ability in the game of Ori, kind of like the ability of the game. We're skipping that.
Okay.
And then Stomp. Also, very good for just Metroidvanias in general, make you go down fast, make you break floors, all of that. We're going to skip that too.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not like a low percent, but
I was going to say, it seems like you don't play the game.
Well, no, so we're going to do the game. We have to get all 6 world events and beat the game. So we're going to be doing all of that stuff. We're just going to be doing it in a very unique way. So normally we'd go up and get Sign here, but we're actually only here for that XP. So leveling up in this game is very important. Leveling up will give us an ability point, it will refill our health, and it will refill our energy. And we need that. So we just got an energy cell, our first one, but the game requires you to save, so we have no energy right now. You can't see that because the UI is off, but now I need to go save over here to get my energy back. And then I'm going to do a damage boost where I die after saving next to this jump pad. And then I'm going to use iframes to jump on up here.
Is it really a damage boost if you actually die?
Well, I still took damage, so...
Yeah, it's SDA taking damage to save time.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair.
And then,
this jump is impossible.
Yeah. So... I also use that level up to destroy these brambles, and I actually need that XP as well, so it's kind of useful for that. So normally when you get Sign, it loads in these keystones here, and if you have played this before, you know that there's supposed to be a keystone there. It's going to be there for 1 frame, and there we go, we got it. But now I need to go get the other keystone, so I'm going to store the ability menu, and I'm going to go over here where the keystone's supposed to be. I'm going to level up an ability, which is going to save the game. So I'm going to save right here.
Wait, you're playing in the... Okay. Sorry, that took me a second to realize you were playing in the menu.
Yep. And I then reload, and again, for 1 frame, the keystone's there.
Yeah, so that trick is called Save Anywhere, because you can use it to save anywhere. Yeah. I don't know how much it's used in SBS. I assume a lot, because you're doing a lot of very strange things in order to beat the game at all. But in all skills, the most popular category, or at least at the time that I was actively running. We use that a lot to like skip cutscenes, skip over loading zones, stuff like that. You can also use it for ways to get out of bounds and some other tricks that we'll talk about a little later. So,
yeah. So what differentiates this from like a low percent run? Because so much of this is like not, interacting with the game.
So if you wanted to do like a low percent run in this game, you can actually beat this game getting basically nothing. Oh, that's really bad. What's the backup for that? I think it's do this. Unfortunately, I cannot take any unintended damage at all early in this game because I have I will have 4 health after I get this, but it is all intended for damage boost because I can't actually kill anything. As we mentioned, I don't have sign, so I don't have the ability to do any damage right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right now.
Implying that changes later.
Yeah,
okay.
But not for a while.
Yeah. As far as like the lowest number of skills you can have to beat the game, I don't remember off the top of my head what they are, but like the randomizer community has, figured that out because of just heinous things that they've done during seeds. So.
Yeah, this early game is very difficult. You normally can just kill these slimes or kill these brambles I have to damage boost through, so.
Yeah, in other categories, this whole route is still all like pretty particular about the things that you're killing and the XP that you're picking up. But if you're able to avoid the XP, you can just like kill extra things if you need to. Whereas in this, you can't do that. So.
Yeah. That was actually the one place I can take an extra piece of damage because I got a health drop. But
yeah, that slime is terrible to get around.
And we are through all of the damage there.
That was stressing me out so much.
And we are going to get our very first skill, which is wall jump.
Can you guess what that one does?
No.
All right.
I bet we'll find out here in a second.
Yeah. It's bashing, right?
No, we skipped that one, remember?
I wish.
Oh,
that would be so useful. Yeah. We can now jump up walls. All right.
I think that's a wall climb.
No, climb is different.
That's a different skill.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah. We are also skipping that. Not because it's like not allowed, but because it's just slow to get.
Poor little guy.
There we go. Nice.
Oh, just an iframe. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so I have to use the iframes loading in to get all the way up through that. And now I'm going to go place a save over here, and then we're going to go back and get this keystone. But I need that save later, and I don't have enough energy to save later.
Wait, it costs energy? I've forgotten everything about
Yeah,
this.
so saving in this game costs energy, which is the primary thing we're going to use it for right now. Come on, Frankie.
Yeah, so did all of the keys load in after getting wall jump? Was it just that one, like, needing
It's
to
just
get a
the
skill?
opening area that is...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So how do you? This sounds stupid because it is. How do you like figure this out? Like,
this took a lot of work in terms of like figuring out how to actually do all of this. So the initial route of this was done by me, and then there's been a number of runners that have added like different finding just damage boosts or out of bounds or just like little ways to skip certain things. But yeah, if you were to just load in and skip sign, you'd be like, this is impossible. You can't do anything. But yeah, It just a lot of people finding weird glitches and tricks. All right, here's the coolest out of bounds in the game. I'm gonna save there, and then I'm just gonna hold right, and we're just gonna fall through the floor.
Sure, yeah. Is that just like intangibility on load or something?
Yeah, but like if you were to just save and load most places, you won't just fall through floors. It's the like walking into that wall for some reason like puts you in a state where you can fall through.
So this area is called Blackroot Burrows. If you've only ever played not the definitive edition version of this game, this doesn't exist. Even if you have played the definitive edition of this game, you might not have found it. But it's actually really cool. It's really pretty, first off. But one of the best skills for speedrunning Ori is found here, because we're here to get dash, which, as you can imagine, makes us go pretty fast and is pretty good for speedrunning. So
this part is so stressful. Those spiders are awful. We are through the worst of that, though. So we mentioned leveling up. So my XP route through this entire game up until probably like the 35, 40 minute mark is very particular because I have a level up I have to do later in order to clear some brambles. And there's a puzzle I can't do without bash. And I have to level up in order to get around it. So skipping XP back there and particular XP I will be getting later on is all very particular. Also, this orb, we should talk about this orb. So this orb, if I drop it, will return to sign, which is kind of a problem because I don't have sign. But it turns out a very important property of my saves is if I save and reload the game, my save will act as if it is sign. And we're going to use that later on for some tricks. But I'm going to set it up so that my save here is sign now. So when I set this orb down in a little bit, after I think it's like 8 seconds or so, it will despawn and it will return there because I'll have a little pedestal I have to put it in. And then we're going to be doing another save anywhere in order to skip a cutscene here. And then I'm actually going to stack a couple of cutscenes on top of each other, assuming everything goes correct, in order to skip multiple.
Sword navigation in the menu.
Yeah.
How do you tell what you're doing, especially when it's so dark? Is it just like...
So right there, I was actually just listening for a sound cue you can hear when you put the orb in the pedestal. So I'm standing in a very particular spot. So there's a cutscene that plays right here, but it only plays once this other cutscene finishes. And because the other cutscene is finishing at the same time, I'm able to skip the tree cutscene and then go down and hold that lever down for this door that you can see is closing.
And now you're much faster.
Yes.
yeah, for a lot of those save anywheres, it's just a matter of you can kind of see well enough that because you know what you're trying to do, you can figure it out.
And I saved out of bounds there, so that rock, when it knocked over, so that rock's supposed to be instant kill, but because I was behind a wall, it actually just pushed me into the ground, and I saved underground, so I'm like in the ground, and when I go back, I can rekindle my save, and I'll still be out of bounds. And then we're gonna dash through the floor here, and then just fall through some collision, and we're now on our way to double jump.
Sure.
So the normal way you would go in this game is you have to go all the way back through the starting area, up around to Charge Flame. There's a cutscene that tells you like what's going on in the story.
Get wrecked, fraud.
That spider is actually helpful there.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, wait, is that part of the XP route? Like the spider just frog?
I didn't necessarily need that XP, but I'm actually gonna save here because I took an unnecessary damage, and this slime could be rude to me.
Oh no! Oh no!
That's why we did it.
Thought the frog was gonna get you in the cutscene there.
Because they wanted to make this tree safe, the frog can't hurt you up there. Well, Frankie. Frogs are different. We'll see them later. So a trick that we're seeing here is called dash gliding. So if you dash and then you release to neutral inputs and jump, and you have a 13 frame window to do that. So like from the start of the dash, within 13 frames, you release to neutral and jump. You maintain your momentum rather than slowing down in the air. And if I miss them, you see me just stall in the air. But if you do them, then you can continue to move forward. And that's a very useful piece of movement. So we're supposed to go over to the left here. There's a little ledge there I can jump off of.
Nice. That is so much harder than it looks.
And now we have our slightly more basic version of a cutscene skip is to just save again after the cutscene started so we can reuse our save locations. That skipped, there's supposed to be these falling rocks here, but they're really annoying.
This jump's also terrible.
Yeah, I keep hitting the ceiling. There we go. We have another cutscene.
I remember this guy. He like steals something. Yeah.
Yeah.
He steals this, but he's actually giving his back to us right now because he hasn't stolen it yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
We're doing things a little backwards.
And now he's dropping us down into the area that we would have been coming from over here. As you can see, he's gonna drop that. Yeah, so see, he's gonna go drop the orb and follow it. We're doing this whole area in reverse, basically. I'm gonna do a quick detour over here to get a extra energy. I need a specific amount of energy in order to do the final escape. So.
I'm assuming that was a dash glide there.
Yep, so
Yep.
that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So I know a lot of platformers like obviously design a route through the area. Is there any section of this game where like going through it backwards is actually just fundamentally impossible because they only designed it? Like they designed it such that you can only go through it one way?
There's definitely areas like that. For the most part, because we've gotten things that we're not supposed to have when we're in them, we're able to, like, we aren't supposed to have double jump right now.
That was going to be another question, is like, how badly is this game being sequence broken? Because I don't remember when you get anything.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Yeah. I can't think of, like, off the top of my head any specific places that, like, you absolutely cannot go backwards if you, like, if, say, you have the randomizer and you have a certain set of skills. Like,
if you have, like, everything,
yeah, that this game, like, really doesn't anticipate, but there are definitely things that you cannot go backwards by any normal means.
So
I was so ready. I was going to be like, you're moving in the menu again. But no, you're just teleporting somewhere else.
Yeah, so what I did there is I stacked my save and my teleport over each other because saving is slow and... Oh. All right, so we're back at the initial area, but we now have a bunch of abilities, ability cells. Those were those like glowing yellow things. What we're missing is a keystone. So if you look here, I have one keystone, and this door takes 2 keystones. So I'm going to make a keystone. So I put a keystone in, and I saved far enough away from the door that the game refunded me the keystone that I put in. So now I have 2 keystones without having to...
Oh, no.
Oof. Franki's just doing Frankie things. And all of this skipped getting a keystone all the way back at double jump that would have just been really slow to get because there's this mini boss and I'd have to fight the mini boss, but I don't have charge flame or sign. So there's actually no way for me to kill that mini boss. So it would have been, oh.
I was gonna say, is there any is this useful in any other categories? But I assume in the other categories you just kill the mini boss.
No, so the other categories you just don't go here, or if you go here, you just use the keystones that you're supposed to get.
Yeah, or like other categories do that key duplication elsewhere for other keystones.
I'm assuming again, I don't remember much about this game, but you can keystone smuggle, I'm assuming, where you take keystones from one place and put them in another.
Yeah. And later on, we're actually... Yeah, so the keystones aren't tied to any specific door.
Yeah.
Although I think the randomizer just added basically a mode where the keystones are tied to the doors and you have to go around and find the right keystones. But don't quote me on that. All right, so this is the cutscene where the game is going to explain everything we're supposed to be doing.
Happens to be all of the things we just did, basically.
Yeah, and then it's going to tell us about
double jump,
the things that we need to go do.
Yeah.
We're going to skip it.
Yeah.
One of the few cutscenes you can actually skip. And now Sign is telling us everything, but we don't have Sign. So the game's just going to kind of scroll over things.
Wait, is there supposed to be dialogue you click through there?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And a little sign moving around, yeah.
And now I'm going to store this menu so that I can skip the cutscene on the tree here because there's a wall.
Frankie, no.
There's a wall right over there that you probably couldn't see because there's this menu up. But that wall doesn't exist if I can't see it. So I just dashed through it. But I can't really destroy that wall. There, you can see it. So I just got Charge Flame. Charge Flame is where you hold down the Sign attack button, and Sign will charge up this burst. And it does a bunch of damage. But I don't have Sign. But my save is Sign. So I can hold down and Charge Flame off of my save. Actually.
So goofy.
Yeah. Need to back up here. This is one of the areas where I can soft lock. So, C, would you like to explain terra clipping?
I will do my best. So basically we're going to use this save anywhere menu to save in a way where the game basically doesn't know where to put us and we end up out of bounds. And I think, let's see. Yeah, I mean,
so
that's
we're
mostly
going over
what I
here.
remember.
Yeah, so basically I'm going to dash at this wall.
Just gonna...
And save at the same time. I'm going to run away from the wall to unload it.
Yeah, and it's basically going to store the momentum of that dash in the save so that you zoop on through the wall.
Yeah, no, that actually does make sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now there's an invisible wall in the way. But now we're back inbounds. And that is the biggest sequence break of this category. So normally getting through that area... Oh. Nice. There we go. So what you can't see there is... So there's this invisible wall, but there's also water. And the water is... will damage me. All right. We're just going to...
Frogs are the worst.
They're all frogs.
No,
every enemy in this game
No,
is a
these
frog.
are frogs. The other ones are Frankies.
That's just a...
Hey, that's my favorite trick.
So that is a rocket jump. So the thing I leveled up during that Terra clip is Charge Dash. So if instead of doing like a charge flame, I hold the charge button and instead hit the dash button while targeting an enemy. Oh, are we gonna? No. All right.
Yeah. It's a charged up dash, right? It will, and it is used as an attack, so it targets an enemy, right? But what's happening here is that you're essentially just jump canceling it. So it's shooting you into the sky with all of that momentum that was supposed to be in the charge dash. And it's my favorite trick. I love rocket jumps a lot.
Yeah, they're very good. It's also the only way I can get up where I'm trying to go. So this is the area in which you get the glide ability.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so rocket jumps are a little variable. Depending on like how close to the enemy you are and such, you get more or less momentum, and that's why there were a few attempts there. This trick is absurd even when you have the right skills, so this is going to be something to see.
So I saved to use charge flame. I redirected that spider shot with that charge flame. I'm now moving to unload some rocks so that I can hit the other rocks I saw with the spider shot because I can't stomp those rocks.
Yeah. So in other categories, we use like bash, which gives us a nice arrow to help us aim that projectile where we need it to go. Not in this one. You're just redirecting it with a charge flame and somehow going in the right place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep. And all of that is just to get us this little feather.
Yeah, because to explain what is happening here, there's supposed to be wind here, that you're supposed to use that feather to ride up to those rocks, to stomp on the rocks, to knock them into the bird.
Get it. So you didn't wake the wind.
Right. There's no wind. We don't have stomp. So creativity is what we have instead.
Yeah. We're actually going to go get the wind now. So the wind is in the second dungeon. We haven't done the first dungeon. Don't worry about that. We'll go back there. So the first dungeon is where you get bash, which means that the second half of that dungeon requires you to have bash.
Requires is a strong word.
Well, it's not possible without bash unless you also have some other things, which we don't have. So we're going to go get those. But first I need to get wind. But in order to do that, I need to go to the second dungeon.
I'm assuming these are all just charge jumps where you're shooting 500 feet in the air?
They're all, rocket jumps. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Misty is really cool. You'll notice we just turned around, but now it's different.
Yeah, this whole area is like supposed to be kind of like a Lost Woods-esque, the path changes. But I'm kind of done with Misty. So
yeah, that makes sense. I was like, why are we even in Misty?
Yeah, so this thing here, this seal, Atsu's torch, would allow us to... Oh, I want to back this up again. So I'm going to do another Terra clip here because I want to get over to... Oh, come on. I want to get over to Forlorn. And it turns out that Forlorn is actually just kind of down and to the right from here. So this is why I backed that up. So I have to save a very specific distance away from the wall. But I have to just kind of set that up manually. Yeah, that looks good. Let's try this again. If this works, we'll just go flying through that wall. Yep, there we go. So now I'm in a part of Misty that's unloaded. And I'm just going to kind of fall for a little while. And then there's a little Q here. I'm going to hold right. And we're now at the end of Forlorn. And if you've played this game and you really liked this escape, I agree with you. This escape is, I think, the best of the three. Unfortunately, we're not going to do it, which is why I still have the ability menu up. So I'm going to wait until this specific point in this cutscene. And Ori actually gets teleported to elsewhere in the dungeon during that part of the cutscene. And I'm going to save and then reload. And the game will instead put me there so I don't have to do this escape. And this is a part of Forlorn we like to call the Key Factory. And that's because this spider and that door, along with a save over here, will allow me to duplicate a whole bunch of keys really quickly. And I need an additional 5 keys.
Oh, is this like a gravity mechanic?
Yep.
Nice. I never actually played this in the game, so I think this is about.
Yeah, the gimmick of this dungeon is, holding that orb, you can stick to these red walls or blocks and, do gravity shenanigans.
Got it.
All
It's
right.
like Teslagrad.
Sure, I know what that is.
I'm gonna give a shout out to Teslagrad. The game owns.
So, we mentioned gravity. So, I just teleported out of this dungeon, but I am able to carry the orb with me. So now I have gravity going the other direction, but I'm not in the dungeon. And I'm going to go back to Misty Woods, which we unloaded. I'm going to fall all the way through Misty Woods, and I'm going to go back to that door that I left the key in, and I'm going to use the keys that I just duplicated in order to get it.
This game rules.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier, like, how do you find this stuff? Like, that's so funny that there's enough mechanics in this game that allow you to do this kind of, like, just absolutely dumb, wild, off the off the rails stuff.
So that trick got found because, it's possible to beat this game backwards.
Sure.
Yeah, it's called reverse event order, or Oreo for Ori reverse event order.
Reverse event Ori.
Yeah. That trick was found for that. Oh, no. Sign, I don't really want to talk to you.
You're not even here, Sign.
Was that the first dialogue we've seen all game?
Yeah, so if you have the UI hidden, it hides the... All right.
Wait, that wasn't... Sorry.
So if you have the UI off, it hides the dialogue. My screen's a little broken. Ori's supposed to be in the center of it, but it'll fix itself in a moment. There
we go.
So the UI off isn't like you not getting something. It's like you deliberately chose. Okay.
Yeah. So I can toggle it. If you hit Alt-U in this game, it will just toggle the UI on and off. It just skips all dialogue automatically. All right, so we finally got the wind. And now this section of the game, you're supposed to do these like puzzles off to the left, and then you're supposed to come back and stomp this ceiling here. But instead I'm gonna get that frog to just shoot up there, where he's not really supposed to shoot, to break that ceiling.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't bring a frog with me like you would normally do. In this speedrun. I say normally do, not like normally if you were playing this game casually, but normally if you were speedrunning this. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna get charge jump. I'm gonna get this frog to shoot another floor, because I can't break any of these floors. I don't have stomp.
I don't think we ever actually explained ghost doors.
Oh,
that might have been the first one.
I think it's the only one. So I put the keys into the door and then I died and the door just unloads. It doesn't actually do all that much in this category.
It just saves the loading animation of the door opening. So that's why you save right next to it. But
did I get this XP earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. All right. So now I need to break this ceiling. So I'm going to do this by saving on the ceiling. And then I'm going to die while charge jumping. And that's going to carry the damage aura of the charge jump into my save. And it just breaks the ceiling.
Yeah, very similar to the Terra clip that we did earlier where it saved that dash momentum. This is a Terra break. Shout out to Terra for finding so many ways to break things.
Oh, wait, that's a runner?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was thinking like Earth. Like,
Isn't that funny?
That makes sense, I guess.
And this is the key to the final dungeon. So I'm going to collect it here. And then I'm going to save so I don't have to watch a very long cutscene where we see story things happen. We don't want to watch any of the story. This is a speedrun.
Do we do any meteor kicks in this category?
Yes, we're assuming I don't miss it, because the timing on it can be a little difficult. We're going to do exactly one in just a moment.
So a meteor kick is like a rocket jump, but in reverse.
Oh, and I missed it.
Sad.
Dang.
Yeah.
Just imagine that we're going down super fast.
Okay. Yeah.
Instead of falling there, I would have just like thrown myself downwards. Yeah. So now that we've gotten all of these things, specifically charge jump, I can go back to this earlier area and we can go do the first dungeon. So I mentioned that I have to collect all of the world events. There's a cutscene there. It turns out that because you're not supposed to be able to like jump that high, the cutscene only plays if you go like through the bottom area,
just, like,
and you can
that
just
high or
jump
whatever.
over it. Yeah. But yeah, so the world events are the 6 keys to the dungeon, or sorry, the 3 keys to the dungeon, and then the 3 things you get at the end of the escapes. So we already have gotten all of the keys.
We're extremely not supposed to have like charge jump and rocket jumps and all of these really good verticality tools for this very vertical dungeon. So it's going to be very fun to see just all the movement and stuff to get through this.
I'm going to use this block here. I'm going to push it on top of my save. And then I'm going to save again. And then I'm going to get pushed by the block into the floor. And we're just going to skip that puzzle. So this is actually like, a very precise mini-boss in the speedrun, because normally when you come here, you just have Sign, which is this like little pea shooter. And you can only hit a certain number of shots per cycle there, so you're trying to minimize the number of cycles. But we kind of just blow it up, because we have way more damage than we're supposed to have.
Without our main weapon, we still have more damage than we're supposed to have, because charge dash is very good.
Hi, Bash.
Goodbye, Bash.
Has there ever been a point during these runs where you've just autopiloted into like grabbing Bash accidentally?
No, I do this category more than I do other categories, so if anything, I would like autopilot into skipping Bash.
It'd be very awkward.
Yeah.
So all these lanterns you're supposed to be like bashing off of to get all of these keys and whatnot. This is actually the door that the main speedrun category key dupes at, but we have the key factory door, so we don't need to do that.
Oh, right. Bash is the thing where you like grab something and fling yourself. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you one direction, it the other direction. That was weird.
Oh. This boss is strangely temperamental sometimes, because his hitbox is just a little inconsistent. Come on. We're just gonna take this a little safe. Nope, we're just gonna die to this. Why? Oh, come on. There's some trick that I haven't figured out for this boss, but sometimes you will be able to kill him with like a single charge jump, and sometimes he won't die.
Yeah, I'm wondering, it's probably something to do with that projectile.
Yeah.
I bet if you get a weird timing, you're able to like deflect it back. Enemies in this game take absurd damage from their own projectiles, so that can be useful for bosses and such.
Yeah, man, it's like the disrespect.
All right, come back over here, Frankie. So I mentioned XP, so I have to destroy this bramble over here. So I use that level up to do that. There's a puzzle off to the right here, and I literally cannot do it.
Wait, that was like 37 minutes of prep for that one?
Yep.
That's awesome. That like 4 XP.
Yeah, that Frankie
that's
gave me
awesome.
9 XP, so I had to be within exactly 9. And my current like level up totals are, I don't know, something in the hundreds.
Yeah, so this is the escape for this first dungeon. Again, you're supposed to have Bash here to be bashing off of all of the lanterns and stuff and all the projectiles to get away from this poison water.
Oh, that water picks up fast.
Yeah.
I didn't know it rubber banded to you.
Unfortunately, without Bash, this dungeon gets a little scary. We do have, like I said, the other tools that make us go up really quickly. But also there's a lot of spots like this where the floor is literally just spikes. So so close.
Yeah. That is one of the roughest deaths to take because there is no saving during this.
Yeah.
But yeah, we need all of the health we have gotten at this point to do those damage boosts.
Yeah, we have 5 health and require 4 damage worth of damage boost for this, so. There we go. Yep, that's
Nice.
Now, this is the only point in the game where you want your UI on. So there's a piece of dialogue here where Sign is going to say something to us. I mean, Sign's not here, but anyway.
You're safe. Gonna say
If you don't have your UI on here, Ori will instead just stare at the sky for like 8 seconds. So, yeah. So this is the area where you normally would get Stomp, but we can't, which means we can't stomp that floor. But walls are kind of optional. So we're gonna unload the wall. We're gonna swim on down here.
No, fish, stop it.
And we're just gonna fall through the wall.
Is this game still like comprehensible from a like casual perspective with the like no dialogue? Does it like do a good enough job of diegetically telling a story or whatever? I don't know what that word means.
I mean, I would play the game with the UI on if you wanted to like see the story.
Also, I'd recommend not going backwards and also getting Sign, probably Bash and Stomp too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take those notes when I go back to this game.
All right. So all we have to do now, what am I? Is go to the final dungeon, and then do that dungeon, and then do the final escape after that dungeon. So there's a trick here called the warp displacement. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to die and teleport at the same time so that I have free movement during a teleport. And then I'm going to rotate this platform so that it rotates my teleport angle and teleports me somewhere else.
Yeah.
And that somewhere else is the final dungeon.
Yeah, so basically what's happening there is you can imagine the 2 teleports like in a line from each other, right? And it's all like a circle. So if you...
I thought it was a line.
Well, it's a circle with a line through it.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you rotate the Ori, you rotate the line. So then you go... The end of the line's not here anymore, it's here.
Right.
And that's, so apparently there's a document out there where somebody made like this map with a bunch of circles all over it with a bunch of angles. So you could just find like, oh, I need a angle kind of like this to get to here. Okay, let's do that.
So that was the final dungeon.
Woo!
So if you load in and go through the door out of the final dungeon on the very first frame, for some reason, doors will take you to a different location on their first frame. And the location it takes you is the end of the dungeon. And it's specific per door, but yeah, it just skips the whole dungeon.
Yep, so this is the final escape.
We are very much not supposed to be doing a lot of the things that we are doing here.
Yeah, it's almost as if you're supposed to have some other skills. So in other categories, you tend to not do that water escape that we just did a little bit ago, which would then mean that the water at the end of this dungeon is still poison, which means you can't take any damage at all during this because you only have enough health to swim through that poison water. because we actually did that escape sequence, luckily the water is not going to be poisonous, so I think you can realistically take any amount of damage here.
Well,
other
no.
than like, oh, okay.
There's a damage boost I did in that room that I died earlier. And that damage boost is exactly 4 damage.
Oh, okay. So effectively the same as the water, but now it's fire instead.
Yeah.
Okay, well, never mind. Disregard everything I just said.
Okay.
Yeah, so right there.
That one, okay. That makes sense. So yeah, you've swapped the poison water for the burning fire.
Oh, so this
is
would be poison?
In other runs where you don't clean the water by doing the Ginso escape, this is all the water in the game is still poisonous. So this would still be poisonous. Those fish.
Yeah, I was trying to take that a little safe with the fish, but it was in a slightly bad position for the way I went for that. Unfortunately, the fish cycle starts right there. So all of my movement here affects where that fish end up.
Ah, dang.
Yeah.
How tight is the energy management for this escape?
I have the exact amount of energy that I need in order to do this.
So that is relevant because we don't have stomp, so all those horizontal floors, like this one, we're breaking that by charge dashing across it, which costs an energy. So that is relevant, turns out.
Yeah, jeez. I imagine you're not supposed to be standing like half of the places you're standing.
That you're not supposed to go up here, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the reason I'm doing that is that kind of the whole idea of this escape is that Kuro is chasing you. But
dang.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's so tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kuro is chasing you, and you're supposed to go down and then bash up some lanterns and do it quickly enough that Kuro doesn't get you. But if you go over the top of this, Kuro gets confused and stops chasing you for a little bit. Also, we don't have bash to go up those lanterns anyway, so...
And because of that tight damage boost happening later on, if I take any damage elsewhere...
Yeah, I just have to start it over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot overstate how difficult this is. Like, this is extremely hard.
I fully believe it.
Nope, we're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to... the unfortunate thing is... The way that that fire works is that it's not like just a constant area. There's a specific like plane of damage. So I have to kind of get through it in a specific way.
There we go. Yeah, that looked good.
Nice.
There we go. Nice. Okay. We're not out of the woods yet, but that was
all right.
The hard bit. Yeah. Okay. We should be in pretty good shape.
We despawned Kuro there. Now I just have this last kind of finicky jump. There we go.
Nice.
And now we are done.
I'm assuming time is coming up soon, so I should
in a little
I
bit.
should go do something.
Yeah, so there's a long cutscene here, like minute and change, and I just have to hold right. But yeah, time will be coming. So there's a character that we haven't seen literally at all, and we're gonna get control of that character, and then that's when the game will end. So yeah, you should probably head on over there.
Yeah. By the way, I'm running the tech, so that's why I came on late.
But yeah, thanks everyone for watching this. This is such a cool speedrun, and I'm really glad I got to showcase this. Thanks to the Ori community for being so wonderful all these years. This is how I got into speedrunning and GDQ and everything else. And special thanks to Infinite, who's the current world record holder, and Smashy, who was a lot of help in originally routing this and all of the work that has gone into this category. And yeah, time will be very shortly.
Okay, I'll go do my thing.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Amerlin. Thank you for letting me commentate, Mel. This is awesome.
Yeah. All right.
Hi, Mom.
And time. Yeah, so that's Ori and the Blind Forest done without getting sign, bash, or stomp. And there will be some more speedruns coming up next. But thanks for watching, everyone.
Hey, thank you so much, anonymous GDQ staff member. What's happening, everyone? My name's M. Sushi. Yeah, we can clap for that. We can clap for that. Yeah. They do a lot of hard work here, and the hard problem was when we put the game in full screen, the audio didn't work, which sounds stupid, but if you ever used a computer before, I assume most people have, that stuff just happens sometimes. Regardless, my name is M. Sushi. I'm gonna be your guide through Portal. Today we're gonna beat it without glitches. It starts with a minute cutscene, so I can talk for a little bit. Do you guys wanna count us down from the crowd? From 5, yeah? Let's do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We didn't do like an on one or go there, a little awkward, my bad guys. So we'll coordinate better. Every time we go into an elevator, we'll clap, okay? We'll get that down. We'll practice at the end of this level, about a minute and a half. But once we get there, I'll have a cue, and then like we'll all rejoice, and it'll be awesome. Regardless, this is Portal Glitchless. Portal released in 2007, first-person shooter puzzle game. If you've ever seen a speedrun of this game, it is incredibly broken at the any % core glitches. We're not doing that today. We're gonna play through most of the levels in a way where you can see them. We're not gonna like solve all of them. I know how to solve all of them. We're gonna circumvent the rules a little bit, and you'll see what I mean as we get further into the levels. The only thing tech I really have to explain is that we're gonna be doing bunny hopping, but it's not really bunny hopping like, you know, Foon, Counter-Strike, if you've seen Portal 2. It's not like that. We're just gonna be jumping, and it's not actually that much faster than just jumping in a straight line. The main glitch for movement in this game is accelerated backwards hopping, and it looks like backwards long jumping from Mario. And we're not doing that because it's a glitch. So now we're off. GLaDOS has opened the portals for us, and we're in the first chamber. And silence for this one, pretty hard trick. Oh no. Okay. Second tries the charm, and now we're in the elevator, and we can all clap. That is the first out of 19 chambers. I guess 0 indexed, so 20, but regardless, if you don't know me, my name's M. Sushi. I speedrun mostly Portal 2. Maybe you've seen me play Celeste before. I'm kind of known as the Portal guy. I unfortunately have to put that out there. If you've ever seen a Portal speedrun video on YouTube, I made it. Portal speedrunning is awesome. I could like reference a video every time I talk about something specific, so if you're interested in Portal speedrunning, go search about it on YouTube. There are a ton of cool things. But if you thought the last chamber was hard, I'm gonna need more silence here. Okay, that was a tough one. So the first chamber, we had to put a cube on a button. In the second chamber, we had to put a cube on a button with portals. Some pretty nuanced stuff. Now we're gonna get into the portal part of Portal, where we get the portal gun. Specifically the single portal gun. There's a cool glitchless tech here we're gonna do called quantum crouch entry. It's very, very subtle. All it is that if you're going through a portal and you uncrouch, you just instantly pass through it. It's super subtle. It's used for a lot of micro optimizations. And in this chamber, it's important for a reason, because the portal gun, after we pick it up, instantly fizzles our portal, so we can just get into it faster. Like, you're not even gonna notice it. It's gonna be fine, but just trust me, I'm doing something, so I'm gonna jump through this. I'm gonna crouch, I'm gonna pick it up, I'm gonna crouch, I'm gonna uncrouch, and like, I kind of just like sat at the bottom side of the portal. That's that trick. Very cool. So we spent a lot of time waiting in these elevators. Again, going between these levels, and we're gonna make these levels super quick, like this one. Portal here, portal here. Oh, I gotta open the elevator, and then we get in the elevator. Perfect. So the run starts slow. Specifically, these single portal chambers are, we're kind of at the game's whim where it places our orange portal. Like this one here, where we're gonna have to grab a cube as it falls. A little more exciting than the previous ones. Oh, hold up. I got to do that again so I can grab it out of midair. Get the style points and hop our way into the elevator. That's chamber 4. And I know what you're thinking. Oh my gosh, putting a cube on a button is tough. How can the game difficulty scale from here? And then you go into the next chamber and you're not gonna believe what you see. There are 2 buttons and 2 cubes, so I know. So we're gonna make quick work, grab this one, throw it on the button while the door's briefly open, portal through, and the elevator's down over there, but GLaDOS will yap for a bit, so I'll fool around, throw this guy in the fizzler, take this camera, maybe hit myself with it if I can. Yep. I couldn't quite hit myself on the head. You can give yourself fatal damage with the camera, which I was trying to show off, but also probably didn't want to show off at the same time. Next chamber, chamber 6. These are going by quick. We're going to choose to the orbs. So the way you use the orbs is you don't. And you just... Actually, you do. You die to them. That's what you do. But I can show you really quick here. We can just go on this portal, go the other way, land on the platform, and you don't use them. That's the tutorials are orbs. They're actually just a projectile, and they're used. There's a laser activator, or not a laser activator, an orb activator that will make the platform go down. You'll see them again in this chamber, but just like the last chamber, we're not going to use them. I'll show you a cool fling. This is not the fastest strat, but I think it's the coolest strat. So look at this. Ooh, all the way to the ending elevator. Yeah. So perfect. And the only other thing I want to point out is that my whole brand, for my real M Sushi heads in the crowd or on the GDQ Twitch stream, I don't have a purple portal gun, which is very disappointing to me. I packed my game on a flash drive, and I forgot to change that texture when I got a new install of the game. Oh, we can just jump on that block there, by the way. There was a chamber there. There's a chamber there. There are a couple of other ways to do it fast, but the easiest is just there's a small protrusion of the wall, and just jump on it and jump right to the end. If you've been listening to GLaDOS, which might be a little hard because I'm probably talking too much, but GLaDOS will say this chamber's impossible. And by the time she says that, we're through the ending door. It's not too bad. We just gotta come at it with an open mindset, you know? All right, and we're almost done these single portal chambers. We only have one more left, and that's chamber 10. We're gonna be doing a cool fling here. At the start, we're doing a trick. It's glitchless, so it's not a glitch. It's a trick called a portal stand. But we're gonna really cleverly kind of stand in a portal to leverage a better shot later in the chamber, like this, and just jump right back through it. So this gets us to this middle part. We have to look up here to trigger this panel, and then we'll do a cool little fling through here, all the way over there, and that's in chamber 10. Now the run's gonna pick up a little more octane, as this next chamber we're gonna get the dual portal gun, so we'll have access to both the blue and the orange portals. And the first strat we're gonna do here is called Dolphin Strat. We're going to swim on the acid here and pluck the portal gun. While we do it, hit the button in the ground, crouch up here. Oh, I missed the last portal. Oh no, oh, the door closed. Hold up, you guys didn't catch up the first time, so I need to do it a second time. And it looks like this, grab the portal, hit the button while it rises out of the water, shoot the portal over here, shoot it over here, get in the elevator. Just in case you didn't see it the first time, that's what it looks like. Next, chamber 12, we're gonna be doing a really cool trick here called Fun Titled Strafe. It used to be called Untitled Strafe, named after the person who found it. And then we found a fun way to do it that makes it reasonable, and it's called Fun Titled. And it's gonna take me a couple of tries, probably. Oh, get right up there. Gotta chuck this cube. I need to hit the door for just a second, and we'll portal through. Just like that. And now we're through. Beautiful. And yeah, as you can see already, with the dual portal gun, we have a lot more freedom in these chambers to just go where we want to go. Chamber 13 is another quick one. We're just going to grab a cube at the start, bring it with us through the middle, and chuck it onto another button if we can. So portal here, chuck it on that button over there, and we're already through.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Fantastic. And we're gonna have the easiest chamber in the game right here, chamber 14. Don't blink. Don't do it. It's gonna go fine in an instant. We're gonna just go from one elevator, fling, and there's the next elevator. Trust me, if you look to your left or right at any point there's a whole chamber. But it's a really clever way to just go by it. And these things are intended by the developers. If you do the bonus levels, they're like speedrun timers, and you're intended to do that to skip it. Here's chamber 15, a bit of a longer one. We're gonna do some cool things. First, we're gonna come over here, solve an orb puzzle. It's on a bit of a slower cycle, so we'll wait up for it. Put in the catcher there, then we're gonna portal through up here, and from here on out, we just use some good flings, use some portal stands here to get through this section, and then do a big strafe. Where is my camera? It's in the elevator. It's just that easy. Yeah, one of the cooler, more fast-paced ones. And coming up here in Chamber 16, this is the closest not a glitch thing we're doing. You know, a lot of politics in speedrunning glitches if you're ever been part of a community that speedruns. The important thing about this trick, this is the turret chamber, by the way, so there are going to be turrets everywhere shooting us, but I'm going to be so fast I don't have to worry about it. Right now, our body is on top of the sign and our camera is peeking out. What does this mean? When we shoot our portal, our body is going to stand below there, but our camera is going to stay on top, so we can just kind of shoot portals wherever we want, and we'll always stay on the bottom here. The game punts me out. That's totally okay. I can just come over here, throw this guy on the button, taking a lot of fire, so we gotta go back and try it again. I will give myself a bit of leeway. We'll go over here, here, throw this guy on the button, say hi to all his friends, and get right through. Next up, we have the game's mascot. Who is the game's mascot in Portal? The companion cube. Nice. We got that one down, guys. And what do you do with the companion cube? Nothing. You do nothing. You cherish it and you appreciate it, and we're gonna bring it with us to this chamber. Chamber 17 is a really cool chamber casually. You have to bring this cube with you to solve a ton of orb puzzles. Like this one orb right here. We're gonna skip it with a super flashy fling. That's it's actually a really tight angle. It's like about 2 to 3 degrees of freedom. You'll see what I mean once I do it over here, but we'll set it up. Get a portal into this point of the chamber, drop the cube. Need to line up my angle. This looks good. Fling, grab the cube, and just on the platform there. Just a graceful flight across the chamber. Do cover your eyes for the next 4 seconds. I'll let you know when it's safe. Okay. Hey, forget about that clap. We finished the level. We did it. Yeah. All right. Perfect. That's chamber 17 out of the way. We only have 2 more chambers left. Chamber 18, chamber 19. Chamber 18, another really cool one. My favorite cheese in the glitchless speedrun. There's a cold room here where you have to go retrieve a cube across some turrets. Oh, we're going to instead fall into the water there, so excuse me. We do some strafes here to get into this section, and we need to get a cube on that button I just passed, which should get over there. I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna lean this camera against this door, and then I'm gonna open the door, the camera opens it, and then I can just shoot through. And it's that easy. This is the second part of the chamber where it's like a reaction test, kind of, which is cute when I've played this game for thousands of hours. So I can actually just skip one platform there and shoot a portal there. There we go. This elevator, I have like 20 seconds until it's done, so let's take a quick crowd selfie. Come on, everyone, get it. My fault, team, my fault. All right, Chamber 19, we're doing another one of those Spider-Man strats, and this is gonna go by quick. Check this. Get on top of the sign. Have to back out to uncrouch. Boom, boom. Turn around. Here's the part where GLaDOS tries to kill you. Don't worry about that. Portal through here, and now we're quote-unquote done with Chamber 19. There are no more elevators for the rest of the game. We are behind the scenes. We kind of skipped the story-oriented part where GLaDOS promises cake and then tries to kill us. So we're on the run right now. We're on the run. Some high-octane music would be playing, but we skipped the part where that plays. And now we're back in Chamber 9. But now with 2 portal guns. GLaDOS is pleading for us to come back, but quite frankly, I think at this point it's faster just go to her lair right away than actually go back to the chamber. A quick little shot through there, and that is the end of chamber 19, officially in like the game's map files. So it's where my speedrun would normally split, but of course, we're not really going for a personal best here. So now we are, again, on the loose, a huge piston barrage here, I guess. And we're going to use portals cleverly to just move as little as possible and just maneuver our way where we need to be. Again, once we don't have these elevators kind of stopping us in between levels, we're just fully unleashed with the portal gun. I've played this game before. I know where to go. I've played these games. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Next level, there's a really, really cool trick in this level called turret, skippy, flippy, tricky, wingy, thingy, flingy. I'm butchering the full name. I apologize for all the portal purists out there, portal speedrun purists. But here it is. We have this turret. We need to preserve it to the next section. Shoot a portal over here. Shoot a portal here. Shoot into the next section behind the turret. And now we're going to bring this guy with us. There's a fizzler here. He can't go past it. So we're instead just going to have it shoot the glass for us. And he didn't shoot the second one. A little uncooperative. So we'll try again. And success in the second try. This rocket turret will take care of this glass for us. And we'll jump into the next place. And if the fan cooperates, we'll get a portal through there, through here, to the end there. And we are on the final map of the game. Once that this long loading screen occurs, here's the massive turret ambush, if you've played this game before. They're all below us, trust me. I'm going to miss my portal shot to the final area there. But we can just do a cute little fling, and then you see barely get a lick of that portal surface there. And now we're like very close to GLaDOS, who is the final boss of the game. And there she is.
Well, you found me. Congratulations. Perfect record. You found despite your power and behavior, the only thing you've managed to break so
All right, so for the GLaDOS fight, time will end when the crosshair disappears, not for about 2 more minutes. All we have to do is, she has cores on her. We're going to do damage with a rocket turret, take them off of her, and put them in this incinerator here, just like this.
Time out for a sec. Where are you taking?
And we have to do that. This is like the biggest video game sin. Everyone knows when there's a video game boss and it doesn't have a health bar, how many times do you have to hit it? 3. There are 4 cores. So there's that one kind of tutorial one there that GLaDOS just lets loose on her own. She's going to do her creepy villain monologue for the next minute, I think. And then this rocket turret is going to spawn out of the ground, and we can use the rocket turret to hit GLaDOS and get the last 3 of her cores. The important thing is that I'm crazy here, so instead of like doing a normal rocket turret setup, I'm going to do the most precise, risky thing possible, where I'm going to try to line up with a specific dot here, this one, and then I'm going to jump right when the turret spawns in. And if you do it right, the turret just shoots GLaDOS directly. It is very, very precise. I'm doing it 3 times in total, so if I can get all 3, that would be awesome. But there's the next core. We're going to fly over here. And now we have to get back on our trusty dot, jump at the right time. That should be good. You can see it in real time. That hits it. Portal over to the incinerator. I missed my portal, so we'll reload.
I think you're doing some damage. I let you.
And now we'll grab this core right when it spawns in, throw it over into the incinerator. And then just 1 more core time's coming up here. If we jump right at the right time, turret will shoot GLaDOS. Open the incinerator, grab the core, portal over the incinerator, and let it go. And that is time. And just like how right after you finish a fast, you have a big feast, right after a glitchless speedrun, I'm going to use every glitch in the book, and we're going to get over to the cake room. Who cares if it's a glitch? I'm going to get you guys some cake. Come on. Come with me all the way to this random, ambiguous room out of bounds. And here we are. So I can just come over here, you know, get that cake. Let this guy have a little bit of fun, you know, why not? And yeah. That is Portal Glitchless. I'll let this roll so we can also see the companion cube float in the credit scene, which is really funny. But other than that, that is Portal. If you're interested, I think Portal Glitchless is like my #1 choice of speedrun recommendations, especially if you're, you know, Mario is probably what people would levitate towards, but Portal Glitch is super easy to learn, can learn it in an afternoon. I highly recommend it. Again, my name is Sushi, and they gave me half an hour, and we were a little early. So do you guys want to see more Portal? Okay. So I kind of have two options here. There's a category called airboat percent that I could show you a bit of, or I could show you some of the more glitch side, or I can show you a little bit of both in just some informal fashion. But first, I'm going to show you this room we were just in a bit ago, which has some portals, and the companion cube's really happy. So, yippee! That's the end sequence. Another really funny thing you can do there too is if you put the companion cube in the cake, there's a claw that comes down from the ceiling, and it actually can't end the game because the cube is stuck there. Go try it at home. It's pretty cool. Regardless, okay, I'll show you guys one chamber glitched, just so you could be like, you know, for all my biggest haters out there who's like, that's not a glitchless speedrun. This is what a glitched speedrun looks like, okay? I'm gonna load up a chamber. You come in right here, you know, you just shoot a portal on the wall. We're gonna get stuck in the portal. We're gonna save and load, shoot a portal on the floor, which doesn't place there, shoot a portal on the wall, shoot a portal at the ending. That's a glitch speedrun, okay? That's a glitch, just so we're aware. But I'll spend 10 to 15 minutes now to teach you about an awesome category called airboat percent. And this is for all my awesome underground portal speedrun enthusiasts. And do stay. If you, I can't force you, but if you like Portal, you're gonna find this interesting. So the big thing is, what game was very similar to Portal, released on the same engine? Okay, awesome. Very confident about that one. I'm like a trivia host right now. What's the name of the new Pope? Okay, we're doing great, guys. But regardless, I'll do one more. It's not really iconic, so this isn't that good, but what's the water vehicle in Half-Life 2? Yeah, okay, so awesome. When they were making Half-Life 2, or when they were making Portal, they basically just copy and pasted the engine from Half-Life 2. And it's a great engine, like, don't get me wrong, it's incredible. But, you know, there are assets in Half-Life 2 that are in Portal. And specifically, there's a console command. We have access to, like, you know, everything here. If I wanted to create a companion cube, it exists. I have to turn on cheats, so I'm not gonna do that. But the important thing is that there's a console command called ch create airboat. It's an interesting one. What do you think it does? It creates an airboat. Okay, that's great. What's interesting though is that, like, you know, maybe with console commands, you know, like, I'm gonna turn on cheats. You know, like your God mode, you can always never die. Your no clip, you can fly around the level. You know, you can like give yourself the portal gun. You know, I think it's like give weapon under. Okay, I'm not gonna act like I know all this off my head right now. There are a lot of cool things you need in this console, but they're protected by this SV cheats command. Now I'm stuck in no clip with cheats off, so let me do that. This is just my stream right now. This is awesome. This ch create airboat command, it's not a cheat command. You can just do this. It doesn't disqualify any achievements. It doesn't do anything weird. You just load up the game, hit this check mark that puts on the developer console in like this setting, and you can just create airboats in Portal. And that's kind of funny. You know what is really also funny too? People speedrunning games in 2008 when they were like, this saves time, why don't we use it? The biggest thing was at the start of the game, we're stuck in this vault for a minute until this portal opens. But if I bind a key to ch create airboat, do you know what you can do? Let me actually load it up from the start just so you can see. So you load up the game, blah, 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 and normally, you know, you take a minute, you'd introduce yourself to the audience. But if you were really in a rush, you wouldn't cheat at all. Some wouldn't even call this a glitch. You just come in here. Did I not do that? Oh, did I spell it wrong? I did. You come in here, you place the airboat, you get in the airboat through the wall, and you just saved a minute. It's it. So for literally a decade, people were trying to find a way to skip this, and they found it in 2008. You just use the ch create airboat command. Now we actually do have a way to skip this now, which is a fun fact. But for a while, this was like the only lead we had in the skip, and it was so goofy. And around 2015, 2016, this gag joke became so funny that people were like, can we just beat the whole game using airboats? And the answer is yes. So there's a category on speedrun.com, which if you've never speedrun before, that's like the main speedrun leaderboard website, where you just beat Portal, only creating airboats, and you're not even allowed to shoot portals. If you shoot a portal, your run is disqualified. And just to show you some other things here, I'll go through just a couple of my favorite chambers. I don't think we'll have time to do a full run because that would take another 20 minutes. And I think we're going to get you guys up here pretty soon to do the Speedrun Gauntlet, which definitely do stay around for that. Pretty cool. But so the way you can do this is you can clip through walls, as I've kind of just showed you with the airboats. And like you can do it here too. You can. Sometimes they slip through walls like that. They're a little sneaky. You know, it's kind of crazy when you do the thing that's not intended and then it breaks. But you can clip through walls like that. The other thing you can do is on chambers where, you know, you might have a big gap to cross. What you're going to do is you're going to take the create airboat command and bind it to your mouse wheel. So you can do this. Okay? And before my game crashes, I'm going to load that back. That's also, by the way, I have a frictionless mouse wheel, so I can just do that whenever I want. But you can do stuff like this, where you can use the momentum of the airboat to push you somewhere else, and then you can just solve the level. Boom. So there are a lot of cool things you can do like that. I'll show you quickly another one of my favorite chamber 8 here, ending right there. You know, this is just what you do. You just spawn a ton of airboats, and they shoot you like a missile, and then you get right into the ending elevator. I know, this is just an absurd, goofy, and this is what's awesome about speedrunning, is that people just do what they want. So a good handful of people have speedrun this. Former world record holder right here, stays in my heart. I'm still kind of mad I got beaten about that, but you know. Another really cool one, Escape 02. This was the ending GLaDOS fight, which, why not? I'll just do the whole GLaDOS fight with airboats because it's very funny, but I don't remember all the setups, but you are able to glitch through this wall. There are legitimately setups on how to place them, because if you don't, they go through the floor like that, and if you aim too high, they go on the other side of the wall. So if I can just get this just right and drive it. Okay, we're over here now. Now, we're in the turret trap. And do you know where we need to go? Up there. So I'm going to use the airboat boost to just boost me up first, and then I'm going to keep spawning airboats below me until I eventually get up there. Not like that. It's very uncooperative. Just getting that initial boost. See, they do what they want. But it's gonna be awesome when it sends us upwards. Trust me on this, guys. Oh, not quite. Let me save after the beeping noise. I need an airboat whisperer. Is anyone qualified in the crowd? Oh. Not quite, not enough height. No, they all got stuck in the floor. You need enough height that when you spawn the airboats below you, they spawn in the air and not in the floor, and they don't kill you. No, they all went everywhere but below me. Okay. Where do you think you were gonna be on PAX on Friday? Probably like, you know, meeting new people, watching something great. You're watching someone spawn airboats in Portal against a wall and dying over and over again. We are seeing something incredible right now. Oh, hold on. And there you go. And this is what this level looks like now. So that's something. It's actually really cool. When I ran this speedrun category, a really fun fact is that the airboats in that room, usually you spawn so many trying to boost up that they lag. So when you enter GLaDOS' chamber, they actually all despawn behind you, which is, the developers intended that, of course. They knew people were going to speedrun the airboat speedrun a million years ago, and they put that in. Normally you preserve a turret, but just to show you the whole shebang, we'll be just doing the whole GLaDOS fight with airboats. So we have to wait for it to talk. Now I have a surprise for you.
Deploying surprise in 5, 4.
And I'm going to use the movement to try to catch this. Oh, That's awkward. We have to go back, take the walk of shame. This is the first mistake I've made this whole showcase, by the way, just so we're aware. Boom. Okay. So now the big thing about this is just that we can hit GLaDOS easily without portals. I just did it in the glitchless speedrun. But we have to retrieve the cores, who's going to spawn over here, and over here. And that means we're going to have to do some more airboat boost shenanigans. And by the time we get to the last core, there are going to be like 1 million airboats in this level, and it's going to be a whole thing. So we're going to take our way through this, 1 core at a time, with a good handful of airboats. So this is normal. This is boring. Boo. Where are the airboats? So we'll just get this guy. He's gonna shoot GLaDOS. Perfect. Now I'm going to get on the thing here and try to skip my way over. We technically don't have to. I can be a bit more clever, but this works. Grab that core, and you can see this room is already filling up. We have a limited amount of space in here. Oh no, I was trying to jump, some people you accidentally let out a cough or a burp. I accidentally just spawned 20 airboats. Dinner with my girlfriend's parents was super awkward last night, guys. Okay, I am not here in time, so I have to do the other setup. It's fine, man, it's fine. Hopefully, we'll shoot GLaDOS, and then the next one will spawn up there. So again, we have to go up, and away, and spawn those airboats below us. And I'm gonna go off to the side here so I can kind of... See, these things have a mind of their own. Oh. Beautiful, 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 okay? It's getting harder to navigate, as you can see.
A big party that all your friends were invited to. I invited your best friend, the companion cube.
Don't say the companion cube in vain, okay?
Neurotoxin.
Oh, where are you aiming, man? Work with me, come on! Unfortunately, you cannot damage GLaDOS with airboats, so I do need this guy on my team.
The deadly was a massive
seriously? Come on!
Put it on cereal, rub it right into my eyes. Honestly, it's not deadly at all. You, on the other hand, are going to find...
Third tries the charm. Beautiful. And now that we have this last core, we're going to come down from the sky. Grab this guy. Okay.
What's your point anyway?
Come up on the stairs. Hit the button through the window. Oh. And there you go. That will be time on that airboat percent showcase. And that's just another fun way to speedrun Portal. I mean, very cool thing. Shout out to all the people in the Portal community. If you want to learn a Portal speedrun category, probably not this one, but if you really want, it's not that bad. You could, learn it in an afternoon, and the best part is, you're like, hey, I'm not even that good at Portal. There aren't portals in this speedrun. It's just an easy solution. But yeah, I won't hold you guys too long. We're gonna have these Speedrun Gauntlets starting here shortly. So if you played some of the games in the hallway, we'll invite you up on the big screen to do that. Other than that, my name's Sushi, general Portal speedrunner. Thank you guys so much for your time today. Hope you enjoyed the speedrun. I'm sure you can check me out on social media if you have those, probably. Dude, you're supposed to boo me when I self-promote, but I appreciate it. Regardless, thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of PAX East, and see you from Boston, Massachusetts. See you guys.
Take it away.
Hello. If by grinding this game you mean we played it for 10 minutes and actually had a really good time, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you can do the same thing. You can get a few minutes up here and play the game. So we have they have speedrun challenges, basically. It's a whole selection of speedrun challenges. We have selected one that I think is pretty fun because you can bounce off these lasers, and then there's a dive button too, so you can do stuff like this. Doesn't this look fun?
I loved this. This was like really.
Oh,
fun.
those are bombs. Don't hit those. Those are bad. Don't hit those.
Yeah, this was like a really cool game. There is, the dive button, the jump, like they're all very tactile controls.
Oh, no. You don't want to do that either.
They're very tactile controls, and you also have this like floaty ability. It's like you have a lot of like really floaty air control, but the response time on the on all of the inputs is like really quick. So there's like this really nice contrast to this game. And this one with the bouncing felt like it was a really cool one to optimize and kind of grind. So, but Bionic Bay has a lot of speedrun levels and a lot of these times that you can try to beat. So yeah, we're gonna be leaving it up to y'all to try to get the best time.
Yeah, so I'll give it another few goes, and then I'll let you play some carry.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see that also I am able, oh, that was a really nice bounce. I'm able to adjust my movement. Okay, I guess I have to jump up that. I'm also learning on the fly. I'm able to pretty much interrupt my movement with the dive. And that is just really nice for having a lot of control over the character, control over, exactly where you want to be, exactly where you want to place your character. And that dive is really quick. So, as a speedrunner, that makes me happy. I like quick movement.
I do too. As a we are both in speed games.
Yes, we both play like very movement-heavy games. It's very different movement-heavy games, but I'm a Monkey Ball speedrunner and you're a Celeste speedrunner.
Correct.
So it's, okay, well, you don't want to get stuck under here. See, the nice thing though is that this game has a quick retry. So if I just press X button on the top of the controller right here, I just get to start again immediately. And that's actually super helpful.
Super helpful.
And it's genuinely incredible quality of life feature. If you have not done like speedrun ILs, things of that nature, just running short stages over and over, having an instant retry like that is an incredible quality of life feature.
It's very good.
Here, you give it a go.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think you're even better at this than I am.
Yeah, it was like this morning we're setting everything up, and it was like, all right, we're having this like special speedrun gauntlet, and it's like, all right, out of all the levels that are available, and there's a lot. I'm gonna return to lobby real quick and show. There are a lot. There's like a bunch, and they're open for a while.
Yeah.
For multiple hours. So we went through a lot of these, and we're like, okay, what would be the best to like play? And we fell on this one. You had mentioned the quick retry. For those who are against the wall, jump is on the B button, the bottom button on the controller, and dive is on A, the right one. And that's all you gotta know. There are other things that you do in the game, but for this particular IL, that is all you need to know.
And you will get more than one try, by the way.
Yes.
Don't worry. Oh, you made a whole strat.
I did.
You optimized this a lot more than I did. Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
And it's just that easy. I'm gonna do one thing because I'm gonna do a personal quality of life feature for our contestants. There are ghosts that you can have to see how the fastest times go, and you can have a lot of them up there. But I found it a little bit distracting, so we're just gonna have like three of those in there as the fast times, and we'll compare to those.
Yeah, that works.
And that is Bionic Bay. Yeah, definitely check it out. It is on Steam. It's a very highly rated game of 2025. I really enjoyed it. So
yeah, this was my first time playing it, and I picked it up pretty quick. Like, we only played it for like 10 minutes, like I said. And we're able to do stuff like that already. So you can get the hang of it pretty quick. But yeah, if you want a chance to be on the stage, mess around with a new game, a very fun game to play, then definitely join that line, come on up, and show us what you got.
All right. All right, let me put this down. I will say we did play it for like 10 minutes, and then I played it like 5 more times in between.
I was too busy, but I want to.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna have to go play more of this later.
I could not stop playing. All right.
I don't know where I'm gonna go now, and I'm just gonna go awkwardly off to the side.
And there we are. Hello, it's me again. All right, so we have McBride Show to start us off. We gave you everything that you needed to know at the very start. I'm gonna wish you some luck. We're gonna give you a couple minutes to get your best time. If you find a time that you are happy with, you are more than more than welcome to be like, I am happy with that, and you can end right there, but you got 4 minutes to work with. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so these particular bouncing bars can be quite finicky at the start, especially as you learn. The very first couple are very cycle-based, and I am a cycle fan, but they can be very difficult to work with sometimes. Oh, that is a fantastic start at 18 seconds.
For a first attempt, that's incredible. That's very good.
That's actually really good. That is a small part to this level that I think that you and I really liked about this one, is at the very end, the momentum that you can get off of those little bouncing bars can like give you just so much momentum directly into the final goal. And it was, that was a lot of fun. The key to this particular level is trying to basically optimize the start, because if you're a little off, then that the shorter bars at the beginning will just like kind of hit you and you bounce right back down. So getting the start is difficult. McBride Show has not been hitting the bombs yet though, which is very good.
Yeah, those bombs are just like instant explosion. Don't do that. It's very funny when it does happen though. You saw it happen to me a few times.
You did. You got this, though, I believe. That was a really good first. That is the curse of a really good first attempt, is that it becomes a grind after that, and it's like now you're really working against a really good start. There we go. The fast dives are really key to that. So close. 19 still really, really good. 19 is still really good. Can we see, so it was 18? I believe it was 18.
Yeah. Just over halfway through, still got almost 2 full minutes to play with here.
Oh, that has happened to me on more than one occasion. Yeah, those dives, they really help in these really tight spots right there. I will say the ragdoll physics are fantastic in this game.
The physics as a whole, I actually really enjoy. It took me like a minute. I was like, oh, this is kind of floaty. And then I got the hang of it, and especially when you start adding the dive mechanic, it's very cool.
McBride Show here has a very solid strat for the start. It's this one like left to left section here that can be a little bit finicky, getting the right time. Ooh, there you go, 15.8. Fantastic. Yeah, you got like 45 seconds left. If you want to try to beat that, go for it. Who knows? Oh, that's good. That was good. Oh, almost. Got that one. Oh! One more. I think we got room for one more attempt on that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, give our participants a round of applause on that one. It's not easy to walk in and try to speedrun something that you've possibly never seen before. Great job, McBride. Fantastic showing. Fantastic. All right, and up next we have McBride Show Senior. McBride Show Senior. All right. I feel that. As someone who has glasses, I feel that. I'm getting to the point where I'm playing, and when I play my games, I'm like, uh-oh. Those pixels aren't the same as they used to be. So an aspect of this game, there's one part of this game that is not really showcased in this particular level. the barrel that you're standing on at the beginning, there's one particular thing you can do. You press, I think it's whatever the non-retry button is, the one that we didn't mention. I think it's Y. I'm used to a DS4. I don't know what buttons are anymore. Anyway, the left button on the controller, if you hit an item, it is something that you can thus switch your position with. So there's a lot of puzzles in this game where if you're in a place where there are a lot of bombs, you press and you activate an item, and then you kind of dive into the bombs, and then you can switch them last second for the item, and those cause the bombs to explode. So there's a really puzzly feature to this game as well. It's not that we don't like puzzles, it's just that this level particularly had such a bouncy and fun momentum to it, but some of the other speedrun levels do involve that particular gameplay mechanic as well.
And for those of you who are fans of the Portal run that was right before this, that might be up your alley. That kind of more puzzly mechanic.
Ooh! Yeah, those bombs are just always, they're always there, and they're always waiting. That's all right. The start is genuinely the hardest part of this level. Once you have that down at the start, it's smooth sailing from there.
I'm not gonna lie, I spent a solid 2-3 minutes just trying to like get a good setup to the start and then just have things flow from there. That's a lot of, this is basically ILing, and ILing stands for individual level. When people say they're ILing, they mean they're just playing a short level over and over, playing an individual level, trying to just grind that time down, get it as low as they can, which is exactly what's going on right now. And so if you hear me say ILing, that's what I'm referring to. But yeah, I spent a lot of time really trying to optimize that beginning and just have that lead me into the rest of the level.
Our runners are finding that particular bounce bar is quite evil. That one always that one you'll clip on that one if the wrong angle. Ooh. Our runners are finding that the dive section in this midway point is the way to go. Those dives are quick and they are immediate and they help you get very, very good left to right movement. Yeah, those bombs are just high, just low enough. Ooh! Oh! That's all right. We got a few more seconds left. We got a chance for a good attempt here. McBride Show Senior has the strats down. Just you got about like 15 seconds. This is the one. This is the one. Oh, that's all right. It was a valiant effort. It's a valiant, great showcase. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Up next we have, is it Walaxi? Walaxi. All right, Walaxi, we are gonna have you start in 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck. Ooh, Alexi going for a very tight, very start jump at the beginning, basically diving into the laser. That gives you a pretty good cycle. The shorter second cycle of lasers do not have a chance to hit you there. So you can kind of get a really quick start here. Now let's see if this bounce works. Oh, that was really good. Oh, 12 seconds.
I love the way the momentum conservation works in this game. It actually reminds me a lot of some Sonic speedruns.
You're so right. I wasn't thinking that, and then you said it. I'm like, oh my god, you're so right. There is some Sonic to this, actually.
Which is high praise. That's a very high compliment. So some 2D Sonic speedruns, especially with the way momentum is conserved, are incredible. In that way, you know, it's kind of like Monkey Ball 2. Girl who's only played Monkey Ball compares everything to Monkey Ball.
Getting a lot of Super Monkey Ball vibes out of this.
But I mean, the same mechanic is kind of at play, just in a 2D space instead of a 3D space, where you want to conserve your momentum as much as you can. And I'm really interested in playing around with this game more to figure out opportunities where I could do that, just conserve my momentum to cover a lot of ground very quickly.
So there was another level. It's called Propellers, which was something that I was trying to vet before this to see if it was another potential one. Propellers was really fun. If you do a dive mechanic and you smack the character against the side of something, you will completely just like bounce off of it and get incredible momentum, like almost like in that Sonic realm. And I tried to find a setup, so I dove in. 11. That is better than the first one. That is improvement there. But yeah, there was another level, and if you dove off of it and you hit the side of something, you get this really bouncy angle off of it, and I was able to like roll halfway across the level in a short amount of time. Oh, that was basically about the same. 11.8 consistency.
I've done that a few times. Accidentally jumped directly into that hole. It happens. About 1 minute, 20 seconds left.
As I said, the very beginning of this IL is possibly the hardest one just because of the cycle gameplay. I would, in a certain way, the second part is also difficult because of the way that you have to optimize the angles that you bounce off of, but that is everyone has their strengths and weaknesses in speedrunning. So close. Ooh. There is a tight dive that you can get over those particular bombs in order to speed up a little bit faster, but it is very tight, and the character on the dive, it is a very, the physics are real, and there is a dive bomb that happens pretty quickly. So you always get a little bit surprised at the angle. Coming up to about 15 seconds left to try to beat that 11.8. Do we believe, chat? Listen. It's muscle memory.
You have been assigned a chat. All right, last attempt. Yeah, thank you very much. Good stuff.
You are now getting called chat for the rest of this gauntlet. Thank you so much for the applause, chat. Coming up next, we have Computer Hater. What did they do to you? I don't like them. You know what? The respect. All right, we have jumped right in.
That cursor did not want to get off the screen. That's what I was doing.
Ooh, right into some bombs there. I have been very curious throughout this entire level of that barrel at the very start, because you can technically switch with it, but I find no reason to, and I'm wondering if there's something that I'm missing in this particular level. I haven't found it yet, but I have a couple more days here at PAX to figure it out.
And this is the beauty of having a bunch of different people play these ILs, is that just with ILing in general, when there are so many people playing, somebody will find something ridiculous that you're never expecting. And so I'm sure there is something here that nobody has found yet that is absurd and can allow this level to be beaten very quickly.
100%. That is speedrunning for the people. Getting some good bounces here at the start. Nice. Ooh, big bounce off of that one. Computer hater going for, opting for just waiting out that very first laser. That is probably a smarter decision than I was going for when I started to go really aggro with some strats. Oh, we have made it past and right into some bombs. Those bombs are on the top of every single platform. They are waiting for you. They're like, no, we can't make it that easy for you.
And that's where the dive button can really come in useful. Like if you find your trajectory directly, what am I trying to say? If you find that those bombs are directly in your path, that's when you can use the dive button and just real quick change your momentum, avoid, certain death. I really like the dive mechanic for that reason. Like I was saying earlier, just the ability to, what the heck? The ability to change your momentum so quickly and alter your trajectory is very nice to have.
And just as a reminder to everyone, this Speedrun Gauntlet is brought to you by Bionic Bay. Bionic Bay, published by Kepler Interactive. Master physics, defying gameplay, and deadly hazards in Bionic Bay. It's one of 2025's highest rated games, featuring stunning pixel art, precise platforming, as we have seen, and chaotic physics-based gameplay. Bionic Bay tasks players with escaping an ancient biomechanical world. There is... Oh, GG! Post that on the ad. 15.7. But yeah, there's not just speedrunning levels with Bionic Bay. There is an entire campaign involved as well. Very, very different areas with a bunch of different mechanics involved. This is the one that we really enjoyed as an IL. But yeah, go check it out on Steam. Give it a look. It is currently available. It was released last April, so. Ooh, computer hater getting the feel of that early dive into the laser to avoid the first cycle. Getting the hang of that. Now, if only all these little, I've been calling them the bounce bars. I wonder if there's like a more official name for it. Oh, this is looking good. Yeah, there we go, 11.8, GG. Got time for one more attempt if you want to try to beat that time. You can finish this one up. Ends with a bang. Thank you so much, computer hater. Thank you for being involved. Yes. All right. Up next we have Hallow. I am aware of Hallow. Beastie Ball speedrunner, Chicory speedrunner. We have a speedrunner here on the stage.
Saying they do not play platformers. Which is fair. I don't play a ton of them either. Gonna have to check this one out though, it's pretty fun. Yeah, Hallow's saying this one looks very fun as well. And yeah, if you want your chance on the GDQ speedrun stage at PAX East, line up along the wall over there. Take your spot.
Yes, this particular Speedrun Gauntlet is for everybody. You don't have to be a speedrunner as a hobby to enjoy speedrunning or get involved in speedrunning. If you're watching this gameplay and you think that, and you're enjoying what you're seeing and you want to give it a shot, you are more than welcome. There is no prerequisite to getting out here and giving it your best. Hallow found the bombs.
By the way, I don't think we mentioned, if you line up and try this, you will be able to potentially upgrade your lanyard to a GDQ PAX lanyard. You don't have to get a specific time. All you have to do is try, and you will get yourself a new lanyard.
Yes, a nice lanyard you can't get anywhere else. GDQ PAX lanyard. Beautiful. I handed out so many of those yesterday during yesterday's Speedrun Gauntlet. I love the beauty of the Speedrun Gauntlet. Yesterday's Gauntlet, we had a lot of people playing Super Metroid and Mega Man 3, Tetris, Super Mario World, a lot of games close to my heart, and also Mega Man 3. And there were just a bunch of people that were there for the fun. They just wanted to have some fun. Hallow getting the starting dive at the very beginning to save a little bit of that cycle gameplay. Fun fact, we did not show it off. There is a checkpoint in this level. It does not help you with an IL time, but there is a checkpoint. I found it when I was trying to locate a bunch of new strats and angles.
I had no idea there was a checkpoint until you told me.
The one that's in the top left, the one that's kind of like pointing down at like 4 o'clock, I guess if you like get on top of that particular platform, if you die, it just respawns you there. So like in a certain way, like a quick death could probably get you like a time that could be the fastest time, which I think they have in 25 seconds. But yeah, we're speedrunners. We don't need that. We don't need checkpoints. I'm a perfectionist. In a certain way, isn't that just the same thing? All right, 15 and a frame. Got about a minute left to try to beat that 15. Bottom one. Asking what button is start. Very important thing that we did not mention.
I like how we have both just used far too many different GameCube controllers recently. GameCube controllers. My brain is thinking monkey ball again. We've used far too many different types of controllers recently that we just started referring to the buttons by their positions. I've been playing a lot of Switch games, and the Switch does that, so nice 12.8 there. Well done, well done.
And Hallow says that is good enough for me. Great job, great showing. Thank you for being involved. Hallow out. Yeah, I myself am a DS4 player, so I know Square and Cross and all of those. God help me if I ever get an Xbox. Alrighty, coming up we have Eli. Eli wishing you the best. Best of luck. Ooh, good start there. And going for the quick retry.
I said it earlier, I'll say it again. I'm so glad that quick retry is a feature. That is such a good quality of life thing. Not every game has it, and games that don't have it, you can tell. It makes trying these levels over and over again much more annoying. So I love this feature.
Such a good feature. I think back to Celeste, a girl who has only ever played Celeste. But if you press confirm after you die in Celeste, the screen wipe happens faster. So some little details like that make all the difference, even in casual play. But for speedrunning, oh my God. Yes. Eli has found the bombs. We all find the bombs at one point or another.
Those bombs are sneaky. You really don't think about them until you hit them.
Yeah, they are very, very conspicuous. You don't quite get a look. They're there. They have the blinking lights, but they're quietly sitting there.
It's so easy when you're playing. You're really focused on these bouncy platforms, and you're not thinking too much about, oh, I need to avoid that object. It's so easy to tunnel vision into oh, I need to bounce off this thing as quickly as possible, especially when you're really trying to optimize your time.
Absolutely. Eli going for a quick start there with the bounce bar. Unfortunately, the bounce bar is not behaving. Very rude. Ooh. All right. Eli making great use of the dive button here. as we make our way. That left to right is very, very tricky. Getting the time right, especially with the dives, is very, very difficult. But Eli is doing a fantastic job. Can we give it up for Eli?
Yeah, maneuvering that part, honestly, that took me a while to figure out too.
Oh, Eli making great use of those dives to go from bar to bar. Oh. Oh, so close. Fantastic, fantastic one on that one. You do learn as you go as to the physics of the dive, what is possible and what is not possible.
Well, and that's what speedrunning is all about, right? Just continuous personal growth and improvement.
Absolutely. Oh, those bombs are just so in the way. But doing a fantastic job of maneuvering in this really tight area, keeping a lot of really good air control on that in this very floaty player. You can very much get these bars to misbehave. All right, Eli, you got this. We got this. Doing a fantastic job. Oh, right into the pit. One more shot, Eli. Cycle gameplay. You did a fantastic job. You did wonderful. I gotta give my props to Eli. I see Eli outside on the Speedrun Gauntlet every single day. Does a lot of fantastic work. Coming up, we have David. All right, let's see how David, with the GDQ shirt, we'll see how David fares here in Bounce.
Thank you for representing GDQ. Good choice.
I see a lot of players catching on that dive early into one of the bars. It is a very convenient strat. Good bouncing going on. Who put those bombs there? I'm like... You know what? It was a computer. I understand computer hater now. I get it. Good bouncing. Making our way around. Ooh, that was a very... Oh! Oh my God! Oh, that was wild.
That was content, is what that was. I do have to say though, I love the difficulty of this. It is at just the right spot where it's challenging, but not too challenging. Like you can totally get the hang of it in a few minutes, but it still feels very rewarding when you do.
Yeah, that was the thing that I really liked about it.
Oh, we found the checkpoint.
Yeah, there it is. There's the checkpoint I was talking about. You found it. Yeah, haha. small thing that we haven't brought up. Well, I think we have brought it up, but it tends to go a little unnoticed here. Is that the where you hit these bars determines the angle at which you get flung. So if you hit like it's kind of like Super Mario a little bit with the beans, where if like you're really close to the hinge of what's going on there, you get a really small. Where was the player going there? I can't even blame you on that one. The closer you are to the edge of the bar, you get a very light jump off of it. The further away you are, you get a really big one. I find the sound effects in the back of this extremely meditative, and I think that maybe that's why I kept coming back to give this a shot over and over again, as well as I was just I was in a zone.
I had not considered that, but you're kind of right. And honestly, when we are running around doing things at PAX East, sometimes we need that.
Coming up to the last 30 seconds of this level, I believe in David. Do we believe in David, chat? No, David, believe in the you that believes in me. Or that believes in you. I left it there. That was such an ego trip.
We believe in you too, Carrie, don't worry. All right, last attempt here. One more.
I respect that. No, that is thinking outside the box. That was a great idea. David was just like, you know what? Well, none of us have decided to go left. What if there was something to the left? Great job, David.
Okay, but like I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen where there, you go off to the left and there's actually something super helpful. Like if you're playing Mario Maker and someone hides like a dev exit over there, like it actually can be helpful.
All right, we have Gauntlet regular Adam Antois here. Excited to see what Adam brings to the table here in Bounce in Bionic Bay. A reminder to everybody that this is a special Speedrun Gauntlet brought to you by Bionic Bay.
And you can play this game also right outside the speedrun stage here, the entire convention. We have a couple PCs set up for you to get your hands on this game. Not necessarily the speedrun challenges either. You can just play the game. Like Harry mentioned earlier, it does have like a main story, a main campaign that you can play through.
Yes, if you are at PAX East, we have one computer that has the speedrun levels. We also have one that has the main campaign. And in addition, we do have many other of our classic retro speedrun gauntlets as well. So a vast variety of games for you to dip your toes into and get accustomed to. We had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles outside there today. Dr. Mario was in there. We had Super Metroid the other day, and then we had Metroid 1 today. So many, many different types of games that you can get into. Ooh, okay, we got something. Oh, the dodge! Let's go, 17.7. I think I'm now recognizing that there is in fact only one platform that doesn't have a bomb, and I think that's very funny now. Oh my God. Do it. Let's go, 11.7.
You could just see everything click in Adam Antois' mind. Just it all clicked at once. That was awesome.
In the flow state there. Now we get to that point where you've hit that time, and now things are starting to click, and it's how do you improve on that? How do you get the little micro details? I saw what you were trying to do there, and the character decided to jump left on that one. God, this quick retry is so helpful. Oh, I like this. 10.7. All right. We got 45 seconds left. It's okay. You can press B, and I believe that'll send you to there. Adamantoy's being like, all right, that was good. Give me the other levels. I want to see what else you got to offer me.
That's why you should pick this game up for yourself. It is available now.
High key for a lot of these speedrun levels. I am very much looking into this because I can fall into that grind set really quickly. Ooh, just getting clipped there.
Yeah, you and me both falling into the grind set super quickly. That's yeah, we're definitely speedrunners. Oh, that was an interesting angle. All right, last attempt here.
And I have tried that jump so much. I have yet to make it work. Thank you so much, Adam. All right, now we have Skylit ready to bring it in. All right, you can start. Oh, we're gonna mess around with the controls a little. That is totally fair. We had the benefit of a lot of time with the controls. All right, I think we got it. I think we're ready. Still thinking about that barrel. Why is it there? And that's not me trying to like plant a seed in anybody else's head of like that is actually a speedrun strat, because the ghosts do not use it. I'm just very curious. I'm wondering if there's something that can be done with it. Nice. And then we jump up to the end. Nice, 20.033. I see that nod in Skylit being like, all right, I know what to do when I get back there.
Yeah, put up 20 seconds within 30 seconds of sitting down and starting. Really solid stuff. Hosting this reminds me of hosting Hotfix. I'm also a Hotfix showrunner. GDQ Hotfix is our regularly scheduled content. So when we're not doing stuff like PAX, when we're not doing stuff like AGDQ, SGDQ, Fatales, marathons such as that, we are airing our regular programming on Hotfix throughout the week. There are 2 shows, I believe, almost every weekday and special events on weekends. So definitely make sure you check it out. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to learn more. There are a variety of shows on offer showing speedrun content and speedrun adjacent content all the time. So please do check it out.
And I am not a Hotfix showrunner, but I am a social media assistant for our beloved meme team. Shout out to the meme team. If you want to see those lovely Hotfix shows or know when SGDQ or AGDQ or Frame Fatales or any of our events are going on, make sure to give GDQ a follow on all of the relevant socials. We are on Twitter. We are also just recently on Blue Sky. You can also find us on Instagram and TikTok. So many ways to get involved with us and know what's going on. We have been posting here at PAX East, so feel free to say hi, both in the physical and the metaphysical space. Oh, I like this. This is good. Oh, we found... I think that's still... Yeah, it's still good at 17.5. I did see a few runners outside who would do that dive, and they went right into that little alcove. I believe one runner said they did that on purpose. Not that they dove over there on purpose, but that the devs put that there in there on purpose to make you go, Skylet doing a fantastic job here.
Absolutely. Got about a minute left.
That's all right. We are a bit higher on the wall, and a 13.5. It's really fun to see over these this is why we kind of had it set at 4 minutes. It's really fun to see over that 4 minutes how people develop their strategy. Like we gave like a really quick showcase and we had the benefit of practicing it beforehand. But like people could, it's cool to see how people develop strats, pick up strats, many different ways to get into the groove of things. Coming up at about 15 seconds left. See if we can beat this 13, I believe. Close at 13.7. I mean, you got started right before that 4 minute mark, so we got one more attempt. What I love about Skylit here is that they noticed a couple of moves that were previously done by people. Oh, what? Okay, that is just not fair. That is just 18.7. That was a really good run. I would say that's never happened. It's not happened before yet here, but I have seen it happen. Fantastic job, Skylit. Thank you. All right, we have our final contestant of the day. We have Stump.
Stump notably running Spyro the Dragon yesterday for our speedrun stage at PAX East. By the way, if you missed any of yesterday's content, you can find the VODs in a little bit on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Make sure you're subscribed.
All right, Stump catching onto the dives quite early. The dives have a very aggressive is not the right word, but they're very horizontal. So like you don't get a lot of arc at the very start, and I think a lot of our contestants notice that in that left to right section where you're zigzagging. The benefits of that particular dive to potentially avoid getting turning into what's that? It's that game with the little the Price is Right game with the little. I am showing my age here, everybody. Plinko? That sounds right. That sounds right.
I'm not even sure what you're describing. I'm gonna be real. I know The Price is Right. Like I'm not that young, but.
Does anybody remember watching The Price is Right on a snow day? How do you do, fellow kids? All right, we were making our way to the end here. And we got a 26.2, just off of the top time on that is provided by Bionic Bay. Reminder to everyone as we finish up, this was a special Speedrun Gauntlet sponsored by Bionic Bay of Kepler Interactive. Master Physics, Defying the Gameplay, and Deadly Hazards in Bionic Bay. One of the highest rated games of 2025, featuring stunning pixel art, precise platforming, and chaotic physics-based gameplay. Bionic Bay tasks players with escaping an ancient biomechanical world. This is just but one of many parts, one of many snapshots of this big biomechanical world. I believe I did hear from a fellow speedrunner friend, Osmorn, that the speedrun of this game is 2 hours. So that is a lot of biomechanical world to get through, which means that is a lot of game to play. And I'm excited about that. Excited to see what they got.
I'm always down for more stuff like this. This is fun.
Stump getting used to these little bounce mechanics, going for a slightly slower start, but it is ultimately more consistent and does keep from immediate retries. Okay, that bar was rude. There we go.
Got about a minute, 15 seconds left. As we get close to the end here, I want to quickly remind those of you watching at home that your Twitch subs, Prime subs, and bits cheered on the Games Done Quick channel help support GDQ. So if you're enjoying the content, if you enjoy what we do, speedrun stuff, speedrun adjacent stuff, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.
As we make our way to the final minute, let's see what Stump has in for us. Can we get a round of applause for all the people that were involved in today's Speedrun Gauntlet? We threw a little wrench into people, gave you a special video game instead of the usual Speedrun Gauntlet that we have outside. So we really gave you a surprise on that one, and y'all stepped up to the task, and I always really appreciate to see people willing to put themselves out there and showcase them trying to play something that maybe they never played before. Really makes my heart happy. There we go. Oh no! All right, about 15 seconds left on this particular attempt, and Stump did get the checkpoint. Those bombs are everywhere. All right, last attempt here. Do we believe? Let's go! Good job, Stump. All right, and thank you everybody for that Speedrun Gauntlet. Thank you for playing Bionic Bay. If you enjoyed what you see, please give it a look.